In the pouring rain, at a street corner in the heart of the city, an urgent voice rang out, "My female superior is about to die. Are you going to save her?" Miaoke lay sprawled on the road, her face covered in blood. Yue hurriedly pressed on her chest while muttering, "To be honest, I don't want to pay any attention to it." Yue accidentally stumbled upon the scene of his female superior's car accident while going to buy lunch. He cursed inwardly, "She subjected me to 996 work hours. But when she goes out to have fun, she gets into a car accident. Is this fair?" However, his hands kept performing CPR on her. In his head, a question kept echoing. "So, what are you asking me to do at this moment?" The heavy rain continued relentlessly. With each passing second, Miaoke's life breath grew weaker. A daring thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Yue reassured himself that everything he was about to do was out of compassion, to accumulate some good karma for himself. With that, he took a deep breath and slowly bent down. His whole body collapsed, enveloping Miaoke's cold body. His lips gently touched her pale, soft lips. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shone down from the sky, piercing through the rain, illuminating Miaoke's motionless body. Yue still didn't know what was happening. His mind was still reeling with thoughts, mainly because if she was gone, who would sign off on his 2,000 yuan in public funds? Contrary to the remorse in his heart, Yue had to admit that, but on second thought, he didn't expect President Lin's lips to be so soft and sweet. Just as Yue was lost in fantasy, Miaoke suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing Yue's magnified face in front of her, her head felt like it was about to explode. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "You impudent bastard, do you want to die?" A voice sounded, "Congratulations, master, you have obtained the shock system. You have successfully shocked the female emperor, and received the heavenly pose reward. The golden bell shield skill, usable 3 times. Yue was stunned and wondered, where is this voice coming from? What is this system? Female emperor? Who is the female emperor? Could it be that I've been using my hand too much and am hallucinating? Lost in his own thoughts, he didn't realize that Miaoke had suddenly woken up and quickly wrapped her legs around his neck. She angrily shouted, "You are disrespectful to this deity." Without giving Yue a chance to speak, she quickly used her strength to clamp his neck and throw him down. Hot blood rushed to her brain, and her eyes were filled with dark energy as she held Yue tightly. She angrily shouted, "You must be punished by heaven." Yue quickly regained his senses and trembled. What the hell is going on? "President Lin, if your brain is damaged from the car accident, go to the hospital quickly. Is it worth spending time teaching me a lesson?" Miaoke was suddenly stunned and wondered, Why can't this deity mobilize my true qi? Yue, still lying flat under her, tried to raise his head and said, "President Lin, you don't seem to be injured. You can go to the hospital yourself, right? If not, the ambulance will be here soon." Yue hurriedly struggled to escape from Miaoke as if fleeing from the king of hell. As he left, he didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye to her. "I still want to go back to work overtime. I'll ask you to approve my public funds report later." He left Miaoke staring blankly at her own hands. She panicked and muttered a few times, "Strange, where is this? Where is this deity's true qi?" After hurriedly running away from Miaoke, Yue returned home. He yawned tiredly a few times. "He's finally off work. It's rare to have a day off. I must relax for a while." He entered the house and saw Shinkai rummaging through the refrigerator. He quickly asked, "You're back, Shinkai? Is there any late-night snack?" Shinkai frowned and replied, "What time is it already? I thought you were sleeping at the company." Shinkai opened a can of Coca-Cola and asked, "What's wrong? You got squeezed again?" Yue shook his head and replied, "Haze, don't mention it." Suddenly, Shinkai's eyes widened, and he shouted in surprise, "Damn it, kid!" The can of drink in his hand also fell to the floor. Yue looked at Shinkai in confusion. "What's wrong with me?" From behind, Miaoke leisurely walked around, judging with her dazed eyes. "Is this birdcage your home?" Yue asked in surprise, "President Lin, why are you here?" Shinkai smiled brightly and teased, "Wow, bringing a girl home without making a sound, huh?" Miaoke still looked proud, raised her chin and asked, "This deity has some doubts. Explain yourself, and you may be spared the death penalty for your previous offense." Yue called out blankly, "Huh?" She angrily grabbed his hand and dragged him away. "You, come outside with this deity." Shinkai wondered with interest, "Are they acting?" His socks are still torn. "Lu Yue, you've had enough fun." Outside, Yue said irritably, "President Lin, I don't understand what you're saying. Even though I'm your subordinate, you can't take up my rest time." Miaoke crossed her arms and said arrogantly, "Listen to your tone, it seems like you are a disciple of mine?" She arrogantly proclaimed, I am the Yuming sex female emperor who has cultivated for 3,000 years and finally reached the Rinchen realm. Now I ask you, where is this place? Why can't this deity mobilize my true chi? Yue scratched his head in confusion, thinking, could it be that this woman reads too many novels and has gone crazy? His face blanked out for a few seconds, and then he slowly replied, after the spiritual energy on Earth recovered, I really heard about the existence of ancient cultivators and martial artists in this world, but they are only a few. President Lin and I have always been ordinary people. Hearing this, Miao Ke angrily stepped forward and grabbed his collar. He panicked and quickly tried to stop her. President Lin, let's talk things out. It's not right to use violence. Speaking doesn't work, but even speaking shouldn't be like this. She took a deep breath, trying her best to sniff him, and then said, you don't have the aura of the Righteous Path Alliance. You don't seem like someone they sent to kill me. Hearing this, Yue exclaimed in terror, what do you mean? At this moment 3 people were secretly lurking in the distance around where they were standing. The one with two-toned hair stared at them and asked, is that the person? The bald man nodded and replied, that's right. Remember to make it look like a robbery. Miao Ke sensed the lurking danger and shouted, where are those eavesdroppers from? They deserve to be punished by heaven. Realizing that they had been discovered, they didn't bother to hide anymore and showed themselves to intimidate them. Humph, didn't expect to be discovered. They immediately unleashed their ultimate move. Soon, he stretched out his hand, preparing to attack, constantly summoning power. Yue cried out in despair. It's those righteous cultivators again. Why are you targeting me? One of them replied, sorry, brother, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. So you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Yue. He fearfully cowered back and couldn't help but scream. At this moment, a strong light enveloped him, emitting a huge amount of energy that knocked the 3 mysterious men in black flying away. A notification sounded. The system has detected that the host's life is in danger and has automatically activated the golden bell shield for the host. The 3 men in black were knocked away by his light. Everything happened in an instant, catching them off guard. One of the men in black struggled to get up after the attack. He exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? The system sounded again. System reminder. Harvest from the mid-level shock of rambling. The novice tutorial quest has been completed. Reward. Cultivation gift pack. Cultivation speed multiplied by 10. Yue looked at his body in surprise and wondered. That strange sound appeared again. Is this the golden bell shield that I activated? Miao Ke coldly walked towards one of the men in black. She frowned and taught Yue, foolish disciple, this deity will teach you a lesson. Showing mercy to enemies is the same as courting death. She continued to deal with these ants, as she slowly raised her heel. A powerful foot came down, and the ground shook, leaving a deep pit. She frowned, looking disdainful. With them, only physical strength is enough. Yue went from one surprise to another, staring blankly at Miao Ke, thinking, so it's all true. I really got the so-called shock system. His mind was currently in a mess, and he couldn't stop thinking, the person standing in front of me seems to be not President Lin before, but a real female emperor. After witnessing a series of unimaginable things, he quietly returned home. As soon as he arrived, notification messages were sent in succession. Shinkai had left some time ago and left a few reminders. For his brother, I'm saving a spot for you. I'm going to the internet cafe and sleeping there for the night. Pay attention to the noise and don't let Mrs. Liu upstairs complain to the landlord again. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why did the beautiful female superior take a liking to you? It's too fake. Yue curled his lips into a faint smile. I also hope it's fake. From behind, Miao Ke slowly walked up. He reached out and invited her into the house. Please sit wherever you like, so you can grasp the current situation. Looking at the dust around, Yue awkwardly explained, I haven't cleaned much. It might be a bit dusty. Miao Ke didn't stand on ceremony, brushed her butt, and sat down on the nearby sofa, saying casually, it's okay, this deity doesn't care about cumbersome etiquette. But my disciple is too dogmatic. Cherishing the question for a long time, he asked while opening the refrigerator, so, Your Majesty the female emperor, you transmigrated to this world, and the body you possess just happens to be my superior Lin Miao Ke? She nodded wearily, leaning back and replying, roughly like that. At that time, this deity was going through a tribulation. After leveling up, I had a decisive battle with the Righteous Path Alliance, and was suddenly pulled here and lost all my strength. Yue frowned in confusion. That Righteous Path Alliance, I seem to have heard you mention it several times. It sounds like it's disadvantageous to you. Miao Ke crossed her legs casually, Her tone without any scruples. Humph, they are just a bunch of sanctimonious thieves who call themselves righteous. Disgusting. Murderous aura gushed out from her, her eyes as cold as an abyss. She gritted her teeth, each word like a sharp knife wanting to pierce through the opponent. Since they want to fight, this deity will show them what it means to bury millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Hearing these words, Yue's face became blank. While taking a can of drink out of the refrigerator, he thought, a demon sect female emperor, this identity placed in this world can be equivalent to terrorists. He slowly brought the can of refreshment to her. Drink some water first. I must remind you that this world has different laws. He reached out and took the remote control on the table and turned it on, saying softly, still believe what you see. The TV screen lit up, and a robot movie appeared. Yue explained gently, in short, there are many kinds of things in this world, such as magic, witches, thermal weapons. Miaoka stared at the strange thing in front of her, constantly asking hundreds of questions in her mind. Why? Yue continued to switch channels. Miaoka gasped in amazement. Another scene was turned on, this time a channel about the world of science fiction. Yue said in a low voice, in addition to flying into the sky, you can also break meteorites with a snap of your fingers. Completely overwhelmed by the new things in front of her, Miaoka had to say, it's so strange. Yue happily smirked, didn't expect that one day the high and mighty President Lin would become like this. He nodded happily to confirm, that's right, the stronger the cultivator, the harder it is to balance. So don't hurt others that will hear. The consequences are very serious. Miaoka suddenly stood up and said, speaking of cultivation, the spiritual energy in your world is too weak. There probably aren't any experts. She slowly walked closer to Yue, reaching out and gently touching his forehead. A light emitted from her fingertips. Miaoka tilted her head and said gently, your aptitude can be considered one of the rarest people I have ever met. He shyly avoided her touch, thinking, my aptitude is also adjusted by the shock system, right? Miaoka put her hands on her hips and continued to rant. If it were in my world, you could break through to Lianshan in less than 300 years. But it's a pity here. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Yue sighed wearily. Here I am forced to work. He reached for the phone on the table. A series of messages from his superior were sent. Lu Yue, what's wrong with you? It's only 12 o'clock at night, and you dare not reply to the message? If the error is not fixed tonight, you don't need to come tomorrow. He stared at the message screen in a frenzy and called out irritably, what's the rush? Who am I? Don't I need to rest? Miaoka also chimed in, being ordered around in the middle of the night is no different from torturing prisoners. She looked up at the night sky outside and recalled, speaking of this, I originally saw the secretary in charge of building the bridge bullying the wives and children of the old farmers and conveniently hacked him to death. Yue put on a judgmental face. How can killing people be so easy? Miaoka was still immersed in that memory. She whimpered and cried inwardly. This matter was seized by the people of the Righteous Path Alliance. When the news spread, it became a reckless murder in their damned proclamation, adding a few words to take the opportunity to attack. A few seconds ago, she still had a whimpering face, but now she boasted happily, but I don't care. Anyway, these old bastards can't defeat me. Yue smiled lightly and thought, it seems that she is not the kind of devil who doesn't know good or bad as I thought. He joked softly, anyway, you are a dystopian warrior. Like a duck listening to thunder, she didn't understand the language he just said and asked unconsciously, "Die what?" He quickly changed the subject and waved the phone in front of him, saying, "That's right, does your mobile phone still work? This thing is very important. It can be said that every movement in life here is basically inseparable from it." She quickly put her hand into her pocket to search for the phone he had just mentioned. Miaoka handed the phone in her hand to him. Looking at the phone, he shook his head slightly, but the accident just now was too serious. "I'm afraid it's broken." Yue quickly pressed the power button. The screen immediately lit up. He exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it, it's really the highest version of 8848. The car was smashed to pieces, but it's not damaged at all." He suddenly grabbed Kiao's hand and said in a low voice, "That's right, give me your hand. I'll teach you." He took her hand and pressed her fingerprint to unlock it. Yue slowly showed her the previous operations. "Look, it's unlocked successfully." The two bodies were close to each other at this moment. Miaoka looked shyly at the hand being held by him. Her mind was in chaos at this moment. She shouted loudly, "You lecher who deserves to be punished by heaven!" Her shout was like thunder, echoing throughout the apartment. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yue quickly opened the door. The delivery man happily handed over the bag of goods and said, "The food you ordered is here. Please enjoy." Smelling the food, Miaoke immediately said, "What is this? The smell is too strong." It turned out to be flavored skewers. Yue quickly arranged them on the table. He picked up a skewer and ate it heartily, not forgetting to invite her, "Come on, have a taste." She hesitated, picked it up and put it in her mouth. A refreshing feeling surged through her. Miaoke's eyes widened in surprise. Sweat poured out everywhere. She was surprised by the taste of the dish in front of her. "The taste is not bad. But I only tasted a little bit, and it's like a fire dragon has entered my throat." Her face full of questions, she turned to ask, "Do you in your world consider these things as food?" Hearing these words, Yue suddenly remembered and said, "Speaking of which, you didn't have chili peppers at that time, did you?" She frowned and gently smoothed her hair back, replying, "There is pepper, but not as spicy as this." Yue explained with a smile, "That's right, the civilizations of the two places are very different, and our city is used to eating spicy food." He reached out and took a can of drink to her and said, "Use this to reduce the spiciness. Although it looks like poison, it tastes very good when you drink it." Yue raised his head and drank the can of water in his hand. He drank while sighing. After chilling, it will be more suitable for relieving the spiciness. Sure enough, barbecue goes well with Coke. Miaoke also raised it up and drank in one breath. Immediately, she spat out the water, wrinkling her face and complaining, "What is this?" Miaoke leaned wearily back in her chair, constantly rubbing her stomach. "After drinking it, the tip of my tongue is a little numb, and there is a rolling aura in my internal organs." Yue explained happily, "This kind of water is called Coke, a very popular carbonated water here. It's more thirst-quenching to drink, but if you drink it all in one breath." Hearing this, Miaoke suddenly burped. He nodded happily and explained, "That's right, it's easy to hiccup." Her eyes widened as she stared at the can of water, constantly exclaiming, "The taste is sour and delicious. It's not bad, but based on its appearance, this thing will really be regarded as poison." She imagined the scene of her disciples if they saw her drinking this. They would scream, "No, master, don't drink poison and kill yourself." At that time, she would act prestigious and say to her disciples, "Everyone calm down, this deity is using this poison to temper my body. Don't imitate if you haven't practiced to that level." The kids would be eager to marvel, "Master is so amazing, as expected of master." Thinking of this, she laughed happily. Yue was confused and asked, "Is the drink so delicious?" Miaoke immediately regained her senses, coughed a few times and explained, "Cough, this deity just thought of something in the sect." He reluctantly let it go. Picked up a few plates of food and said, "If you can't eat this, let it go. I'll order something bland for you." Miaoke quickly reached out to stop Yue. She clarified, "Who said this deity can't eat it? I was just not used to it just now." He raised his eyebrows and reminded, "Are you sure? Don't blame me for not reminding you that this chili is very spicy." Miaoke fiercely picked up a skewer and declared, "This deity is the female emperor. Why should I be afraid of a small chili pepper?" She opened her mouth and quickly put the skewer into her mouth. Looking at her smoking head, Yue couldn't bear it, and said gently, "If it's really not possible, let me cook for you." But she resolutely refused. The spiciness had reached her brain. But she stubbornly said, "It's not spicy." She reached out and took the can of Coca-Cola on the table, saying while panting, "Coke, from now on you will become my favorite thing." Miaoke took a sip and leaned back in her chair. Looking at her appearance, Yue shook his head and sighed, TSK, I just told you not to show off." At this time, a message notification came again. He groped and turned on the phone. A series of horrible messages were sent. "Lu Yue, have you finally fixed it? If you don't hand it in tonight, I'll report to Yoba tomorrow. If you don't want to fix it, then get out. You don't need to fix it in the future." The voice through the screen of the old boss was as loud as thunder. Yue curled his lips and thought, still remember to be President Lin's dog. It's a pity that her soul doesn't know where it went. The main thing now is... He quickly glanced over to look at her current appearance. He thought smugly, that's right, the soul doesn't need to care. The person here is fine. The next morning, as usual, he and Miaoke went to the company office. She crossed her arms and looked around. Is this a vertical ladder that transports people from low to high? It has a different style from the original style at that time. But the function is similar. Yue nodded and sighed, that's right, the female emperor. Then you will be our superior later. Remember the President Lin they called? Miaoke raised her chin and replied proudly, of course this deity knows. The elevator stopped on the 18th floor. As soon as the door opened, Xiaonan rushed over, pouting and acting coquettishly, "Little Cuckoo, you're so bad. I was worried about you about the car accident. And you didn't reply all night." He leaned close to her, flattering, "But it's good that you're okay." Come in and enjoy the breakfast I prepared for you. It's perfectly cooked Parma ham and cantaloupe. Miaoke secretly asked. Who is this person? Yue whispered behind her. Gu Xiaonan, the person who pursues her, simply put, is a stupid landlord's son. At this time, Xiaonan was jealous, pointed at him and complained, I'm talking about you, can you not take the elevator with President Lin in the future? He pouted and complained, constantly brushing in front of him. The smell of poverty is rampant, it's really uncomfortable. Yue didn't bother to care, and continued to lead her inside. While walking, he said as if to interrupt, too lazy to care about him. President Lin, let's go to the office to check the documents. As soon as he entered the door, a fat man rushed out, constantly yelling, President Lin, you've finally arrived. He pointed and complained, you must fire this Liu Yue. Yesterday, he couldn't finish the end project no matter what. His ability is not good, and he also slandered you. He whispered to Miaoke, this person is the one who called in the middle of the night yesterday. She immediately came forward, sarcastically, is that so? But as far as I know, the person who slandered me is probably you. The fat man immediately shrank back slightly, explaining in a low voice, how is that possible? President Lin, it's Liu Yue, he's turning black and white, isn't he? Seeing him lie without blinking an eye, she immediately clarified loudly, we were together all night. You still dare to lie? Miaoke's words shocked the two people. Xiaonan exclaimed in panic, all night? The fat man was equally surprised, stammering, all night? Everything in front of them happened too quickly. Yue held his head and cried, damn it, isn't her way of saying this adding fuel to the fire? The system sounded again at this time. System reminder, you have activated the shock system, medium-level shock index, received an ancient technique. Yue called out in panic, huh? Setting that aside, he and she entered the office, quickly sat down at the desk and searched for some information. Yue said while looking at the screen, the information files of all employees are in her computer. After we get them, we will know where she is. Miaoke leisurely sat on the sofa nearby and asked, listening to them, I didn't treat you very well before, so why bother spending so much effort to help me? He shrugged and replied with a relaxed look, I am a kind young man of socialism who takes pleasure in helping others. But in his mind, he imagined bullying her, taking her as a hostage, and ordering the vassals. Yue said while typing, quickly get my reimbursement money back and maybe see the fat guy get punished. He reached out and picked up a piece of prosciutto and melon from Xiaonan and said, if I leave you alone here, those people on TV yesterday will arrest you. Is it any different from seeing death without saving? She put her chin in her hand and recalled the scene of her being captured by the men in black, and unconsciously exclaimed, seeing death without saving? Yue opened his mouth wide, devoured a piece of ham and praised, it's very delicious, it's indeed a high-end meal prepared by the young Master Gu. Not forgetting to save some for her, he picked up the plate of food and went over to ask, have a taste. Remembering the spicy moment last night, she shuddered slightly, this red color is probably very spicy too. Miaoke hurriedly ran away in fright, constantly shouting, no need. Reading her thoughts, he explained, it's really not spicy, you'll know when you try it. A moment later, Miaoke and Yue walked out of the room side by side. At this time, the fat man was suffering miserably, and as soon as he saw her, he immediately begged in a panic, President Lin, do you think this is enough? I'm already this old, my back really can't take it anymore. Miaoke looked displeased and immediately scolded, it's already merciful that you haven't been punished by heaven, and you still dare to open your mouth. 10 more push-ups. Hearing this, the fat man was shocked to the core, crying a river of tears. Xiaonan stood aside, crying and begging for an explanation. Cuckoo, what is it that you can't let this guy do? He kept saying bad things about Yue. Look at him, he's both stupid and poor, so don't be angry and affect your body. Hearing these words, Miaoke looked displeased and immediately turned her head to glare at him. Xiaonan was frightened and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He thought to himself, has Cuckoo ever had this look before? Why does it seem like she has turned into a different person? Taking advantage of the situation, Yue teased, thank you for the prosciutto. It tastes good. Xiaonan turned around suddenly, stunned. You even ate the breakfast I painstakingly prepared for Ke. He pretended to escort Miaoke, raised his face arrogantly and said, we still have private matters to attend to. Please get out of the way. Xiaonan was stunned for the second time, his eyes full of suspicion and anger as he looked at Yue. Private matters? What private matters can you have with Ke? You. Yue put his chin in his hand and thought, this level doesn't seem to be able to trigger the shock system. It seems I have to change the method next time. Xiaonan gnashed his teeth furiously. Liu Yue, you motherfucker, just wait for me. The two of them walked one after the other towards the high-end area of Shanshui Manor. Seeing the automatic lock, Miaoke immediately raised her hand. Seeing this action, Yue immediately praised, "Oh, you don't need me to remind you, and you already know how to use fingerprints to unlock it. You are indeed the female emperor." Receiving the praise, she replied with pleasure, "That's for sure." The two entered the living room, and Yue immediately sighed, "This is President Lin's house, it's indeed very magnificent. I'll teach you how to use the daily living appliances first." The two proceeded to the room next door, which was the kitchen. "This needs fire and electricity, I'll teach you later." She flipped her hair and said, "No need, this deity has never been in the kitchen." He introduced, "This is the place for going to the toilet and taking a bath." Miaoke immediately frowned and said, This deity's body now also needs to do such things. It's just that the space for doing these two things is not separated, is it okay?" He moved towards the toilet and demonstrated for her, then replied, "It's okay, this is called a toilet, it has the function of spraying water to deal with the smelly odor, just press it down." He pointed to the shower and said, "Adjust it here, you can get hot and cold water." Miaoke praised, "Great, this deity just happens to want to take a bath." She immediately ordered, "My previous body also needs to change clothes, go get them." Yue worked diligently to find the bedroom, and quickly rummaged through it. As soon as he opened it, he saw very revealing outfits, and he said shyly, "Didn't expect President Lin to be so hot when she's alone." He took a set at random and said, "There are so many clothes, you don't need to worry about them not fitting." At this moment, Miaoke had finished bathing and was very anxious, wondering why Yue hadn't finished getting the clothes after so long. She looked at her body in the mirror, and kept sighing, "This deity's body is too weak, I'm about to get cold." Yue suddenly remembered while looking at the pile of clothes in his hand, "But how can I teach her how to wear this thing?" He stood outside the bathroom and shouted, Wear it according to the picture, don't wear it wrong." Miaoke replied wearily, "I know, you're too noisy." She laboriously put on the bra, and said while putting it on, "Isn't it just underwear? In your eyes, how much of the world has this deity not seen?" She stretched to try to fasten the back of the bra, and kept complaining, "But this design is a bit troublesome." She picked up the two-piece pants and frowned in confusion. Moreover, can these few strands also be called clothes? While waiting for Miaoke, Yue leisurely leaned back on the sofa, his eyes glued to the TV screen. Seeing her come out of the bathroom, he said, "You came at just the right time, come and watch this, a world history documentary." Not understanding what he just said, she asked blankly, "History?" He nodded and explained, "Yes, it talks about how this world has changed and the development of some industries or major resources." Hearing this, she became interested and immediately sat down next to him and said, This deity must also listen." But after sitting for a while, she couldn't hold on any longer, leaned her head back on the chair and snored loudly. Seeing this, he quickly took a blanket and covered her, not forgetting to mutter, "And you said you were interested? You couldn't even last 15 minutes. At this moment, Miaoke seemed to sense danger, and she swung her hand to cut the blanket. Yue gasped in shock, the cloth on his hand was torn in half, and he called out in panic, "I was just helping you cover it up." But she didn't hear at all, still snoring as if there had been no action. Just now, he realized in surprise that she was still not awake. To verify the thought in his head, he moved a piece of paper close to her. Immediately, her arm was like it had a sensor, instantly cutting the piece of paper while her eyes were still closed. Yue was very frightened. How can this person react when sleeping? He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Forget it, I should still stay away from her a little." He sat down in a corner, opened the system screen and wondered, "I don't know if I can practice the ancient martial arts that I received just now." A force surrounded him. This is called the Heavenly Tao boxing technique. Those who follow the Tao have nothing in their hearts, no worries in their minds, their nature is unmoving, pure and quiet, and can reach the supreme state of emptiness to enter the Tao. Yue immediately braced himself and punched into the air, muttering, "Heavenly Tao boxing technique, the name sounds very stupid." He tried his best to swing his arms, trying to control it, but strangely, why did this boxing technique make his whole body ache when he practiced it? He painfully clutched his chest, sweat pouring down. "My chest is so hard, I feel like my internal organs are about to shatter." At this time, Miaoke had woken up and came closer to remind him, "Continuing to practice this technique may cost you your life." He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" She explained gently, "Although I don't know what you are practicing, the better the technique, the more it is like that." She observed from beginning to end and calmly commented, "You have the aptitude, but your muscle strength is too poor to withstand the manipulation of the body in meridians caused by this exercise. Simply put, it's an illusion." After hearing this, Yue was stunned, and said emotionlessly, "Thank you for telling me. You are also very good. Remembering what happened just now, he immediately asked, so, were you sleeping just now, or not? She stretched and replied, I slept for a while, now I'm in good spirits. Yue wondered blankly, really sleeping? How can ordinary people sleep like that? At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He answered the phone and asked, Director Jing, what's the matter? The other end of the line replied, that's it, Brother Lu, please send me the previous file. Isn't this the information that Party A is urging for? Realizing it, he replied gently, I almost forgot about this. The other end of the line expressed their intention to reassure him. They told him, don't worry. Brother Lu, you can take care of President Lin, we will take care of things here. Yue hurriedly put on his shoes to leave, and did not forget to tell her when he left, you rest here, I have to go back to the company for a while, it may be very late. Miaoke asked worriedly, huh? Staying with this deity won't help you escape those hard works. He smiled and expressed full confidence, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Teach them what to do after taking over, otherwise they will be completely helpless. He walked away leisurely, not forgetting to leave a sentence, why make things difficult for those who are suffering? Hearing this, she spoke to keep him, you come here. He was startled and quickly turned his head and replied, what for? Miaoke frowned and emphasized, just come here. She immediately leaned close to him. Yue blushed shyly and stammered, this is not good. She flicked his forehead, causing him a sharp pain. He painfully clutched his forehead, constantly groaning, it hurts so much, I didn't offend you. She crossed her arms and ordered, all right, you can go. He exclaimed in panic, you're telling me to go again? Miaoke frowned and said loudly, too much talk, don't go if you don't want to. He quickly retreated out the door, turning his head to continue to tell her, I'll order food for you later, don't scare people. At this moment, she stroked her chin and thought, I forgot that I don't have true qi and can't transmit divine sense through the air. Busy processing the work until late at night, Yue finally completed it in time. He stretched his arms and limbs, done. The bald male colleague behind him heard it, and turned his head to look. He came closer, smiling and saying, Brother Lu, no, I should call you President Lu. You should treat us to a late-night snack, right? Yue frowned slightly upon hearing this, not understanding why he said that. He was puzzled why. The bald man saw his evasive attitude and smiled, still pretending with your brothers? He smiled slightly, came closer to him, put his hand over his mouth and whispered, you and President Lin, is that right? Hearing that thought, he found it funny. And sighed, you really know how to imagine. To put an end to the rumors, he stood up and emphasized, President Lin had a minor car accident yesterday. No one was injured, but she encountered a lot of difficulties. I happened to be nearby to help her solve them. Everyone gasped after hearing this, and confirmed in surprise, really or fake? He affirmed, of course it's true. Otherwise why would I still have to work overtime here? Other colleagues who heard the two talking also gathered around. Another person even teased him, wow, Brother Lu, you don't need to work hard now, you have a rich woman by your side. Forgetting your brothers? He immediately retorted, don't think nonsense. While everyone was talking happily, behind the wall, Xiaonan was eavesdropping on the conversation. He convinced himself, sure enough, it's just a coincidence. I knew it, how could little Ka fall in love with such a poor and smelly loser? Xiaonan muttered threateningly. If you dare to be blatant in front of my woman, wait to be punished. During the time Yue was working, the lights in Miaoke's villa were not on. Miaoke was sitting on the chair feeling uneasy. A blue light flashed in her eyes, staring in one direction. While she was focused, Yue came back. He turned on the light and asked her, what's wrong? The lights are not on. He heard a strange sound. Why does the sound sound like turning into a werewolf? She stomped her foot angrily. This deity is very angry now, the consequences are very serious. He didn't understand, but still put the food on the table, and said to her, what's wrong? Eat some wontons. His words extinguished her anger. She smelled the aroma and eagerly rushed over to unpack the packaging. There's food, take it out sooner. After eating, she leaned back on the chair with a satisfied look on her face. Miaoke said with a slightly dissatisfied voice, why isn't there any chili today? It doesn't taste like anything. Yue cleared the food box and explained with a smile. It's wontons, bland is delicious. He threw the food box into the trash can. Seeing that she couldn't eat spicy food but was still stubborn, he commented, both naive and knows how to play, he was talking about her. She didn't understand, so she asked back, what vegetables? Miaoke remembered the thing that annoyed her, and held the phone, shaking it slightly in front of him, and asked angrily, you said, is your phone targeting this deity? The more she said, the more annoyed she became, and she said even louder, Didn't you say that you can get food by pressing it twice? Why can't this deity do it? Hearing this, he understood her dissatisfaction just now, and felt helpless. So you're angry because of this? He sat next to her again, picked up the phone and said, "Let me see." He opened the phone to check. Realizing the problem, he pointed the phone to show her, "You have to scan your face to pay here." She tilted her head to look closely and confirmed, "Scan my face?" Miaoke immediately raised the phone in front of her after hearing this. Yue commented, "Yes, point the camera towards you." A sound rang out, "Payment successful." He explained to her further, "In this way, the money stored in it will be transferred to the shop owner." While wiping the table, he saw a pile of paper full of writing next to it, and asked her, "What are you writing?" "Scribbles." Then he picked them up to look at them, and read out, "Guanxiangju," and was startled. Lin Miaoke actually knows how to read these things. Miaoke replied calmly, "This is what this deity wrote." He asked back in surprise, "You wrote it?" She was calm. "Is there anything strange about it? Perhaps this deity can even try these pens and papers." Then she stood up and explained to him, "This method of breathing and visualization includes the body, chi, spirit, and soul. It is very good for shaping the body and focusing your mind. After your meridians are opened and your body is reshaped, you may be able to withstand the boxing techniques that you have practiced before." Yue felt moved after hearing her explanation. "This was the first time that a girl wrote a letter for me, and it was such a thick stack." She came closer to him, winked and emphasized, "Teaching you is of course conditional." He was at a loss and didn't know what to exchange, so he frankly said first, "I sell my skills, sell my liver, but I don't sell myself." Miaoke was arrogant, "If you accept my prescription, you must follow my method. I don't care how amazing your talent is, you still have to make up for your intelligence with diligence." Then Miaoke's face turned cold, pointed at Yue and said bluntly, "You must master Chapter 1 within 3 weeks. There are no useless people under this deity." Seeing the murderous aura rising from her body, he cried out in fear, "Mom, I seem to have seen a ghost." Yue tiptoed closer, clasped his hands to inquire, and casually asked, "How long did those disciples of yours practice?" She sat with her legs crossed on the table, looking at him arrogantly, "About 4 weeks. But because you are extremely talented, less than a week is not a problem." Hearing this, he frowned and quickly grabbed the paper, raised his finger and read the content. "Chi is full in the Dantian, the Du and Ren meridians work together. Prevent danger, operate along the meridians." Yue closed his eyes and focused on memorizing. The Zhoutian circulates, passes through the whole body, the Qi returns to the Dantian, the work is completed. The law is clear. Immediately afterwards, a stream of blue light began to gather around the person. After Miaoke finished speaking, she returned to her gluttonous appearance, picked up a box of sweets to enjoy, and commented while chewing, "The smell is so fresh and sweet." She didn't forget to invite him to join. "You also come and eat first, don't care about this moment." He gradually focused on following the instructions, exhaled a cold breath, and said, "My body suddenly feels a lot lighter." Seeing that he did it, she was very surprised, raised her hand to cover her mouth in shock, and exhaled fresh air. She concluded, "You have grasped Chapter 1 in just a moment?" Seeing her so surprised, he quickly observed his body to see if there were any changes. But he didn't see anything different. He asked blankly, "What did I grasp?" She sighed helplessly, sat back on the table and analyzed, "Lead the Qi into the body, proving that you have grasped the basics of body training." She instructed further, "Try breathing." He took a deep breath, and a stream of cool air moved into his body along the flow. She was once again shocked by the scene just now, and felt it was so magical. The spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of kilometers is attracted by you. What kind of monstrous aptitude do you have? The system sound appeared again, and the notification popped up, surprising him. System reminder. You have once again shocked the female Emperor Lin Miaoke. Achievement obtained. Rebirth once, growth twice, reward enhanced, receive reward, instant step. Hearing the information, he thought, the system has been activated again, and there are achievement rewards, but this is also reasonable. He realized, once you shock someone, their expectations of you will increase, and it will be more difficult to shock him next time. The wool of one sheep is limited, so it seems that it is better to find a few more young sheep. Seeing him smiling so satisfied, she wondered, what's so happy? He propped his hands up smugly, nothing, just thinking about the day I become an unparalleled master. And then burst out laughing heartily. He turned his head to look at her and asked, Does your Majesty the female emperor have any more instructions? If not, I'll go back to cultivate first. Miaoke replied, yes, and it's very important. He looked at her with curiosity after hearing important. She was embarrassed. Why doesn't this house have coke? I can't find it in my online shop either. He was stunned after hearing her important matter. Opening the refrigerator to find Coke for her, he said half-jokingly, "It's midnight, so I'll teach you how to order at the supermarket." I'm afraid that brother will encounter something bad. She finally got to enjoy her favorite drink. Leaning on the sofa and sighing contentedly, she exclaimed, "It's too good." Seeing that he was about to leave, Miaoka said seriously, "There's something I have to remind you of." He turned his head in doubt. She said, "I advise you to be practical. This deity has witnessed many talented people falling because of blindness and arrogance. You must remember that the mountain has." Yue didn't want to listen to her advice and interrupted, Okay, I will definitely listen to your instructions." Suddenly, she burped loudly. Incessantly, her face was clearly confused. She shyly raised her hand to cover her mouth, hoping to reduce the sound, and said embarrassedly, "The words are jumbled. This body is indeed too weak. It's killing me, this deity." Yue reminded wearily, "I told you not to drink too much. He set a rule, 2 bottles at most a day. I will come to check. Also, at night, you must brush your teeth after drinking before going to bed." Miaoka waved her hand annoyedly to refuse, wanting to drive him away, but her voice still contained burps. "It's too troublesome. You don't want to leave? Hurry up otherwise." Seeing her evasive, he was determined, "Even if you beat me to death, I have to say it, unless you want to get diabetes and never be able to drink it again, or your mouth will have cavities." She panicked and asked back, "Can't drink it?" Seeing that she wanted to negotiate, he said, "Yes, I'm not lying to you, I'm leaving." He slammed the door shut, as if to show his resolute attitude. She leaned on the sofa, scratching her head, feeling really tired, and sighed, "Finally no more noise." His voice rang again outside, "That's right, I'll save the phone number on the first page of your mobile phone. You can call me by pressing it." Seeing that he was still outside, she was startled. He's really like a mother-in-law. From his reminder, she recalled the time when she was the female emperor. In the past, those people were afraid of her anger and only did what she said. She didn't know when she last felt nostalgia. After finishing things with Miaoka, Yue returned to his residence. He opened the door and saw it was empty, and he wondered, "Where's Shinkai? Where did he go again?" He fell onto the sofa to relax. "Never mind, I'm tired all day, I need to rest." He took out his phone and went to the interface of his favorite game, Wangzhourongyao, and started it. "Let's see if my brothers are here." He eagerly swiped through the interface, hoping to meet acquaintances. In the group Best Friends Forever, everyone was sending messages enthusiastically. The first person messaged, "How about it, brothers, can we bomb the game?" The second person, "Cool, not as good as my Wenji coordinating with you." The third person, "No more to say, my brother, I gained a lot of points today thanks to you too." Seeing the lively chat frame, he messaged, "Is everyone participating? Add me." The chat frame suddenly fell silent, and no one replied to his message. After a while, everyone made excuses to refuse. The first person, "Oh, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable, I'll leave first." The second person with the reason, "My chicken is about to lay eggs, I have to go look after it." The third person asked, "Brother, last time I helped you reach 30 stars, we have lost 800 points. Do you have any clues?" Seeing everyone's reaction, he was extremely angry. "What are you all pretending to be? Losing points is more uncomfortable than giving you a knife. Are we no longer brothers? Moreover, if you can't carry me, isn't that because you are noobs?" While he was annoyed, someone messaged to ask, "That's right, Alu, are you in Jijiang?" Yue immediately became happy again. He went to the private chat box and messaged, "Lao Kuang, it's been a long time since I saw you come online. I'm in Jijiang. What's up?" The person who was Lao Kuang replied, "I've been busy lately. I'm coming to Jijiang tomorrow for something. Want to have a meal together?" He replied, "Okay, you brothers arrange the best restaurant." Lao Kuang messaged, "It's settled then, I'll see you tomorrow." He messaged, "Okay." He leaned back on the sofa and thought, "Now that I think about it, I've been playing games with Lao Kuang for 3 or 4 years, but I've never met him in person. His avatar is too social, maybe he's a gangster." Thinking of this, he found it funny. At this moment, in a certain monitoring room, a group of mysterious people organized, and the person sitting in the chair concluded, "It's an old residential area, and the surveillance will disappear after entering." A fierce bald man standing next to him said, "But we must make sure to deal with this brother, to ensure there is no corpse." The third person held a picture of Yue, and said with a guarantee, "Don't worry, I have arranged for someone to deal with this brat." On the day of the appointment, he was sitting drinking water at a restaurant, texting, "Lao Kuang, I'm here, just come over when you arrive. He thought eagerly. I don't know if the ram's penis and tiger bone wine prepared by the owner are ready. In YY, Lao Kuang's voice sounds a bit weak, eat whatever can supplement. He was sure, he will definitely like this gift. Behind him, a girl was approaching. The beautiful girl came to pull the chair and sit in front of him. He said in confusion, beautiful girl, this place is taken. He looked at her full chest and couldn't help thinking, what's going on? I heard that bars serve alcohol, and now milk tea shops also serve milk. Then he sighed, the business pressure is too great. The girl smiled lightly upon hearing him. She introduced, Alu, I am Lao Kuang. To increase the authenticity, she showed the chat frame with the appointment time, causing him, who was drinking water to calm down, to choke on the water in surprise. He looked at her, Lao Kuang, you are really Lao Kuang? But Lao Kuang shouldn't be, he hesitated, your voice in the game is not like this either. She explained with an innocent face, Sister Ling wanted me to do this, saying that I am easily deceived outside, so pretending to be a man will be safer. Then she explained further, oh, Sister Ling is my sister at home. I always turn on the voice changer for my voice. I forgot to turn it on once, but it seems that everyone didn't notice it. Yue Wei understood the reason after hearing this. He said, no wonder that time we all thought it was the girl you brought home. She said playfully, don't call me Lao Kuang, Sister Ling won't like my ID. Then she looked at him and said, just call me Xiao Tuesday. I will be living in Zhejiang for a while from now on. The two walked around the lake, and then stopped under the shade of a tree to enjoy the breeze. He asked again, you came out alone, aren't you afraid that I am a bad guy? Xiao Tu put her hands on her hips, smiled and looked at him. Humph, those things are all my sister Ling's overthinking. I have been practicing since I was a child. She confidently analyzed his physique. Alu, with you like this, 3 or 5 people can't get close to me. Yue expressed his thoughts, but when a good brother suddenly turns into a cute girl, it's a bit subtle. Xiao Tu shyly asked after hearing him praise her, saying I'm cute. She immediately excitedly slapped the railing, covered her face shyly and said, oh, we are all brothers, so I feel embarrassed to say that. The blow just now was so strong that the railing showed many cracks. The sound of cracking made Yue Wei pay attention. He asked her, Xiao Tu, did you hear any sound? She replied, no. Suddenly a crack sounded, the railing broke into small pieces. Yue Wei was unlucky to be leaning on it, so he lost his balance and fell backwards. Seeing this, Xiao Tu shouted, Alu, be careful, and pounced to grab his hand. Yue Wei saw her rushing towards him, and felt that he was not so unlucky. He thought, this doesn't seem so bad. Xiao Tu rushed over but couldn't grab his hand in time, so she lost her balance and fell on him. The collision caused her to scream. Yue Wei was also unlucky to become a meat cushion. The weight on her body pressed down as if she wanted to break several ribs. He felt that his soul was about to leave his body. Seeing him faint like that, she panicked again, wanting to help but her hands and feet were clumsy. After a moment of shock, he gradually regained consciousness, and she explained, sorry Lu, I was born with a special physique, my strength and physique far exceed my peers. I often broke things when I was a child. He circulated his energy to check the condition of his body, and comforted her, forget it, brother, don't take it to heart. Only after checking his body did he feel relieved. Fortunately, there was the Guanxiang Fa, otherwise this body would not even have 2 healthy bones. Bip bip, a notification sounded, drawing her attention, you have a new order. Xiao Tu read the notification, and exclaimed with joy, my first order, it's finally here. He heard it and asked, what is ordering like that? She handed the phone screen over, and introduced the job by the way, yes it's the Heroic Reward app, don't you know it? He analyzed, hearing the name familiar, Heroic Reward app, it seems to be a very popular app recently. As long as there is a valid reason, you can transmit the order to the cultivators and marshal artists above and ask them to help complete the task. He remembered what the owner said just now, young man, the ram's penis and tiger bone wine I ordered at Heroic Reward, just wait for a delicious meal. He continued, after the work is completed, the recipient of the order not only receives the corresponding reward, but can also accumulate chivalry points, right? Xiao Tu put her hands on her hips, her eyes shining brightly, and said, that's right, my wish is to become the greatest knight in the world. She read out the information to him. The hirer said that someone had taken away his lover of many years and hopes I will teach him a lesson. He heard that and said angrily, this bullhead is really damn, our pure love group despises this the most. She saw the picture of the arrested person and asked him in surprise. But Alu, why does the picture of this person look a bit like you? He was surprised to see that the person in the picture was himself. Before he could digest it, Xiao Tu suddenly launched an attack, Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided it. Yue Wei dodged far away and quickly calmed the atmosphere. Calm down a little rabbit, how could I do such a thing? You knights can't say and have no evidence. Xiao Tu turned her face for the sake of the future, pointed at him and said, give up resisting. Alu, this is my first order to become a top knight, if you are a brother. Let me chop you. I will try not to chop you to death. The more she said, the more eager she became, and quickly jumped up to launch an attack from above. He panicked and dodged the attack, feeling incredible that the brother who was still laughing and talking a few minutes ago, people tried to hurt their brothers, but she attacked him for the sake of orders. Xiao Tu landed, looked at him, and said with a cold face, still hiding, why not just become my chivalry point? She coaxed, don't worry, I will be responsible for you in the future. After saying that, she rushed over and punched, but he still avoided it. She realized, you can actually dodge my attack. She comforted herself, coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Yue Wei gradually began to sweat, feeling a bit strained. It's over, it's hard to deal with girls, especially the fierce kind. He made up his mind, and warned her, again, then I won't be polite either. After saying that, he launched an instant attack, moving behind Xiao Tu, who was surprised. Where are you going? He shouted, Heavenly Dao boxing technique, the first move, and then raised his fist towards her. Xiao Tu heard the voice from behind, and unexpectedly saw him rushing, but didn't have time to react. Before she could get into position, his fist had appeared in front of her, but he stopped the action in time, and the remaining powerful force created a large gust of wind behind her, with dust everywhere. Xiao Tu realized in shock, this fist, at least 30 years of power. I was counterattacked, he's pretending to be a pig. The system notification sounded again. System reminder, you have received the primary shock, reward, soul tremor technique. It explained, soul tremor technique. In a short time, cause a tremor in the opponent's soul, causing the opponent to perform actions according to the user's intention. He realized, oh, there are additional rewards. She weakly admitted defeat. Grandpa said that the land of China has always been full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and after the spiritual energy recovered, there are even more masters everywhere. Xiao Tu accepted the reality. It seems that he was right. No matter how long I practice, I can't compare to you. He put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be too discouraged, little rabbit. I have been practicing since I was a child, and I still have to rely on surprise attacks to succeed. Xiao Tu was suspicious after hearing this. Practiced since I was a child, but I think your dodging action is very strange. Why do I find it unbelievable? Then she came closer, wanting to examine him, her eyes full of danger and eager to explore, and kept saying, let me see. Yue Wei was frightened by that appearance, stammering, see what? She touched his body, and said with an excited voice, let's see the traces left by your cultivation since childhood. If that's the case, there will still be some traces left. Yue Wei tried to cover up for fear of being exposed, not wanting Xiao Tu to discover the truth. She pulled his clothes, and said with an excited voice, wanting to find out the truth, give up resisting, stand still obediently. Yue Wei saw that she had no intention of stopping, and he couldn't bear this torture, so he shouted, don't touch me, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Yue Wei confessed about his training time, which made Xiao Tu full of fear. She exclaimed in surprise, 3 months. So Lu has always been practicing for 3 months, and he has become so good? He replied, almost. It can be regarded as a combination of skill and opportunity. But his hands scratched his nose, and his eyes dodged. In fact, Yue Wei only practiced for 3 days. He knew that this was not normal, and because there was the support of the system, he had been given increased training speed, and also to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiao Tu listened to him, combined with what she observed, and no longer suspected, replied, I understand, the practice of Kung Fu is the top secret of martial artists. Don't worry, I won't ask any questions. Because this matter was so interesting, she speculated, it only takes 3 months to be effective. I don't know how Grandpa will react when he sees it. If there is a chance, I will definitely let him meet you. Yue Wei asked what made his head hurt when she was relieved. Little rabbit, can you help me find out who ordered you to harm me? Seeing Xiao Tu was suspicious, he quickly raised his hand to ensure, believe me, as a person of the Pure Love School, I will never do anything stupid. She looked at the information and said to him, although I can't see who the other party is, I can make an appointment with him. Then the two made an appointment to meet those people. Yue Wei pretended to be tied up to make the other side lose their guard. 3 flamboyant young men got off the car. Among them, the sissy with purple hair came over and asked Xiao Tu, little sister, is it you who helped me complete the task? She made a gesture of invitation, saying, "There, you can do whatever you want." While Yue observed the three people and concluded, "These people, I don't seem to have ever met." The person with purple hair winked at Xiao Tu, and raised his hand in a sissy way. "Thank you, little sister. I will definitely give you 5 stars. He pretended to be confused, looked at the group of people coming, and asked blankly, "Hey brother, we don't know each other, are you mistaken?" The person with purple hair immediately changed his attitude, frowned uncomfortably and looked at him. "What's wrong? You forgot after eating and wiping your mouth?" Then he pointed to another person with green hair and shouted, "At first you robbed my man, and then vented your anger on him." The green-haired man cooperated to act out a scene of psychological suffering. Then he shouted, "Sisters," followed by 2 tall and muscular men, with tight-fitting short clothes and weapons in their hands, approaching. The purple-haired man held a weapon, made a face of hating that iron could not be made into steel, and said to him, "Today we must get it back." The 2 people from just now got into battle positions, and smiled gleefully, coaxing, "It may be a little painful, bear with it, handsome brother, I really want to eat him." Yue looked at the situation and thought, these people are targeting me either because of their evil hobbies, or because of accusations. He decided to use the move received from the system to see how it works, and said excitedly, "It's just right, let's try this move." After saying that, he used his thoughts, soul tremor technique. A surge of energy affected those gaudy men, and they gradually slowed down under the influence. He came to the person with purple hair, who was standing still, his eyes unfocused, and instructed, "Who told you to do this to me? Return it to that person intact." Seeing them listening, and getting into the car one after another, Xiao Tu did not understand, and asked the doubts in her heart, "Alu, these people want to deal with you. Why let them go?" Yue untied the rope, and replied, "Don't worry." He looked in the direction of the person with purple hair, and said, "Let these guys go for a while." In the afternoon, the 2 were walking when she suddenly remembered something and said to him, "Oh, I said I could stay a little longer today." She showed the call screen Xiao Tu received to Yue, and continued, "Wow, I rushed here in such a hurry that if I don't go home, Sister Ling will really chase after me." He smiled, nodded to show he understood, and replied, "It's okay, didn't you say you want to stay in Jijiang for a while? Next time we will call Lao Zhou and the others." She smiled, waved goodbye to him and said, "Okay, then Alu, I'll go first." Then she turned her back and answered the phone, and replied to the other side, "Sister Ling, I'm back, you don't need to come in person." She made an excuse. Her voice was somewhat higher because of it, and replied awkwardly, "Oh, it's all my fault. I almost hit a truck. What a truck, are you okay?" "Sister Ling, you're killing me." Yue felt helpless after hearing this noisy conversation. He looked at her for a while, then turned to leave, thinking, when that time comes, a bachelor of 10,000 years like Lao Zhou will learn the true identity of Little Rabbit. He guessed maybe he'll get some kind of epilepsy. While thinking, the phone rang. Looking at the name displayed as Female Emperor, he was surprised. She even learned how to make phone calls. He answered the phone, joking with the other party, "Is it the master? If you've been kidnapped, cough twice." Miaoke was at her villa, and asked back after hearing him, "In your eyes, is it so difficult for this deity to learn how to use sound transmission equipment?" He laughed loudly, and replied, "What? Of course not." She said briefly, in a commanding tone, "What's the point of saying so much? Come out and buy clothes with me." Then she hung up, leaving him stunned. A moment later, a taxi stopped. Miaoke got out of the car wearing a tight-fitting office outfit, and said with satisfaction after looking at the place in front of her, "Looks like it's here." Meanwhile, the driver was still trembling, unable to say a word. Yue had to negotiate, saying things to soothe his mind. "What is it? Please accept the compensation fee and take this." He explained helplessly, "My boss is a little excited, it's really not a robbery." After finishing, he turned back and loudly blamed her. "If you don't know how to call a taxi, don't show off and leave such a big footprint on the roof of someone else's car." She picked her ears, ignoring him. Remembering the scene of using her foot to step on the roof to stop the car, which frightened the driver, she felt that she didn't do anything too much and said back, "But you told me to stop the car, so I just followed your instructions." Then she went into the store, while he scratched his head awkwardly behind. "Forget it, why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Aren't there still 2 closets of clothes?" Miaoke was choosing clothes, and replied to the previous question, "What's wrong? Do you want this deity to keep wearing other people's clothes?" The female staff of the store came to greet them enthusiastically, and greeted him, "Are you choosing clothes for your girlfriend? We have a new batch of high-quality ready-to-wear clothes suitable for your girlfriend." Listening to the staff's introduction, he frowned and thought, this shopping guide is quite clever, starting with men first, and it's not easy to avoid offering a high price. Yue looked at the female staff and said, ask her, she pays, I'm just a follower. The two men behind who heard the conversation judged idly, so he's just a bag carrier, the other agreed, no wonder, looking at his poor appearance, how could he have such a girlfriend? The female staff took out a simple dress, and smiled professionally, introducing, okay girl, if you want to wear something comfortable and light, you can try this lazy style outfit. Then she led Miaoke to another dress and flattered, of course, I see the beauty of your temperament and body proportions. This Xiaoxiang Feng is also very suitable. Ordinary people can't handle it. Miaoke felt dazed after listening to a series of advice, so she turned to ask him, what style and what kind of clothes is she talking about? Yue felt tired after she asked, but still explained, there are many different styles, some clothes are suitable for important occasions, and some are suitable for wearing at home. Miaoke nodded, showing that she understood, so that's how it is. Then she turned to the female staff and described, that attack suit, do you have it? The words she blurted out made Yue puzzled, while the female staff was embarrassed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The female staff asked for confirmation, girl, what did you say? Seeing everyone so surprised, Miaoke looked at him in confusion, and replied, nothing, I accidentally saw it from your video website, is it very rare? Yue covered his face with his hands, and thought shamefully, if I had known earlier, I would have registered a private account for her, why check people's records? He tried to put out the fire for her again, we're talking about a serious style, she's been obsessed with the classical heroine style recently, and wants a style that emits energy. Then he laughed awkwardly and thought, Lu Yue, what are you talking about? She scratched her head after seeing him helping her out, never mind if you don't have it, if you say this is pretty then I'll try it on, it's not impossible. The two people who talked badly just now were shocked and their mouths opened wide, and they began to guess, with an envious tone, this kid is not a bag carrier. What are they doing? Maybe we are just part of their game. Yue didn't know how to explain, he scratched his head and explained awkwardly, she's going to attend an evening party. Can you suggest a more formal outfit? The female staff listened to the request and replied, okay, and began to search. In the dressing room, Miaoke was changing the outfit that was brought over. She changed her socks to match the outfit. Opening the curtain, the staff and Yue were waiting. The female staff exclaimed, so beautiful, and he looked at her in surprise, and the men who talked badly also stared without blinking. Miaoke appeared in a bold-cut black dress, the upper body hugged her body tightly, clearly showing her curves, and the gently moving skirt created a deadly seductive feeling. The shop assistant looked at Miaoke and clapped her hands and praised, this is a classic style that we recently launched, because you said you liked something more classic. I thought it would be a bit too outrageous at first, but I didn't expect it to fit you, miss. Miaoke looked at herself in the mirror, and then made a decision then by it. Then she didn't forget to point to Yue standing behind and ask, do you have his? He's also wearing it. He was stunned when named, pointed to himself and asked her, me? At the same time, the shop assistant quickly replied to Miaoke, yes, miss, wait for me a moment. So Yue stepped into the dressing room, and then reappeared with a full of temperament appearance in an outfit that suited him very well. Miaoke looked at him with a very satisfied expression, so she said, be quick, pay. Yue was slightly stunned, and asked her ignorantly, do I also have one? Miaoke ignored his question, and read the message that was just sent while holding her phone. The Lin family, Grandma Lin Miaoke sent a message, telling me to attend the banquet at home in a few days. After finishing speaking, she held the phone and gave the code to the staff to pay, but she couldn't help but wonder, can this pay for it? Miaoke looked at him and smiled happily, I think it's an opportunity to learn more about this place, so I agreed, you go with me then. Yue smiled as she said that. No work, no reward, then I'll accept it. But at that moment, the sound from the payment machine suddenly reported an error, your balance is insufficient, payment failed. Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at her. Miss, there seems to be something wrong with your payment. Miaoke took the phone back with a look of surprise. Yue was also no less confused standing behind. He thought to himself, insufficient balance, can't be, Lin Miaoke's account has no money? So he reached out chivalrously, and gave his card, saying, let me pay. The staff quickly reacted after hearing that, and politely invited him to the payment counter, please, this way. Yue smiled slightly, with a proud look as if he had just done something big, thinking in his heart, today is worth it, suffering a little, eating cabbage for 2 months is also fine. However, the cruel reality, the staff just handed him the payment bill and said gently, okay, the total is 38,888. Do you need to accumulate points for you? Yue stiffened after hearing that, hugged his chest with one hand as if he had been stabbed a fatal blow, and wanted to vomit blood on the spot. Seemingly unable to escape the shock, he said with a painful expression, "No, no need." After paying, the two sat down at the table for drinks. Miaoke picked up the glass and slowly took a sip. Then Miaoke showed a look of displeasure, holding the glass of water and complaining, "Oh, only a sweet taste, and a bit too much." She looked at the glass of water with boredom, frowned and said, "Not as good as Coke." Yue sat opposite her, his face serious as he pointed at the phone in front of him, saying to her, "I checked Lin Miaoke's payment records. There's a large sum transferred to a company. We'll go find Chief Xing later to get clarification." Hearing this, Miaoke merely raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression indifferent and unconcerned. Money matters are too troublesome, this venerable one doesn't care. Yue was stunned upon hearing this, frowning as he asked, "That's gold and silver. You don't care?" Miaoke sat comfortably on the chair, looking like a wealthy woman. She lazily waved her hand, her voice nonchalant, "You handle it. In the future, my money is your money." Hearing her say that, Yue immediately straightened his back, his face serious as he asked, "Then, what about my money?" Miaoke replied without hesitation, "Of course it's still your money." Yue's face immediately lit up with joy. He seemed to be immersed in the feeling of being surrounded by money, happily thinking to himself, "Hee, isn't that great?" Suddenly, Miaoke's voice rang out, interrupting Yue's soaring thoughts, "But you are mine." She pointed at him, emphasizing, "You can't escape." He turned his face away in disappointment, raising his hand to his mouth and coughing a few times, saying in a deep voice, "But this matter still needs to be clarified." But Miaoke didn't seem to care much about what he said. She glanced in another direction and muttered, "Vanished. Those guys are more sensible than I thought." Yue was surprised and curiously asked her, "What vanished?" Then, as if remembering something, he continued, "Could it be that someone was really staring at us just now? I only had a vague feeling, and I thought I was just overly worried." Miaoke narrowed one eye and replied casually, "It was quite direct. If that's the case, then I'm exhausted. You can handle the rest yourself." On the other side, the bald man shouted into the phone with dissatisfaction, "We were about to succeed just now, why cancel the plan?" On the other end of the line, Lin Wei leisurely replied, "The original plan to eliminate that kid was because he witnessed Lin Miaoke's car accident firsthand." His expression gradually became serious, his eyes sharp as he continued, "If Lin Miaoke is not dead, then there's no need to create more problems." The bald man became even more annoyed upon hearing this, angrily ending the call with the phone in his hand, his voice full of resentment. "So what? Are we really going to lose 3 brothers? Whatever you guys want, but this issue has nothing to do with me." Afterwards, the bald man turned to ask Lauer, "That bastard doesn't care anymore? So what should we do now?" He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his voice turning cold. "This debt will be settled sooner or later." In the office, Yue was intently looking at the documents in his hand. Beside him, Jing Fati handed him another stack of documents, saying, "Brother Lu, there was indeed a payment last month that General Manager Lin advanced. The money will be returned to General Manager Lin when the payment is received. This is also documented." He lightly added, "The new supplier contract still needs to be signed." "Brother Lu, don't you think so?" Yue looked at the paper in his hand with a puzzled expression, his eyebrows furrowing. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Damn it, I'm not good at reading contracts and numbers." He suddenly remembered that day, Miaoke had looked directly at him and said that in the future, "My money is your money." Thinking of this, Yue thought to himself with a thoughtful expression, Saves me 10 years of struggle." So he turned around abruptly, his eyes becoming focused, and reached out his hand, decisively saying, "Give it to me." Hearing this, Jing Fati quickly handed over the stack of documents and replied, "Yes, Brother Lu." The man smiled kindly, handed over more documents and said, "And this too." Unexpectedly, Yue's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. Another stack of documents was placed on the table, causing him to be stunned. His eyes almost widened. Jing Fati stood opposite him and continued, "And here's more. That's all for now." Then, not forgetting to remind him, next month you sign again." In Yue's heart, it was now like a thunderclap. His expression was angry, and he couldn't help but yell, "Are you gathering a whole year's worth of contracts here?" Jing Fati said softly upon hearing this, "If it's not finished, I can help you." Yue looked seriously at the contract, thinking to himself, "Who knows what this guy is up to? It's better to trust myself than to trust others." So he decisively refused, "No need." Facing the computer screen and the documents filled with numbers, Yue asked, "Matching the commodity data is enough, right?" Jing Fati smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Afterwards, the man turned and left, but before leaving the door, He did not forget to turn back and cheer him on. "Brother Lu, keep going. Call me if you need anything." In another room, Xiaonan sipped the hot tea in his hand and grinned as he asked, "What's wrong? Lu Yue doesn't trust you, doesn't let you help with the contract?" Xing Fadi was now leisurely standing with both hands in his pockets, nodding in reply, "He really doesn't trust me." Then the two suddenly burst into laughter. The man laughed and asked, "Isn't this enough?" Xiaonan beside him also laughed and said, "Haha, that idiot thinks he's smart." Xing Fadi laughed and said, "Originally, if this contract was given to me, and if something went wrong with it, I would have to take responsibility. But he took it all on himself. So he can only blame himself." Yu Wei on the other side was extremely confused with the thick pile of documents on the table. After working diligently for a while, he angrily realized Lu Yue. "Oh Lu Yue, no matter how much you calculated, you didn't expect the data on the table to be wrong." Meanwhile, the person who caused the mess casually said, "How can matching a wrong copy get the right result? There's too much, how long will it take to match?" Xiaonan smiled and glanced at the man with admiration. "You've done a great job turning the tables on others." The other man replied calmly, "It's not over yet, Brother Gu." Xing Fadi's expression gradually became dangerous. Each word he spoke carried a cold calculation. "Currently, the company's funds are tight, colleagues are complaining. And now you've made a mistake in a major contract, affecting the entire company." The man happily continued, "Even if General Manager Lin can save it, with you being a shareholder and C10 making accusations, what kind of reputation will he have to stay here?" Afterwards, Xiaonan calmly said, "Old Jing, you can really do this." A sinister look arose in his eyes as he thought to himself, "When the video I arranged is sent out, Lu Yue, you will say goodbye to Lan Xing completely." The soft voice of the secretary cut through Xiaonan's thoughts. She entered with 3 strange men and announced, "Brother Gu, these people said they are looking for you." He glanced over, muttering in his head, "Speak of the devil, here they come. Coming to report the results to me?" Accompanying her were 3 burly men, wearing revealing and strange clothes, their faces heavily and ridiculously made up, holding what seemed to be somewhat sensitive tools in their hands. The secretary's face was a little confused as she asked Xiaonan, "Brother Gu, is there any trouble? Should I call the police?" He just waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I know these people." Hearing this, she replied, "Yes, Brother Gu." Xiaonan put a finger to his lips, signaling secrecy, and continued, "Also, no matter what happens, don't come in to disturb." Afterwards, he thought to himself, "The most important thing is not to let Xiaoka know about my relationship with them." The secretary happily winked and signaled her agreement to Xiaonan, her voice firm, "Brother Gu, don't worry, absolute confidentiality." Xiaonan turned to pat the shoulder of the man wearing the most garish clothes, and said casually, Let's go inside the elevator to talk. This place is too big." The secretary stood behind and watched them leave. She couldn't help but wonder, but why does Gu Xiao have friends like these? What exactly does he want to do? While pondering, she suddenly heard Xiaonan's voice from the door, "Why not say it? Aren't you here to report?" Immediately afterwards, his voice became urgent, causing her to widen her eyes in shock as she heard next, "That thing can't be put in." "Stop it, you guys, stop it!" Time quietly passed. Yue still sat at his desk, fatigue clearly visible on his face. He put his hands on his face, his voice full of doubt. The quotation is completely different from the previous period, but each component is not wrong. What exactly is the problem? Yue reluctantly grabbed the document and gritted his teeth. "No, I have to double-check again." So he worked diligently again. Just as he was concentrating, the phone suddenly rang. Yue picked up the phone and heard Miaoka's annoyed tone, "Lu Yue. What time is it? If you don't eat, this venerable one still has to eat." Although his face clearly showed fatigue, he calmly said over the phone, "Then, why don't you order fast food? I still have to wait for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Miaoka shouted loudly over the phone as if she wanted to jump out of the phone, "Wait for what? I'll give you 30 minutes to come downstairs." Yue was startled and hurriedly agreed, got it. At a restaurant with warm yellow lights, Miaoka sat at the table, gently scooping a spoonful of wontons and putting it into her mouth. Her face immediately lit up with satisfaction. She praised, "Wontons, the soup is so delicious." "Wonderful." Yue sat opposite her, eagerly holding up a bowl of hot noodles and telling her, "The rich and greasy sausage noodles at this restaurant are also unique. Would you like to try it?" Hearing this, Miaoka waved her hand in refusal. "It looks a bit strange. No try." Yue asked her with a frustrated expression, "Speaking of which, didn't you already learn how to order takeout? Why do you still want to come out?" He continued, or is it specifically to come downstairs? Could it be that you want to wait for me to eat together? Miaoka was putting food into her mouth when she heard this and immediately froze. Her whole body stiff. Immediately afterwards, she coughed violently. Miaoka's face darkened, her eyes angrily sweeping towards Yue. What are you talking about? This venerable one just found the takeout list too long, making my eyes blurry. So I let you arrange it. Yue panicked and replied, oh, is that so? Not wanting to linger any further, Miaoka quickly brought the topic back, asking him, how's the company doing? Yue immediately returned to a serious expression and replied, I always feel that something is incomprehensible and some numbers don't match the previous numbers. But I still haven't found out what the problem is even after reading it over and over again. The two sat at the table, focusing on discussing. Miaoka rested her chin and asked, or is it because you're too careless? He immediately denied, no, but with my understanding of Zhang Fatty, he definitely isn't a good person. After speaking, Yue smiled again, enthusiastically saying to her, eat the noodles first, the sausage is so fragrant. You really don't want to try it? Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a customer at the next table loudly complained, boss, why is there poop in your sausage? Everyone, look, look! It still has the original taste. How can anyone eat this? Hearing this, Yue immediately spat out the piece of sausage he had just put into his mouth, his face turning pale. He angrily shouted, damn it, I almost finished it. You're telling me now? Miaoka sat opposite him, her face blank as if she didn't understand what was happening, tilting her head and asking, what does poop mean? Yue glanced at the chaos beside him, wearily wiping his mouth and replying to her, this thing, I advise you not to know. The boss angrily pointed at the loudly complaining customer and asked, what are you shouting? What are you yelling about? The person immediately pointed at the sausage in the bowl and replied, hey boss, is there any sausage like yours? What else do you have to say? The boss of the restaurant loudly said, I don't know what to say, don't slander my shop. The customer also refused to back down, raising the bowl and gritting his teeth. Who's slandering you? The dirty thing is still here. Suddenly, Yue abruptly stood up. Miaoka was curious and asked him, what's wrong? On the other side, the argument was still noisy. The customer continued to argue, in short, your sausage is not clean, either return me 2,000, or I'll go to the association to sue you. I don't care if you compensate and close down. The boss also refused to give in and harshly said, tell me if you want to sue. The boss continued to grit his teeth, what's here isn't from our shop. At that moment, suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. The owner of the restaurant turned around and saw Yue standing behind him. He uncomfortably spoke, boss, are you telling the truth? I also saw this sausage. Before he could finish his sentence, Yue couldn't restrain his anger and grabbed the boss's collar, angrily scolding, if it's true, I just ate it, you have to compensate me double. The boss panicked, his face changing color. He turned to look at him, stammering and guaranteeing, big brother, just rest assured, our shop doesn't make this kind of thing, it's impossible. Yue's expression was serious, he suspiciously questioned, why? What makes you so sure? Yue remained in the same position, one hand grabbing the boss's collar, causing him to float in the air, his feet not touching the ground. He fearfully replied, just saying it is fine, right? The sausage in our shop isn't made from large intestines, but from tofu skin, it's vegetarian. How can there be poop? At this time, both he and the surrounding customers were surprised. He gave a dumbfounded huss sound. Yue frowned, let him down, and left. Now the restaurant owner was standing in the middle of a group of angry customers. They criticized him, so you're selling fake goods. Damn it, I've eaten at your shop a lot. Pay the money. The scene in the shop immediately turned into a chaotic mess. The next day, Yue worked intently at the company with a tense expression. Xing Fatty lightly walked to his desk and politely asked, Brother Lu, have you reviewed those documents? Yue happily replied, I've signed them and sent them to the supplier. Is there a problem? At this time, Xing Fatty immediately put on a painful expression, holding his head and saying, oh, it's over. I knew it. Xing Fatty continued to pretend to blame himself. Brother Lu, this is all my fault. I just discovered that there was a mistake in the supplier's form. It was the previous price. Yue silently listened to the other man acting. Xing Fatty, becoming even more emboldened, intentionally spoke loudly to attract the attention of other colleagues. If Brother Lu signs according to that form, then we will lose several million yuan. Hearing this, nearby colleagues began to stir. One person whispered, several million yuan? What's that about? The person next to him softly replied, "It seems like Brother Lu made a mistake on the form." Xiao Nan stood up at the right moment, reprimanding Yue. "Lu Yue, what's wrong with you?" However, because he stood up too quickly, Xiao Nan's face was twisted with pain, quietly groaning in his heart. "Ow, damn it, I accidentally strained myself." He painfully held his butt, and Jing Fadi asked, "Young Master Gu, are you okay?" Yue smiled and glanced at the two people behind him. He said slowly, "I want to see, what kind of tricks can you play?" Xiao Nan frowned and gritted his teeth. Recently, the company's debt collection is quite urgent. The colleagues' bonuses haven't been issued yet, and now this trouble has happened. Hearing him say this, a colleague exclaimed in panic, "My bonus is gone." Another person moaned in confusion, "Brother Lu, is this a joke? I'm still looking forward to this month to give my goddess and her boyfriend a new pair of lover shoes." Xiao Nan continued to grit his teeth, pointing at him. "Lu Yue, you are the representative of Boss Lin, you need to explain to everyone." Yue, at this time, was still calm, legs crossed, arms folded in front of his chest, listening to him. After listening, Yue replied with a displeased expression, "The contract sent to the supplier is entirely based on the new price list. There's no problem with the price." At this time, Xiao Nan and Jing Fadi were startled. He wondered, no problem? Yue said leisurely while sitting in his seat, "I've sent it to you all, you guys have already seen it." Hearing this, Jing Fadi opened his phone to check. His face stiffened as he said, "This number is indeed not wrong." Xiao Nan beside him couldn't be more surprised. Yue smiled, his face smugly saying, "This oversight of yours almost cost everyone their bonus, Manager Jing, shouldn't you have an explanation?" Hearing this, Jing Fadi fearfully bent over and said, "I'm really very sorry, Brother Lu. I was just too busy with company affairs, so I made a mistake." Manager Zheng's face worriedly glanced at Xiao Nan behind him for help. Seeing this, he gave a nod of agreement. Jing Fadi continued, "Fortunately, Brother Lu was careful and saved the company from loss." Xiao Nan then took over the defense. "This matter, although Manager Jing is wrong, but at least it's not too big of a mistake, right?" Yue sat in front, listening carefully to every word he said, his eyes clearly showing discomfort. After a moment of silence, Yue decided to stand up, put one hand in his pocket, lightly yielded his seat to Xiao Nan, his voice gentle, "Young Master Gu, if you feel unwell, rest more." Then, he slowly placed his hands on the other person's shoulders. At this time, Xiao Nan's face clearly showed worry. Yue used force to press him down into the seat. Xiao Nan raised his hands in confusion, looking at him. Under Yue's pressure, his face seemed to pale, his eyes were full of panic, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. Yue looked down from above, his eyes sharp as he said, "However, there is something that I find very suspicious. The debt recovery in our company's books. The bonuses that need to be issued to everyone, why are they all in young Master Gu's account?" As soon as the sentence was finished, the entire office was filled with angry commotion. "No wonder we don't have bonuses anymore, so this guy took it all." Xiao Nan at this time screamed, almost crying, "Ah, money, what money?" He sat helplessly in his seat, stammering, "Isn't it because I'm too lazy to invest in this company, so I took a fancy to that money?" Yue stood there looking at him, his tone sarcastic, "That's right, I almost forgot that you are the little young master of the Gu family." Xiao Nan was still not recovered, sweat flowing down both sides of his temples. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he shouted, "I remember." He gritted his teeth and pointed at Jing Fadi, who was stiff beside him, and accused, "It's old Jing." Old Jing told him to transfer the money first, creating a scene that the company was heavily in the red. "Waiting until you messed up that contract, then everyone would transfer the anger onto you, and then quietly transfer the money back. It's all him." After hearing Xiao Nan's words, Jing Fadi at this time was shocked, his whole body trembling with fear. Witnessing the humorous scene unfolding before him, Yue glanced at Xiao Nan and lightly said, "Oh, young Master Gu is still kind, being falsely accused." His face was twisted with anger, his temples twitching, bitterly thinking to himself, "Lu Yue, damn it, one day you will fall into my hands." Meanwhile, the colleagues were completely burned by anger, some holding sticks, some holding keyboards, staring intently at Jing. Yue spoke from behind, "Brothers and sisters, colleagues, you know what to do, right? So Jing Fadi was beaten badly, they beat and scolded, you made me eat fast food all week. Do you understand my pain? Eat my divine kick." Yue stood in a corner, leisurely observing the chaos unfolding before him. Suddenly, his phone notified him of an incoming message. He opened it to see. It turned out to be a message from Yauka, her voice ringing out from the voice message, "What to eat? It's lunchtime, this venerable one is hungry." At this time, Yue suddenly remembered, he muttered, speaking of which, today seems to be the day of the Lin family's dinner party. At the luxurious villa of the Lin family, at this time, Lin Wei with a cold expression was being served to put on clothes. Then, after finishing, he stepped out to receive guests and saw Miaoka arrive. He spoke to her, Miaoka, Grandma was worried that you wouldn't come. I told her she was worrying too much. Miaoka's face was cold and indifferent, and she remained silent. She glanced in another direction. Yue next to her couldn't help but wonder, why doesn't she say anything? She's so unfamiliar with this brother. To break the somewhat awkward situation, he spoke to Lin Wei. General Manager Lin's condition hasn't been good recently, plus she's still affected by the car accident. Lin Wei looked over and asked, "Who are you?" At this time, he immediately stood up straight, introducing himself seriously. "I am General Manager Lin's assistant, Lu Yue." Hearing this, Lin Wei nodded and instructed him, "Okay, then you take care of Miaoka." Then he handed the glass of red wine in his hand to Miaoka, saying to her, "Take it." He pointed to the new guests who were entering and said, "Miaoka, later, Young Master Pan of Pan's Real Estate, Young Master Ma of the Li Corporation, and General Manager Yun of the Fei Sun Corporation will all be here. Later there will be a representative from our Lin family, entertain them well." After Lin Wei finished instructing, he turned and walked away. She turned to ask Yue, "Who is that person?" He replied, "Your brother. I don't know if he's a biological brother." He said thoughtfully, "Lin Wei, 30 years old, has become the person in charge of external affairs for the Lin Group. The company Lin Miaoka founded is also one of the major branches of the Lin Group." After listening to a long passage from Yue, she sighed and said, "Boring. This place is full of smells that this venerable one doesn't like." However, when she looked down at the glass of wine in her hand, her face admiringly praised, "But this is also very beautiful." As soon as she finished speaking, she unhesitatingly raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp, causing Yue to suddenly raise his hand to stop her. But it was too late. "Wait." Miaoka suddenly widened her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, her hand dropped the glass and coughed. "Is this wine? Why is it so spicy?" Yue helplessly said to her, "Now the brewing technology is really more advanced than in ancient times. The alcohol content is much higher than water." Miaoka's expression darkened, uncomfortably asking, "Is there really no Coke?" Yue embarrassedly agreed, "I'll go find it for you." So he hurriedly looked at the waitress who was passing by with a tray of drinks. Yue then calmly went forward and asked her, "Beautiful lady, do you have Coke here?" The beautiful waitress looked at him and replied, "Sorry, we really don't have it. Distinguished guests here only choose high-end drinks." Hearing this, he politely said, "Okay, I'll go look somewhere else." The waitress then turned to whisper to a colleague, her voice full of contempt, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? He wants Coke?" The colleague next to her raised a finger to her lips, reminding her, "Keep it down, aren't you afraid of offending a big shot?" She didn't care and continued, her voice sarcastic, "What kind of big shot could he be? Isn't he just accompanying Lin Miaoka? A bastard child, born unwelcome in the Lin family." Yue, standing nearby, heard all these words without missing a single one. He quietly stood there listening for more. "I heard that this banquet is to prepare to give this vase to the Pan family. Is that true?" "Of course, rich people don't raise idlers." Hearing this, Yue gradually understood and muttered in his head, "So Lin Miaoka has such a background." He turned to find Miaoka's figure but found that she had disappeared, panicking and softly snarling, "Crap." She was currently standing at a table of guests next to her. At this time, Lu Quan was sitting at the table, leaning his head towards Miaoka and saying to everyone around, "I've said it before, the higher up a woman goes, the less valuable she becomes." The person opposite him, hearing this, respectfully offered him a glass of wine and said, "Brother Pan, these words are a bit too much. Drink first." Miaoka indifferently stood listening to him continue, "Am I wrong? Or should you take advantage of still having a bit of figure, quickly find a good family, which can be considered a blessing for your Lin family?" The person who spoke earlier asked, "Speaking like that, does Brother Pan have a way?" Lu Quan declined, "Forget about me, someone like me is a bit too filial. My father's 12th wife just ran away with the money last month." He stood up, glanced at her, and continued to say unpleasant words, "You can rest assured, my father is also 60, the older he gets, the more impressive he becomes. And he still wants to have 2 more children." The more Lu Quan spoke, the more energetic he became. He laughed and said in a mocking tone, "I've long told him, people born in the lower class, even if they are beautiful, are not worthy. Someone like you, more or less carrying the blood of the Lin family, can be considered suitable." Miaoka stood with her arms crossed, carefully listening to every word he said. Suddenly, Lu Quan put a hand on her shoulder, intending to grope her. He smirked and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to consider it?" Yue, standing from afar and walking over, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He sighed with a headache and exclaimed, "Here are all the big shots with power and authority in the city. Offending them, they only need to wave their hands and they can crush me." At this moment, Miaoka's expression became angry, her teeth gritted as she glared at his dirty hand. Yue's face darkened beside her, his eyes sharp. He made a move, firmly grabbing Lu Quan's hand that was about to do something bad, causing him to scream in frustration. Yue released his hand. Lu Quan angrily stepped back, cursing and asking him, "Who the hell are you? Are you sick?" Yue said calmly, "I am General Manager Lin's assistant, Lu Yue. Brother Quan, I am helping you." He frowned, puzzled. "Assistant?" Arrogance filled his face. Lu Quan raised his hand and pointed forward, his voice harsh. "Today, you must explain this to me clearly, or I will teach you a lesson." Yue maintained a calm smile. "It just so happens that I know a little medical skill. I see that Brother Quan has a nerve in his right hand that is spasming. If left untreated, it will become a serious illness. Let me help you adjust it." He trembled and said, Okay, you want to play like that, right?" Lu Quan gestured to the person behind him. A muscular and burly young man stepped forward. He introduced, "My bodyguard. It just so happens that his family is also a third-generation traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." Lu Quan proudly ordered, "Goli, you see if this little assistant's body has any place that needs adjustment." He replied, "Brother Quan, at first glance, there are quite a few." Yue was stern and unafraid. "Stop saying those frivolous words, come at me if you want to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Goli immediately rushed over. "You stood with a loose stance, slow reaction, don't blame me for bullying you." He roared and threw a punch straight at Yue. Hey, seemingly that punch would hit him, but Yue immediately leaned to avoid the blow. His eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, per boxing technique. In an instant, Yue counterattacked with an accurate punch straight to the opponent's chin, but dealing with you is enough. Goli didn't have time to react and was knocked back. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fear. Lu Quan stood there with wide eyes, unable to believe this scene. The person he had entrusted was defeated with just one move. "This is my bodyguard, a level 3 cultivator. This is a third-level cultivator." His voice trembled in panic. The loud noise was so great that everyone sitting inside was surprised. One of them exclaimed in shock, "A level 3 cultivator is a very rare existence in Zhejiang City." The gray-haired man squinted his eyes suspiciously. "That kid, could it be him?" The system suddenly appeared with a notification in front of Yue. "You have surprised all 3 major forces, and have been recognized as the inheritor of ancient martial arts. Receiving the system reward of rejuvenating medical skill." Yue slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Not bad." At this time, Lin Wei and a man walked in. Beside him was Uncle Bo Jia Lin. He spoke first. "Lin Wei, what happened over there?" he said with a serious face. "Uncle Bo, it seems to be the person Miaoka brought, competing with Brother Quan's bodyguard." Uncle Bo frowned. "This Miaoka is becoming more and more lawless." Lu Quan pointed his hand towards his bodyguard and angrily roared, "People of the Lin family, is this how you treat guests?" Uncle Bo tried to mediate. "Brother Quan, calm down, we will help you deal with it." He immediately interrupted, "Still want to have a marriage alliance with my Pan family? Dream on." At the same time, Miaoka glanced at Yue with a suspicious look. "Why do I feel that you can get benefits from your actions just now?" He stood beside her, pretending to be calm, looking into the distance. In Yue's mind, he thought, as expected of a female emperor, her senses are very sharp. He laughed and reached out to scratch his head. "What are you talking about? I just can't stand looking at him bullying girls. Now that men and women are equal," he told himself. "It's best not to reveal the system for the time being." Miaoka stared at Yue and bluntly said, "That's not right, your smile is not good." Uncle Bo said with a stern and angry voice, "Miaoka, our Lin family didn't mind your humble origins, and tried our best to raise you. Everything you have now was given to you by us. Is this how you repay the Lin family?" She calmly asked Yue, "Who are these people again?" He replied softly, "Probably the elders of the Lin family. I've never met them." He continued loudly, "Our Lin family has a reputation, but now it is being disgraced because of your affairs. Let me tell you, you must go to the house and apologize to Lu Quan." Yue pretended to cough. "Leave this place to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Miaoka stepped forward to Yue's surprise, her voice firm, pretending to be noble and upper class. "To me, you are just a bunch of country bumpkins without morality. She pointed at Uncle Bo's face, her words as sharp as a knife, disrespecting morality, only seeking fame and fortune, using all kinds of tricks to sit idle and freeload. Failing your ancestors above, and unworthy of your descendants below, killing the chicken to get the eggs, yet claiming it's the grace of nurturing, what face do you have left? He stood frozen, cold sweat pouring out, not knowing how to respond. Miauka still stood proudly, looking at Uncle Bo, his eyes showing a hint of panic, stepping back step by step. Her thunderous words caused him to cough up blood and fall to the ground. Yue stood beside her, unable to hide his surprise. Heavens, it turns out she is the expert at scolding people? After being hit with a barrage of criticism, Uncle Bo clutched his chest and cried out in pain, bullying people too much, bullying people too much. Miauka remained calm as if nothing had happened, out of things to say. Then I'll say goodbye. Turning and leaving decisively, she left behind the anger about to erupt as Uncle Bo roared, this Miauka. I will definitely take everything from her Lin family and drive her out. Just as the two people were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out, wait, wait. A neatly dressed man stepped forward, bowing to show his goodwill. This brother, I wonder if I have the honor of getting to know you. The man continued, so young yet already so strong. May I ask who your master is? Yue stood opposite him, his eyes sharp and calm, intending to say, this matter. Before he could finish speaking, the other person glanced at someone, as if understanding, the world of Wu Dao is extremely complex. Brother Wei doesn't need to say too much in detail. I can understand. Lin Wei stepped forward to defuse the situation. These people don't have any malicious intent. To put it bluntly, business people like us would have some convenience if we had the help of a Wu Dao group. Yue looked at him. It's not that I don't agree to say, it's just that to be serious, I didn't have a master. He continued, but I was fortunate to have the guidance of an expert. Miauka smiled lightly upon hearing this. Lin Wei nodded surely, rest assured, we won't discuss business today, Yue, you and Miauka are not in an ordinary relationship. He teased him, this sister of mine, for so many years, only brought you home. Of course, seeing such a handsome young man taking care of her, as her brother, I am also relieved. Behind him, the neatly dressed man laughed coldly, just now you wanted to marry her off, and now you're clinging to the relationship. Someone else let out a reproachful voice. Disgusting. That's right, that's right. Voices of agreement rang out, not without mockery. Miauka stepped forward and said lightly, that's enough for the small talk, we already said goodbye earlier. Lin Wei waved his hand to end the conversation. It seems that Brother Wei and Miauka have an appointment, so we won't bother you anymore. A short-haired female server stepped up to him and respectfully announced, young master, your phone. After walking a short distance, Miauka slightly turned her head back and looked coldly. She stopped and pointed to the short-haired female server, you, come here. She was stunned and replied, Miss, is there anything wrong? Miauka ordered, bring me 5 crates of coke. She was blank, not knowing how to respond. She crossed her arms angrily, what, not only here, but to every mansion, store, and building in the name of the Lin family, you have to bring it, no mistakes allowed. The short-haired female server trembled slightly. Lin Wei scratched his head in confusion, Miauka, what did she do? She looked towards the short-haired female server with a cold voice, ask her, just a small servant, and she dares to show off to a guest. Yue secretly laughed. It turns out she heard those words. Lin Wei frowned and said sternly, go now, if you don't get it done, you don't need to stay in the Lin family tomorrow. The short-haired female server trembled and bowed her head in response, yes. After leaving the Lin family, Miauka and Yue were sitting and enjoying a table of smoky and fragrant barbecue. She took a big gulp of her favorite drink, and he ate skewers with satisfaction. It's so full, I really have to eat these things tonight. Miauka burst out laughing happily, a look of joy on her face, exclaiming, Coke. She looked at the can of water, her voice a little disappointed, it would be better if it was cold. Yue then gave Miauka a bottle of beer, his eyes mischievous, along with an invitation, want to try this? You don't know about this, beer is the perfect combination for roadside stalls. She took the bottle of beer suspiciously, what strange thing is this again? He laughed and teased, consider it a type of fermented wine with a different taste, unlike the things you drank before. After hesitating for a while, Miauka finally brought the bottle of beer to her mouth to try it. The strange and strong taste of beer spread in her mouth, surprising her. After a few seconds of feeling, she muttered, there is a big difference from the wine in my era. But why is it similar to Coke? Suddenly, Miauka looked alert and tightly held the can of Coke in her hand. But don't even think about taking this to exchange for my Coke. Yue smiled wryly and muttered, maybe they all have added gas. He was about to take back the bottle of beer when he suddenly stopped. A thought flashed in his head, suddenly remembered, if you drink directly, isn't that indirect? Just now the two people were drinking from the same bottle of beer. At the same time, in a corner of the restaurant, a young girl was being blocked by two strange hooligans. The orange-haired man smiled wickedly. Go, little sister. Come upstairs with me, just a little and you can reduce a debt, isn't that a bargain? The young girl stammered, I don't want to go. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a young man wearing glasses stepped forward and said, My friends, you guys are not very good like this, right? The black-haired man turned sharply and shouted, Go back to where you came from. The young man panicked and raised his hands in surrender. Yes. Miauka was still engrossed in drinking beer, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. The young girl was pulled hard by the hand, her eyes filled with fear. Let me go. I don't want to go. The black-haired man still tightly grabbed the young girl's wrist, his face showing a fierce expression. It's not up to you anymore. Seeing this, the orange-haired man nodded to signal, Brothers, deal with him. Little sister, listen to me and have some wine with brother, that's it. But before he could be complacent, a bottle of beer flew straight into the orange-haired man's face, causing him to scream in pain. Aya. The two accomplices stared blankly at the direction the beer bottle came from. The orange-haired man sat down on the ground, covering his face and cursing. Who threw that? Miauka sat there with her legs crossed, her tone mocking. Didn't you want to drink wine? I'm rewarding you guys. The two hooligans immediately became angry. The black-haired man gritted his teeth. You stinky bitch, you're so brave, huh? After seeing the beauty of the woman sitting and enjoying the skewers, the black-haired man changed his tone. Not bad, to repay you, later I will invite you to drink. But the next second, a scream rang out, Help, help. The black-haired man who had just teased Miauka the second before was thrown to the ground in fright the next second. Monster, this woman is really a monster. The remaining blonde man was being carried like a sack of trash. She leisurely held a skewer in her mouth. Miauka let go of the blonde man and went to the black-haired man, stepping on his back and calmly asking, Don't run, didn't you want to drink wine? Before the black-haired man could resist, she bent down, her voice light and terrifying. After you finish drinking, I will seal the 3 acupuncture points of Huiyang, Shubian, and Qingfu, and use Jinqi to activate them. Miauka's gaze was as cold as ice as she continued, At that time, the moisture in your body will move in reverse, and the urine and internal qi will accumulate and be unable to discharge, and will eventually explode and erupt outwards. How about it, do you like it? The black-haired man trembled, tears pouring out, and shouted, Someone kind, help me report to the police, say I want to turn myself in. Yue stepped forward and asked her, So how did they end up causing trouble with you? Miauka said calmly, Just teaching them a lesson, no need for a reason. The young girl then explained, Big brother, these scumbags were harassing me just now. Her voice was still trembling, her eyes unable to hide her gratitude, threatening and not letting me go. This sister couldn't bear it and took action to help. The owner of the barbecue stall shouted from behind, It's useless to say anything. Who is going to pay for the damage? Hurry up. Before anything could be explained, the sound of police sirens rang out outside, stopping in the middle of the crowd. A police officer stepped down, holding a pair of handcuffs in his hand and asked, Who called the police? Someone pointed to the restaurant. It seems to be over there. That woman is hitting people. Others also chimed in, Vicious. It seems like she broke someone's bones with one move. I don't even know what she is. Yue turned to say, The police are here. He softly looked at the young girl. Little sister, tell the police what you just said again. Consider it helping us testify. The young girl hesitated. Testify? As soon as she heard about having to talk to the police, the young girl immediately turned and ran away. Sorry, if this is known, I'll be dead. I'm really sorry. Miauka waved her hand. Forget it. If you want to leave, then go. Yue stood next to her, frowning and rubbing his head. You said it too well. Outsiders will think you are the culprit. She smiled lightly. It's okay. It's not the first time. If you want to meet the police, then it is the people from the yamen. Yue grabbed Miauka's arm and said urgently, Meet what? We can't suffer a loss. He pulled her to run away, his voice mixed with displeasure. You idiot, run quickly. The police shouted loudly from behind, Hey, stop. The owner of the barbecue stall helplessly stood there crying, Money, my money. The two people ran far away and stopped at a deserted railing by the river. Yue sighed. Fortunately I wasn't lazy with practice, otherwise running a few 100 meters wouldn't just make me pant 3 times like that. Yue looked at Miauka and said softly, Actually, I guess you weren't a demon in that place either. She turned her head, her eyes a little surprised. What do you mean? He leaned on the railing and continued, I think it's probably like now. The image of Miauka appeared. She held a sword and stood tall among those who had fallen. Excerpts from the outside, spring and autumn brushwork, benefiting those who are willing to deal with me. The story about her was spread by word of mouth like a rumor that was half true and half false. That figure made people afraid, and she was both cold and unwilling to explain. The performance became more and more crazy, gradually becoming a great demon causing trouble in the world. After speaking, he silently looked at her. But Miauka only looked up at the full moon. Who knows, it's been so long, I don't remember. Yue's voice rang out slowly, in that place. I don't know what is fairness, what is right or wrong, but starting from now your actions and words, I will witness them all. His eyes were serious, his lips curved into a faint smile. Then, if there is a chance, I will show them the truth. Yue took Miauka home. He pushed the door open and turned on the lights. Fortunately, my house is not far from here, come in first. He looked at the armchair in the living room and called out loudly, God of wealth, you're not here again. He stepped forward to check and was immediately startled to see an adult doll on the chair. Heavens, why is my girlfriend thrown around like this? Yue smiled awkwardly, turned around and blocked Miauka's view. I'll clean up first. After putting away that doll, he invited her to sit down. Yue asked curiously, so saying that you are Qin Yang, what does that mean? She turned to reply, to be precise, I am a wisp of Qi soul, and have nothing to do with that demon woman. It's just that the body had long been destroyed. To nurture Qi with the soul, I have been suppressed in this demon woman's body for hundreds of years. If it wasn't for her getting drunk and her spirit weakening, then there would be no today. He was stunned by the information she had just said. Miauka suddenly sat on his lap, startled and exclaimed, What do you mean? Can you let me digest it first? She didn't care about his reaction. Her voice was warm and firm. Young master, if you can help me get rid of this, Qin Yang will definitely do her best to repay you. From a young age I have been making weapons. I want to dedicate my whole life to researching the art of using magical artifacts. Miauka put her hand on Yue's shoulder, getting close, and continued, Moreover, compared to that old-fashioned and inexperienced demon, I know more. His face flushed, muttering in his heart, How annoying, is this what it means to be young and not know what a good older sister is? Yue asked awkwardly, Then how can I help you? Without answering immediately, Miauka took off one side of her shirt. Young master, please take a look. He was confused and couldn't hide his stammer. So direct? She pointed her finger on her bare shoulder, revealing a strange symbol, explaining, Hidden Qi 3 inches, young master needs to transfer Jun Qi to dispel it. I will teach you the heart technique. Miauka leaned closer and grabbed Yue's arm. Although I can't completely dispel it right now, it will at least reduce many restrictions for me. He hesitated, his eyes looking away but still struggling to say, Then I'll try. It doesn't matter if there's a reward or not, the important thing is to happily help people. Relax, close your eyes. Yue put his hand on Miauka's shoulder and asked lightly to confirm, Is it this place? She replied, That's right, young master. He suddenly used force, slapping her hard on the shoulder. Miauka exclaimed, Young master. She was knocked unconscious by him, and fell into his arms. Yue looked down awkwardly, multiple personalities, right? Then I can only use physics to try. Outside, night had fallen. In front of the Wang family mansion, a group of people came to knock on the door. The door opened. Sister Ling walked out with a sharp appearance. She said, Everyone, the information that our old master cannot attend tonight has probably been conveyed already. Is there anything else? Lin Wei smiled wryly. Sister Ling, please don't misunderstand. We are certainly not here to question. He quickly turned the situation around. Old Master Wang just arrived in Zhejiang. Tonight's dinner party was originally organized by us juniors to welcome him. The neatly dressed man standing next to him nodded. Ah, that's right, that's right. Lin Wei continued, It's just that he suddenly announced that he couldn't come. The juniors are a little worried about the old master's health, so they specially came to visit. The gray-haired man standing behind him added, Ah, that's right, that's right. Sister Ling raised her eyebrows. The old master's health is very good. It's just that our young lady has just returned. The timing is not suitable. He replied. So that's how it is, then we're relieved. As soon as the words were finished, the big door slammed shut. Lin Wei tried to maintain the last bit of courtesy. Please pass on our regards to the old master. They were angry at not being respected. Everyone's faces were gloomy. The gray-haired man muttered sullenly, This old man is too arrogant. Lin Wei smiled lightly, a calculation shining in his eyes. Mr. Wang is a famous figure in the capital. This time coming to Zhejiang for vacation is a good thing for us. Even if it is a Wudao sect, upon hearing that the Wang family is in the city, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The three people turned their backs and left. Lin Wei spoke cautiously, Let's go, everyone. The relationship with the Wang family seems to have to be connected slowly. The neatly dressed man sighed and cursed. The gray-haired man said in a deep voice, Don't want him to live long, afraid that he will die. That's right, General Manager Lin. If you have time, bring your brother-in-law Yue back and introduce him to everyone. Inside the room, Sister Ling stepped in and respectfully reported, Old Master, there are some business people outside who have come here. Xian Ping sat on the chair, holding a cup of tea, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Originally I was going to meet them. Who would have thought that my most beloved granddaughter would return? After one night, Miaoke woke up in a dizzy state. TSK. I didn't expect this venerable one to have this day too. Yue saw that she was awake and muttered, Phew, thank you modern doctors. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and was suddenly bewildered, touching her hand on, what is this big bump on my forehead? He stood there, pretending as if nothing had happened. I don't know, probably you accidentally bumped your head on something, right? Yue poured Miaoke a glass of milk. Drink some milk to relieve the hangover. He deliberately teased, it turns out that the alcohol tolerance of you ancient people isn't that great either. You got drunk after only drinking half a bottle of beer. She blushed, but still maintained her confidence with a hint of anger. Shut up, it's just that this venerable one hasn't used a normal person's fleshy body to feel for a long time. Miaoke tilted her head back and drank the milk, muttering unexpectedly, turns out it really works to relieve hangovers. Yue sat with his chin propped up, glancing at her casually, is it very stressful to be a female emperor like that? And there's also a second personality named Qing Yang? Caught off guard by him, she choked on her milk. She asked again, you've met Qing Yang? He remained nonchalant. Yes, she claimed to be a weapon spirit trapped in your body, asking for my help. But what exactly is a weapon spirit? Miaoke chuckled. She said that, huh? Yue, puzzled, asked, is something wrong? Composing herself, she earnestly explained, not wrong. A weapon spirit is nurtured using soul essence. When spiritual energy and soul essence unite, it's a tenfold breakthrough. Qing Yang is indeed a piece of weapon spirit that I've trapped. Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Seriously? Where does the soul essence come from? An image of a man seemingly imprisoned in the clutches of a terrifying grim reaper flashed through her mind. Miaoke, in her demonic empress persona, stepped forward. By flaying and sinew-stripping living humans, torturing them until their souls depart their bodies. It's the demonic sect, after all. Naturally, there are some demonic arts. Are you regretting not helping her now? She coldly added, have you forgotten that I am a blood-soaked empress? Yue leaned back in his chair, sighing in relief. Then my choice was even more correct. She asked in surprise, why do you say that? He replied, helping you ensures at least you won't kill me. But with her, it's hard to say. Who knows what she's plotting? Miaoke gazed at Yue, her tone softening. You've managed to save your little life. Consider yourself clever. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Besides, I keep feeling like she's threatening me. If it's really that horrible, Qing Yang's resentment must be even greater than I imagined. Miaoke, finishing her milk, suddenly sensed something. She frowned, raising her hand to rub the aching pain in her shoulder. Something's not right. Why is my shoulder so abnormally sore? As if I'd been carrying something really heavy. Seeing Miaoke rubbing her shoulder, Yue awkwardly chuckled. Heh, who knows? Who told you to play on your phone all the time? How about I give you a massage? Just then, Shinkai returned from shopping, surprised. Hey, why isn't the door closed? Is the little rascal back? As he spoke, he entered the house, surprising Yue. Shinkai carried 2 bags of groceries, muttering complaints. Always asking me to work overtime. I might as well grab something to eat. He was about to say something else when he froze, stunned to see Miaoke sitting there. She sat silently for a moment, looking at Shinkai, who blushed and smiled awkwardly. I've eaten already. I'll be going now. Shinkai approached. Yue protested, I have to deal with you. Is it really necessary to play this sensitive adult game in front of my darling Vivian? He retorted angrily, I told you to put Vivian away, but you refused. Shinkai stubbornly argued back, she's my girlfriend, so what? Isn't my girlfriend allowed to sit in the living room? Vivian is an adult doll. While the two were arguing, Miaoke leisurely savored the pastry in her hand, a satisfied look on her face. Soft but not sticky, it melts in your mouth. The pastry is quite delicious. After the argument, Shinkai turned back, pointing at her and asking Yue, is this really Lin Vu, your President Lin? He replied, why else would she be here? She was drunk, so I brought her here to sober up. Confirming that it was President Lin, Shinkai quickly brought out another tray of pastries, awkwardly offering them to Miaoke. President Lin, feel free to eat as much as you like. Suddenly, he rushed towards the wooden cabinet, searching for something. Wait a moment, please wait. Yu Wei was curious, wondering what Shinkai was doing. Before he could react, Shinkai pulled out a black bag, happily showing it off. This is butterfly puff pastry that I had to queue for 3 days to buy. President Lin, please try it. Yu Wei rushed to stop him. I don't understand where the little rascal hid it, and he even used a bunch of smelly socks to cover it up. Are you even human? Shinkai retorted. Don't talk nonsense. I washed my socks. Who told you not to queue? You're only good at stealing the credit. As he spoke, he presented the bag of pastries to Miaoke. She was slightly surprised, her eyes widening slightly. This butterfly puff pastry. She looked at the bag with some suspicion. It looks familiar. Yu Wei continued to stop him. Okay, take it away, you old fart. Shinkai still tried to salvage the situation. Don't chase me away. What if President Lin likes it too? A little later, the situation had stabilized. Shinkai began to plead. President Lin, there's a hot girl named Li Zian who's been trending lately. She's holding a fan meet tomorrow. And I really like her. But the tickets are too hard to get. Coincidentally, she's a star under Lin Shi. He emphasized, the Lin Shi of your brother, President Lin. Yu Wei crossed his arms, his tone sarcastic. Another hot girl? What are you planning to do now? Have you forgotten that the live stream goddess you were crazy about has been living with some guy for a long time? Miaoke sat beside them, continuing to eat pastries, not paying attention. He pointed again. After that shocking news, he cried every day. Hitting the nail on the head, Shinkai froze. The beautiful Miaoke, wearing a cheongsam, held a brush, meticulously writing on a yellow talisman. Her eyes were focused. Beside her was Yu Wei, wearing a shirt. Standing opposite her, watching her every move, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Suddenly, Shinkai spoke, breaking the atmosphere. President Lin, you even have a hobby of drawing talismans? Yu Wei turned to look at Shinkai, who was doing laundry, and scoffed. He just went to Longhu Mountain a few times and thinks he's a Taoist priest. Go wash your socks. Miaoke raised the yellow talisman she had just finished writing with her left hand, her eyes fixed on Yu Wei with a serious expression, instructing, take it. Use internal energy to guide the 4 directions. Yu Wei, on the opposite side, received the talisman. His face was full of surprise. What is this? Miaoke smiled, explaining, combined with spiritual jade, it's a simple chi gathering formation. She continued, you're about to advance. Having a spirit gathering formation will be much more convenient. Yu Wei was astonished. Advance? Will there be heavenly lightning or something? Will you be by my side? Miaoke sighed, a mocking smile on her face. What realm do you think you are? Like you're having a tribulation like your master? Then she stood up and left, reminding him as she walked, all right, I have to cultivate alone for the next few days. You're not allowed to be idle during this time either. Yu Wei looked puzzled. Cultivate? But in his heart, he happily thought, great, finally I have 2 free days. Tomorrow I'll go see pretty girls, help Shinkai fulfill his wish. In the bustling city center, a large stage was set up right in front of a building. A dense crowd gathered below the stage, pushing and shoving near the barriers, creating a lively atmosphere. Yu Wei, I want my ticket. Where's Miaoke? The ticket taker asked. Yu Wei replied she has something to take care of. The ticket giver handed over the ticket and left, saying, okay, you two have fun. Yu Wei gave the ticket to Shinkai, who beamed. Yu Wei, you're really my brother. You actually got tickets, and front row seats. Yu Wei asked Shinkai, what about the butterfly puff pastry then? Shinkai triumphantly said, eat as much as you want. I'll give you the remaining half of the bag. Yu Wei said mockingly, get lost. Yu Wei looked at the stage and wondered, why is this activity being held right on the main street? Shinkai, pretending to be knowledgeable, smiled and explained. Isn't it to promote the development and hospitality of the city? Our Xian was specially invited here to be a one-day security captain for publicity. A girl stood in the center, her sharp eyes and confident demeanor drawing the attention of the crowd below. Her performance outfit was revealing, with a tight-fitting see-through top and a high-slit black skirt. She bowed her head, her tone friendly. Thank you for coming to support me. The audience below cheered, including 2 young men in the front row. One whispered, I want to be arrested by her. The other laughed. If there were security officers like this, I'd set up a street stall every day. In the crowd, Shinkai and Yu Wei were talking. What do you think, brother? Xian is really cute, right? Yu Wei replied, her face is pretty, But unfortunately, a girl can't just have looks. Zian crossed her arms, a look of displeasure clearly visible on her face. It was directed towards Yue and Shinkai. Shinkai looked flustered. Keep it down. Brother. It's okay as long as children aren't hungry. The other crossed his arms, his tone half serious, half joking. Does that mean children who weigh more than 50 kilograms aren't children anymore? Besides, Zian was a chubby boy who seemed a little timid. She said Zian, as a security officer, not only needs to help business people, but also has to work together to build a wonderful city. Anyone who doesn't listen, along with Zian's foot raised, will be punished, she said, simultaneously stomping her bare foot on the chubby boy's body. The audience below cheered wildly. Feel free to punish us. Along with Shinkai's voice, I want to be punished too. Everyone shouted, damn it, we want to be punished too. We have to protect animals. Let go of that pig. Let me switch places. The chubby boy's face now became cunning, as if he intended to do something with Zian's foot. Yue seemed to sense something. Something's not right. Shinkai was surprised. What's wrong, brother? The chubby guy now began to reveal his true nature. Zian, you can't escape. He grabbed Zian's foot, acting indecently. She finally realized, shocked. You're not an actor. While she was trying to break free from the pervert, Yue threw Shinkai onto the stage. Shinkai, this brother can only help you this far. Zian, do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? As the pervert spoke, he continued to act indecently. You're mine. Just then, Shinkai, who had been thrown, flew towards the pervert, falling on top of him. The two looked at each other with three dots, not knowing what to say. Suddenly remembering his reason, Shinkai stood up and punched him, knocking him down. You bastard! I'll beat you to death. The audience below all clamored, rushing forward. Let's beat that bastard to death. How dare he lay a hand on our Zian? The scene was chaotic. At this moment, Zian jumped down and ran to Yue, calling, Hey, mister! Thank you for your timely rescue. She took Yue's hand, holding it tightly, much to his surprise. She said again, her face innocent, full of green tea vibes, I heard everything you said just now. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened this time. Yue's face was now full of glee, narcissistic, thinking, oh, this damn charm of mine, always being discovered like this. Should I say that her little hand is also very soft? At this moment, the crowd turned to see, suddenly shouting loudly, look! A bastard is taking the opportunity to approach Zian, and he's even holding her hand. The diehard fans ran over one after another. Yue panicked. Oops, it seems like your fans have misunderstood something. Should I explain it to them? At this moment Yue, he tried to pull his hand away, but realized he couldn't. On the other side, there was a voice saying, You bastard, let go of Zian. She looked at him, saying, Isn't Zian's hand strength stronger than you imagine? Her face full of cunning. Yue's face was panicked. You and I have no grudges, why are you doing this to me? At this moment he thought, could it be that she heard everything I said just now? She smiled sinisterly. You have such good skills, you can definitely handle it, right? Damn it, is it really necessary to be so petty? Yue said in panic. After that, he was chased by a group of die-hard fans. Brothers, deal with him. Charge. He tried to explain as he ran. Everyone, calm down, she's an evil woman. She knows how to manipulate people. Yue ran into a small alley. How can they chase for so long? I thought Shinkai's group of friends were hedonistic and had weak bodies. While resting, suddenly there was a man's voice. Found him. Yue stood in the alley, sweating profusely. He spoke in a trembling voice, trying to calm down. Brother, let's talk slowly. I didn't do anything to your Zian, right? The man in the black suit coldly waved his hand. A purple energy flashed, full of danger. Yue quickly leaned back to dodge. Who are you? Yue asked with a tense expression. The man in the black vest laughed coldly, tightening his grip on the knife handle. He gritted his teeth and said, You were lucky enough to dodge Lao San's knife like this before. Huh! He lowered his head, his eyes flashing with malice, and continued, Sure enough, Lao San's death is related to you. Pay with your life. This aura, you people are in the same group as those who ambushed me before, Yue asked. Yue's eyes flashed with determination. He coiled his body, gaining momentum, and then shot out like lightning through the narrow alley, the ground kicking up white dust under each step. He clenched his fist, tensing his whole body, rushing forward from behind, with streams of air swirling around his figure, facing the enemy in front of him who was still holding his weapon tightly. In his hand, looking completely unguarded, he unleashed a thunderous kick, the opponent's body slamming straight into the brick wall, creating a large dent accompanied by a resonant cracking sound. Yue looked coldly at the person sprawled on the ground, his tone indifferent but threatening, and asked, "I'm letting you off easy by not breaking all your ribs. Tell me." Suddenly, from nowhere, a giant iron ball came flying with the speed of tearing wind. He tensed his body, using both hands to block the heavy attack, the impact causing the ground to shake violently. A man in a black vest walked out from a distance, holding the remaining chain of the ball tightly, his eyes coldly staring at the opponent. Yue asked, "Anyone else?" The man in the vest held a meteor hammer, his eyes sharp, his mouth slightly twitching. He spoke, "Lauer, what's the use of you rushing up so fast? Still getting hit." Then the man emphasized, "Still getting hit." Then the man emphasized. Facing him were 3 young men in fighting stance. He said, "This brat is very unusual." Then he called out to his companions, "Everyone, let's attack together. We'll split the reward equally." Yue frowned, his face tense. He thought, dealing with one guy I can handle, dealing with 3 at the same time. Shinkai suddenly appeared behind Yue, running towards him with a happy expression. He called out loudly, "Yue, I finally found you." Shinkai scratched his head awkwardly, smiling as he spoke, "Alas, if I had been thrown into Xian's arms just now, that would have been great." Shinkai stood between the 2 men, his face serious, looking at them with a worried expression. He asked, "Did I come at the wrong time?" The bald man with a ferocious face, his eyes filled with murderous intent, coldly replied, "No, you came at the right time." Shinkai screamed and jumped as a giant iron ball slammed into the ground below, creating a large pit. He shouted, "Save me!" and then continued to yell, "I can't die. I haven't had any children to carry on the Li family line yet." Yue rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch at the bald man, grinding his teeth. He snapped, "Now I have to carry this burden too." Yue gestured and said, "Shinkai, run this way." Seeing this, Shinkai hurriedly shouted, "Brother, I'm coming right away." The man in the red shirt smirked and shouted, "Don't worry, you guys can't escape." Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke erupted, engulfing the entire narrow corridor, making everything blurry. The man in the red shirt was unexpectedly struck in the face by a powerful kick, his body staggering from dizziness. His companions panicked. The man in the brown shirt frowned and shouted, "Watch it." The man in the red shirt angrily covered his face and growled, "Lao Zi, why did you slap my face?" Both stood in the thick smoke. The man holding the sword scanned around, then growled and asked, "Who is it?" The other sniffed and cursed, "Don't even think about stalling for time with these petty tricks." The purple-haired girl wearing a mask grabbed his hand and ran, angrily ordering, "Follow me." She stopped at the shopping center, turned around and reassured, "It's safe here now." The girl leaned back, gently removing her mask, coldly uttering, "The warrior legion wouldn't be so arrogant as to dare chase after us here." Shinkai lay prone on the ground, his voice trembling. "Mom, it seems like I was saved by a goddess." Yue turned his back and glanced sarcastically. "Did you throw my credit to the dogs?" Lu Yue shyly introduced himself. "My name is Lu Yue. Thank you to the heroine Ziyan for saving me. I'm lucky to have you." Ziyan raised her hand, signaling silence. She said, "Sure. I don't want this name to spread everywhere. Everyone has saved someone once, so let's call it even." Yue thought to himself, "It seems like I blamed this girl wrongly. She's a real trap girl, a bit like that Bodhisattva sister when she wears a mask." Ziyan suddenly asked, "Oops, why can't I hear it?" Yue wondered, "Hear what?" She smiled meaningfully, replying, "That heartbeat, listen and see." The 2 went to the park together. Sitting on the park bench, Yue looked at Ziyan and asked suspiciously, "That's not right. If your skills are so good, why didn't you take the initiative to fight?" Back on stage? She leaned back in the chair, her eyes sharp. She explained slowly, "The company arranged it. How can we deceive?" Ziyan raised her hand to adjust her hair, showing a cunning smile. She said, "If we don't build a weak and pitiful image, how can we become the object that the brothers want to protect?" Yue closed his eyes and sighed. He thought, "Poor Shinkai. He still doesn't know that he is being played with in the palm of her hand." Yue seriously questioned, "Let's not talk about this. What is the Warrior Legion you mentioned? Is it the organization of those people just now?" Ziyan replied, "You don't know yet?" Ziyan said, "The Warrior Legion is said to be an organization that gathers all kinds of assassins, with an extremely high mission completion rate. Its reputation is so great that many people in the business world are frightened by its name, because once they are hunted down by them, there is no way to escape." She smiled confidently, winked, and suggested that if he wanted to know more, he should participate in the organization's offline activities or buy tickets directly from her. And he would not be charged a premium. Yue refused, No need, thank you, and stood up, saying that he would go and inquire about the news himself. She called out, "Don't. I'll give you a 20% discount." When walking alone on the sidewalk, he recalled what she said, thinking that if that was the case, the Warrior Legion was no different from super glue, once stuck. It couldn't be removed, and he needed to quickly improve his strength. Then, he stopped, picked up his phone and thought about what Miaoka said about the spirit gathering array needing spiritual jade. Let's ask how to do it. Yue held the phone, the screen showed the call in progress and the recipient's name was Miaoka. Miaoka said, "Spiritual jade, you go to the place that sells jade objects. And then use your true energy to cover the whole place, then you can feel where the spiritual jade is." Miaoka asked if there was anything else to ask, and if not, she would hang up. "I still have to cultivate." Yue suddenly blurted out, "What the hell is this? Mysterious and incomprehensible." Suddenly, a warning message from the system appeared above his head. System warning, you have agitated the ancient martial artist. You have agitated someone of unknown name. System delay reward body insight technique. Yue was facing the screen displaying the warning from the system. Yue blurted out, "This is the reward for dealing with the Warrior Legion just now. I almost forgot about this." He continued to ask, "But what is the body insight technique?" Yue's face was flushed. He looked at the woman in black and thought in his head, "Body insight, don't tell me." He looked at the woman, the image of a human skeleton with glowing lines around it. Yue thought to himself, "System, are you kidding me?" He continued to say, "What's the point of looking at this thing? I'm not an X-ray doctor." After that, he went to the antique market, where there were a lot of people coming and going, a lively scene. At a shop Yue felt a very comfortable feeling. The feeling of flying true energy is really not bad at all. Yue continued to say, "Just inject a little bit of true energy. And the jade will bring the true energy back into the body. The better the jade, the more true energy will flow back," he thought. No wonder the ancients said that using jade to nourish the body. Isn't this proof of that saying? The seller looked at Yue. He asked, "Just trying out jade, what's with that expression?" Yue heard this and thought, "People will think I'm a pervert. What's the point of looking without buying?" "You have to buy it to try the formation," the other asked. "Don't tell me you have a chronic illness that you're hiding." Then he said, "If you don't buy it, get out of here." Yue picked up a green bracelet. He asked the seller, "How much is this bracelet?" From somewhere came the voice of an elderly man with a white beard saying, "I heard from Xiao Tu that this little friend is young and talented, and his boxing skills are very good. How about sparring with this old man for a few moves?" Yue smiled and said shyly, "You flatter me too much." "The elderly man is Xian Ping, Xiao Tu's grandfather," he said. "That's right." This old man was too excited and didn't think things through. Xian Ping and Xiao Tu were preparing to leave. Xiao Tu said, "Then we'll go then, Yue. Remember to come and play when you're free." Yue replied, "Okay, I'll definitely visit in person when I have time." Xian Ping turned his back and left. Yue looked towards the back with a firm gaze. The back of Xian Ping. Xian Ping rushed forward and launched a palm at Yue. He said, "Kid, eat one of my palms." Xiao Tu stood to the side in panic and surprise. He smiled and said, "Elder, you're old and you still like to attack people from behind." Xian Ping was angry. Xiao Tu looked panicked. She asked, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" He said, "Too much talk. If I don't take action, my granddaughter will only know how to worship and admire your little brat." At the same time a golden aura fluctuated around him, tearing his clothes. Revealing bulging and glowing muscles, he said, "Kid, today I have to let you know who is the king of the mountain." Yue and Xian Ping were standing in a fighting stance. Around them were plumes of smoke. Xian Ping was fighting with Yue. He laughed loudly, at the same time saying, "Useless, useless, useless, useless." The two sides exchanged blows. Xiao Tu was looking towards the two people fighting. She asked, "Grandpa, Alu, is it necessary to be so serious?" Xian Ping was rushing towards Yue. Yue was also in a ready position to counterattack. Yue said, "Of course, this is a battle representing the self-esteem of men." Xian Ping raised his hand and punched forward. His eyes were red. He said, "Very good, kid. But don't think that just relying on this can you snatch away the worship that my granddaughter has for me." Xiao Tu ran away. Behind her Xian Ping and Yue were still fighting. Xiao Tu said, "It's dangerous. Once Grandpa starts fighting, it will be difficult to stop. I have to go find Sister Ling." He swung his fist covered in flames at Yue. He shouted, "Flame palm." Yue was resisting a stream of fire from his fist. He thought, sure enough, this old man is very difficult to deal with. Is there no way to defeat him? Yue was punched and slid back a distance. He thought, I still have the body insight technique. The dramatic battle between Yue and Xian Ping was powerful. With flames burning, Xian Ping's challenge, "Kid, you can't take it anymore, right?" Along with Yue's thought, sure enough. "If you aim at his weakness," he yelled, "Heavenly Dao Fist." and swung his fist. A powerful blue aura enveloped and blew him away. Yue said, "It really works." The system notification appeared. The host has revealed his genius nature, comprehended fusion, and successfully fused Heavenly Dao Fist and Body Insight technique. Obtaining the Body Insight Fist mirror. Yue thought, is this the talent that the system bestows? It's so awesome. Xian Ping stood firm, looking up at Yue, who was somersaulting in the air, with a challenging voice. "Old man, it's time for me to fight back." Yue looked down using Body Insight. Xian Ping gritted his teeth, ready to face him. "Kid, then let's decide the winner with this punch." Xian Ping braced himself and used internal force. Using Body Insight, Yue saw the weakness in his shoulder, which was aching as if it was about to crack, but he still faced him stubbornly. Yue unleashed a punch carrying blue energy towards Xian Ping. Xian Ping was surprised and dodged slightly. Xian Ping and he were at close range. Xian Ping said to him, "Kid, is your stamina exhausted, so your punch is off target?" Xian Ping raised his hand and launched a palm. "Taste one of my palms," Xian Ping said. Red light surrounded him. Yue was knocked back and fell to the ground. Xian Ping stood up straight, his arm raised high, his face quite calm after delivering the blow. He stood there, looking proudly at Yue lying motionless on the ground. "You're too young and inexperienced," Xian Ping said. Yue seemed to be waking up from the blow, holding his head, his face a little dazed, confused. "Where am I?" he wondered. Yue was lying on the ground. Suddenly there were the feet of a beautiful woman near his head. He looked up in pain. Miaoke stood up straight, looking at Yue lying down. "I didn't know you had the habit of sleeping in the middle of the street," she said. Yue looked at Miaoke with a surprised expression. "Why are you here?" he asked. Miaoke looked to the side. "I heard that there is a chi refining furnace here, so I came to see it," she said, explaining the reason for her appearance. Miaoke sat on Yue, her eyes looking straight at him. "But you," she said. Miaoke pulled at Yue's clothes. Hey, why are you pulling off other people's clothes in broad daylight?" he asked with a surprised expression. Miaoke looked straight at him. "There are no serious injuries on your body. That person's cultivation is not ordinary. You must have suffered a lot," Miaoke said, her face a little thoughtful. Miaoke continued, "Well, that's okay. Consider it a lesson. In the future, cause less trouble with others," Miaoke said. "Unless you have enough strength," Yue retorted. "I was forced to fight, do you know that?" Yue held his head in thought. "But thinking about it, just now during the fight, using insight technique I saw an old wound on that king's shoulder. Luckily I stopped in time. Otherwise I would have to pay for his hospital bill until I went bankrupt." Yue looked at Miaoke and thought, a sly smile on his face. "Is she caring about me?" Yue was kneeling, reaching out towards Miaoke. "It's nothing big. Let's go and talk," Yue said. Miaoke turned around, her face surprised. "Hey, you're as dirty as a devil." "Don't touch me," she said. Xian Ping walked with his hands behind his back. "Where did that little girl Xiao Tu run off to? Why hasn't she come back yet?" he said with a worried expression. He walked and pondered. "But she knows that kid, his strength is really quite good," he commented on Yue. Xian Ping pondered and thought back to the scene of Yue punching and flying in the air. That attack just now was really too dangerous, he thought to himself. Then he laughed loudly. Luckily, Lao Fu is powerful. Suddenly his shoulder throbbed with pain and bled. How is that possible, he thought. Xian Ping looked towards the two girls who were walking towards him, his face frowning. "Sister Ling, is Grandpa over there?" Xiao Tu said. Xian Ping thought, "Damn. Why did she call a Ling over too? Or I'm getting old." In another place Xiao Nan stood in front of the plump woman. "Younger brother Xiao Nan, I really have to thank you properly today. Luckily I have your spring belt jadeite," Lu Yun said. Lu Yun hugged Xiao Nan. "At the party next week, I will be the most radiant one for you to see." The woman smiled. He said, "Of course, Sister Yun. Our two families have a good relationship. So I will give you the best things." Xiao Nan's face frowned. If it wasn't for dealing with that idiot Yue, who would care about you, he thought to himself. Lu Yun hugged him tightly. "Come to my house tonight. Let's eat and talk. Who is the blind bastard who dares to provoke my younger brother recently?" The man whispered. "You're so good to me." This damned woman, eating and eating all day long, eat shit, he thought to himself. At another location at the same time Yue stood next to Miaoke, holding a large stone. "The last one, cut it," he said. The cutter looked at the green jade stone in surprise. "It's another whole piece of jade. Ice jade to imperial green," he exclaimed. "All three stones that he took a liking to are jade," the seller said, "plus the Noah jade and the red jade from just now." A group of people around showed surprise. "Damn, is this for real?" One person exclaimed. "Beginner's luck," another person suspected. Yue smiled confidently. Hee, "It's not that I can't afford to buy finished jade, but betting like this has higher value," he said. Yue looked into the distance. With insight technique, I can do whatever I want. I should have known this earlier, he thought to himself. Yue turned to Miaoke. Use these to set up your formation. It should be enough, right? He asked. Miaoke replied. It can barely be used. Yue held the green jade in his hand. But you should keep this piece, he said. Miaoke looked at the green jade Yue handed over with a surprised expression. Making a necklace to wear would be good, he thought. Miaoke crossed her arms, her face red with embarrassment. No need. I don't like wearing those kinds of things, she said, and glanced over. Are you people over there never dressed up? Yue asked. No, this venerable one will never wear such defective items with many impurities, she said. Yue thought. He's scary when he's rich. Market price of 5 million. Lu Yun and Xiao Nan appeared. What's all the noise about? He asked. The seller was cheerful with Xiao Nan. Boss is here. Our shop has treasures today. This young man has continuously cut out imperial green and red jade. Xiao Nan was surprised. Really? He asked. Congratulations, you cut out such good things. It really brings good reputation to our shop. Yue humbly replied. It's normal. I didn't expect it to help the reputation of your shop. Xiao Nan was angry. Yue, he blurted out. Xiao Nan frowned. Damn, I rarely come. I was planning to choose a piece of jade for Xiao Ke, but I completely lost to this guy. Lu Yun, her face thoughtful. Imperial green and red jade. Both are worth more than my spring belt jadeite, she thought to herself. Lu Yun asked Xiao Nan, good younger brother, do you know this person? Xiao Nan angrily replied, sister, he is the bastard who opposes me everywhere. Lu Yun, her face confident, so it's you. I haven't even come looking for you and you came to my door, she said. Lu Yun pointed at Yue. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the jade, then apologize to my younger brother. Only then will it be over. Yue stood next to Miaoke and sneered, Yo, I didn't expect the young master's stomach to not be very good, but his appetite is so big, he smiled and said. Hiding behind a woman's skirt is really awesome. Yue stood in front of Lu Yun. Auntie, I am a person who respects the old and loves the young, he said. If you like this piece of jade, then I'll give it to you cheap for a price of 100 million. Lu Yun was angry. 100 million, you country bumpkin, are you begging in Xijiang? Do you know who I am? She said, her face full of anger. Xiao Nan stood in front, his face frowning, nodding secretly to the two people behind him. The two people behind came forward to block Yue. Kid, we've been around here for so long, we won't let you suffer, otherwise. Yue gave a sly smile, his eyes full of confidence facing the two people. Yue waved his hand, the two men were blown away. Xiao Nan stood behind witnessing the scene with a horrified expression. Xiao Nan stepped back, his face panicked. Yu, what do you want to do? He asked. Yue turned his head to look at Xiao Nan. Young Master Xiao, I see that you haven't been feeling very well recently, he said. Is your excretory system not as good as before anymore? Xiao Nan muttered to himself. Damn, ever since that time I've always felt that place was loose, so I had a doctor help me tighten it, and as a result I've been constipated for a few days. Yue stood opposite Xiao Nan, his face smug. How do you know? That has nothing to do with you, Xiao Nan said. Yue approached Xiao Nan. I advise you to choose a short pain instead of a long suffering, he said. Yue waved his hand. That's all I wanted to say, we're leaving then. Miaoke asked Yue, what evil thing did you do again? Yue replied, just helping out, let's go quickly. Xiao Nan stood there. Suddenly his eyes were empty and a stomach ache came, making him writhe. Lu Yun walked forward and asked Xiao Nan, Baby Nan, are you okay? Her face full of suspicion, confused. The morning sun shone on the image of the woman sweeping the small courtyard. A series of coughs suddenly rang out, cough, 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 from the Wang family's house. In the room at this time, Ren Lao was performing acupuncture on Xian Ping, his body full of needles, lying unconscious on the bed. Xiao Tu's expression was worried, her hand unconsciously clutching Sister Ling's arm, whose face was darkening. Ren Lao, the wound on the old man. After stopping the acupuncture, the old man breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and replied, for the time being, I can use the 9-needle true technique of our Ren family to solve the problem of the reverse flow of true energy, and there is no longer any danger to life. But Elder Xianping, this wound on the shoulder was caused by external forces and has recurred, Xianping said in a pale voice, listening attentively to the old man's words. He forced a smile and waved his hand, indicating that he understood. All right, Elder Ren, I know what my body is like, I won't lose it for the time being. Sister Ling came forward, cupping her hands and bowing to express her gratitude. A night of treatment, it has been hard on Elder Ren. She turned around and offered, we have prepared bath water and clean clothes to change into. Please Elder Ren rest for a while. Before leaving the old man instructed, then the rest is up to you. Xiao Tu's eyes were tearful as she sobbed, Grandpa. Seeing this, he spoke optimistically to comfort her. Oh dear, what's with that expression, your grandpa can still fight, while swiping his phone and bragging. Come, let's see the rankings. I'll let you know if my water god is powerful or not. This murderous intent, it's dangerous. The gloomy murderous aura emanating from Sister Ling made the two of them feel uneasy. She stood there properly adjusting her glasses. So, is it fun to go out and fight? Seeing this, Xian Ping immediately explained in embarrassment. It's not fighting, it's just that I was temporarily in high spirits and rubbed a few moves. Xiao Tu also quickly chimed in. Sister Ling, I will immediately call you if something happens. Hearing those defenses, Sister Ling's eyebrows furrowed, her voice rising sharply. So what, are you saying that the current head of the Wang family is unconscious and about to die outside on the street? And the future head of the family can only watch without doing anything? Immediately, Xian Ping avoided her gaze, sighing and defending. What are you saying so scary? Everyone up and down the Wang family knows that a Ling is the one with the most say. Sister Ling's anger spread without end. Then who is the one who makes others the most uneasy? I am just a girl in her 20s. But I am forced to become a witch like this. The old man was shocked when he heard this. Xian Ping's harsh voice rang out, A Ling, you're 29 already, in 2 months you'll be 30, this can't be called more than 20 anymore. She heard this and trembled with anger. Gently warning, take back your words now, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Suddenly a bodyguard rushed in a panic, interrupting her anger. Sister Ling, the families of the Lin family and the Ma family in Xijiang heard that the old master was injured. So they came to visit. Sister Ling pushed up her glasses after hearing the news, her eyes gloomy as she said, visiting, I'm afraid there is another purpose. Xian Ping weakly lay on the bed and whispered to persuade, A Ling, go meet them, just say that I was injured in the hand because I was playing games. After hearing this, she calmly retorted, Grandpa, those people are not 3-year-old children, they won't believe those nonsense words. Xian Ping silently turned around and waved his hand to dismiss her, just go and you'll know. Could it be? That strange attitude made Sister Ling feel suspicious. After finishing speaking, she immediately turned around and left the door, casually leaving a sentence, I know. A Ling is really quick-witted, he praised without stinting when he knew that Sister Ling understood what he meant. At this time the bodyguard reported the situation while moving. Sister Ling, there is a video recording the scene of the old master and that young man fighting at the rough stone market. Inside the room at this time, Xiao Tu asked worriedly, Grandpa, Sister Ling's expression is like that. Don't tell me she will attack Alu, why did you say it was just a misunderstanding? The old man could only helplessly reply after hearing this. Everyone in our family, big or small, is very stubborn. Once they want to do something, no one can stop them. After saying this, Xian Ping immediately instructed her, like this, you immediately notify that kid and tell him to hide immediately, don't appear in front of a Ling. Xiao Tu was immediately agreed after being prompted, that's right, I'll call him right away. The crowd gathered in front of the door and talked about it non-stop. Young Master Lin and young Master Ma have also come. I wonder how old Master Wang's situation is. I just arrived, another voice said. I heard that Ren Lao has been treating him all night. He hasn't been home all night. Another person said regretfully, don't tell me he's really dead. Lao Yun observed everything and cursed angrily. Damn it, the cooperation is about to succeed, and the old man has an accident at this time. Young Master Ma next to him gave a sarcastic smile and continued, I must join the Lu family. The man saw this and persuaded, young Master Ma is concluding too early. Not to mention old Master Wang's situation for the time being. Who doesn't know that the manager of the Wang family is also an extraordinary person? Lao Yun frowned and said disdainfully, just a woman. The next family head of the Wang family is also a little girl in her teens. Think about it, if that old man really dies. The situation in Xijiang will definitely have a big change. Thinking of the situation at that time, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, the Lu family was always suppressed before because the Wang family had old Master Wang to support them. But it's not certain later. Lin saw that. A smug expression appeared on Lin Wei's face after hearing those words. He secretly despised in his heart. A bunch of idiots. How can I stand on the same front as you people, if this old Wang Xian Ping is really not going to live much longer? And the next family head is just a snot-nosed brat. If I can propose a good plan at this time, the situation will only benefit me. Suddenly a voice rang out interrupting Lin Wei's train of thought. My name is Song A Piao. I heard that old Master Wang is seriously ill, so I especially came to visit and give him heart-saving pills. After finishing speaking, he smiled sinisterly and shouted out the order, Brothers, quickly follow me to visit old Master Wang. Looking at the group of people swaggering in, Lao Yun suddenly remembered, Song A Piao, isn't that the lackey of the Lu family? An Ma was also suspicious at this time. That's right, the two families of Lu and Wang have always been secretly fighting. Why did he suddenly run to the Wang family to give gifts? The bodyguards guarding the door immediately said sternly to stop them. The front is the inner courtyard of the family head. You are not allowed to enter without permission. His face instantly became ferocious, threatening, "Get out of my way. What do you want to do?" The bodyguards saw that the situation was not good and immediately got into a fighting stance. Lin Wei stood watching the fun with his chin on his hand and sighed. "Humph. This Song A Piao is the hunting dog of the Lu family. He's here to find out the situation." The situation in front of him was extremely chaotic. Song A Piao quickly used his power and wanted to break through the encirclement and enter. "I said that I came to give medicine to the Wang family." "Head, are you preventing the family head from living or what?" The guards guarding the gate were not to be outdone and also rushed forward to meet the enemy. His face was gloomy and he fiercely ordered brothers charge in. Each powerful move was launched continuously. Both sides rushed into punching and kicking each other. While punching the bodyguard opposite him hard, Song A Piao calculated triumphantly in his heart. Lu Lao waited so many years to get this opportunity, he immediately shouted. "Today I must find out clearly for him even if I have to lose my life here." Flame Palm. As soon as Sister Ling came out, she immediately took a fighting stance. Third form. Just as she finished speaking, a punch with force immediately blew the opponent away, leaving only Song A Piao struggling to hold on. His whole body was full of burn marks, and he trembled as he tried to support himself, so she came. Sister Ling was still standing there unscathed, calmly threatening, "Dare to come here to cause trouble, you're really bold." Song A Piao's sweat involuntarily poured down non-stop. A feeling of danger rose in his heart. This woman didn't have such strong strength last time. He forced a wry smile, quickly handing the bottle of medicine forward. "Sister Ling has misunderstood. I heard that old Master Wang is seriously ill, so I especially came here to give him a secret. Medicine, I was too anxious so I." Without giving Song A Piao any face, she quickly brushed past him as if she didn't notice his presence. Going to the front and looking at the row of people who had fallen there, Sister Ling sternly clasped her hands behind her back and warned loudly, "This guest's actions are also for good intentions. We can understand, but my old man is not seriously ill at all. If you have nothing else to do, please leave." Seeing the situation beyond expectations, Lao Yun worriedly tilted his head and signaled to Anma. He caught the signal and pretended to ask, "May I ask why old Master Wang was injured? Can I visit him for a bit?" Sister Ling's voice rang out in reply, "The old man has been playing LOL all night and didn't level up. His hand is a little sore so it's not convenient to meet others." Her words made Lao Yun suspicious. He spoke to confirm, "LOL? A little sore in the hand?" If that's the case, Lao Yun still maintained his composure on the surface. But his heart was thinking wildly, "I'm afraid that old man is seriously injured," so he deliberately made up a ridiculous reason to refuse to meet. Lao Tian suddenly spoke, interrupting his words, "It's great that old Master Wang is okay, but I have another important matter I want to discuss with Sister Ling." Sister Ling replied calmly, "Speak." He saw this and vaguely suggested, "Recently, the working capital of the Tian family has had some problems, so the cooperation that was previously discussed, I'm afraid it can't be carried out anymore. I hope Sister Ling will forgive me." Lao Tian folded his hands, sincerely apologizing on the surface, but secretly slandering. "The Lu family has agreed to give me a lot of benefits. Who wants to play with your old half-dead man anymore?" Her face was expressionless and she spoke calmly, "Of course, if other families encounter similar problems, just say so." Seeing this, Anma immediately clasped his hands in remorse, "Not hiding anything from you. Our business has also encountered some troubles recently." Lao Yun next to him quickly continued, "Sister Ling, the Yun family is also preparing to withdraw." After hearing the performance of their group, she turned around and said, "The goods, money and other items that the Wang family has received, I will arrange to return them all." Sister Ling gently raised her glasses and thought, "Old man, this is your plan, right? Those families in Shijiang all have unclean plans. They just did a little probing and they couldn't sit still anymore." She glanced at the scene of them happily discussing. Inside the room at this time, Xian Ping was earnestly teaching bit by bit. "Xiao Tu, you must remember carefully, these people usually rely on our Wang family. But once our family has an accident, they will run in all directions. Later, when you use them, you must know which families can be valued and trusted, and which families are slippery and vicious." His eyes were full of love looking at Xiao Tu. Xiao Tu was happily excited when she knew the truth behind it. "So this is Grandpa's plan, right?" He replied helplessly, "Did you think I've lived to this age and I'm useless?" Avoiding her gaze, Xian Ping immediately sweated profusely, thinking, although I was afraid that a Ling would make things too difficult for them, causing them to bite the hand that feeds them. But I found that they still have a use. Sister Ling at this time couldn't help but worry and consider the plan of action. But the old man's injury is real, if the Lu family causes trouble at this time. I'm afraid that the secret of the flame palm will be revealed. The Wang family still needs a real ally. Song A Piao glanced warily around, holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, triumphantly thinking, it took Lu Laoda more than 10 years to collect intelligence. Today he finally has a chance to try it while the old man is weak. Thinking of this, he decisively put the pill in his mouth and bit it down. Song A Piao's inner power instantly increased rapidly. Originally this pill was prepared for himself. Fortunately the Wang family didn't believe him. He quickly used his power to put all his strength into the fist on his hand, determined in his heart, thinking that, today, even if Song A Piao has to die here, he must collect the information for Lu Laoda. Instant body technique. Suddenly Yue appeared, blocking his attack. Just as the punch was a distance away from him, the notification message instantly appeared. Detected an unavoidable danger. The system has automatically activated the Golden Bell Shield for the host. Song A Piao's punch collided with the Golden Bell Shield in an instant, instantly neutralizing all the power and knocking him unconscious and flying backwards. Yue crossed his arms and asked innocently, it seems like I have bumped someone away. While everyone was staring at Song A Piao sprawled on the ground, a loud laughing voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Little brother Lu, you have finally arrived. He heard this and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Old Master Wang's voice, why did Xiao Tu say he was seriously ill? Everyone was shocked when they heard his voice. This is true energy, sound transmission. Lao Tian screamed in horror, damn it, we've been tricked. The true energy sound transmission of this old Wang family is so strong, he's clearly not sick at all. Xian Bing's voice continued to instruct, Lu, young brother, is a distinguished guest of our Wang family. Ling, quickly invite him into the inner courtyard. Ling was equally bewildered, thinking, such a grand display, could this be another one of the old man's plans? Xiao Tu, however, nimbly pulled his hand and entered the courtyard. Lu, come in quickly, I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Wei quietly observed from afar, musing to himself, it's him again. Ling also can't avoid careful consideration. Is this Lu Yue the ally he chose for the Wang family? A high-end hospital, prominently located on the bustling street. Lu Yun, dressed in a patient gown, slept soundly, drooling, oblivious to her surroundings. Xiao Nan at this moment was flustered and uneasy, staring intently at the man clenching his cigarette. Uncle Lu, Sister Lu's condition has stabilized, so I'll take my leave. Lu Yun's father, Lu Fei, his face darkened, and he ominously warned, damn it, if I find out who dared to defile my daughter's face, I'll tear him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. Lu Quan promptly announced the latest news, boss. A Piao sent word that Wang Xianping is still very healthy. Hearing this, the boss casually replied, I knew it, that old man is not simple. His eyes flickered to the side, avoiding further discussion. There's also another rather strange matter. Many forces in Zhejiang were present, but the Wang family didn't favor any of them. Instead, they chose a callow youth named Lu Yue. Lu Fei, puffing on his cigarette, seemed surprised, saying, Lu Yue, never heard of him. Suddenly, as if hundreds of lightning bolts struck him, Xiao Nan's face turned green, and he shouted, Lu Yue, it's Lu Yue again. Seeing his unusual reaction, Lu Fei probed, what's wrong, do you know him? In another setting, Sister Ling's expression was serious as she gestured, then please, Mr. Lu, come inside with me. Hearing this, Yue smiled brightly and replied, Sister Ling, wait a moment, I still have a friend. Song A Piao fell sprawling on the ground, creating a large crater, resentfully saying, damn it, only a storm can knock down an old tree like me. How could this small difficulty stop me from being loyal to Boss Lu? As he spoke, he struggled to gather his strength, supporting himself on the ground to stand up. Before Song A Piao could even rise, a pair of slender legs suddenly stomped his head back to its original position. Miaoke appeared beautifully from the misty smoke, her face filled with regret. If only I could cast the purification spell. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed immediately. Miaoke's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent enveloped her entire body. How much filth did you leave on my body? Are you waiting for divine punishment? Seeing this, Yue's face paled, and he involuntarily recalled the scene of him fleeing and leaving her alone. He awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a smile as he explained, I was just in a hurry. Suddenly, Miaoke sensed something in the surroundings, making her look around. Sister Ling observed her from afar, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and after a moment, she suspiciously said, I can't sense any aura from her. It seems Lu Yue's background is not simple at all. Her guard was immediately raised. Thinking of this, Sister Ling turned and called out, if she's your friend, then invite her in. leaving Miaoke standing there, immersed in the fragrance of the pagoda flowers, feeling lost. In the Wang family's spacious reception room, Xiao Tu was pouring tea while curiously examining Miaoke. So, you're Lu's friend? Here, have some tea. The scene of Xiao Tu getting so close to her while pouring tea immediately caught Miaoke's attention. While staring intently ahead, she muttered to herself, this size. It's really not a mutation, is it? Yue, at this moment, asked with concern, Old Master Wang, is your injury still alright? When we exchanged blows, I felt your shoulder wasn't very flexible. Hearing this, he happily laughed and replied, as expected, you have a knack for it, young man. Thinking back to the exchange of blows at that time, Xianping quickly concluded, that punch, you deliberately missed, didn't you? After saying that, he assured, don't worry, this old man is fine. Once I recover, we'll spar again. Xiao Tu immediately understood the situation. So, Grandpa's injury wasn't caused by a Lu? I thought Sister Ling was going to deal with a Lu. I was so nervous. After saying that, she went to hold Sister Ling's hand, causing Sister Ling to glance at her. She lifted her hand and adjusted her hair, helplessly unable to express her feelings. In your eyes, am I someone who pretends to be nonchalant on the surface but likes to stab people in the back? As soon as she finished speaking, Xianping and Xiao Tu immediately responded enthusiastically, yes, that's right. Miaoke looked around and immediately noticed the paintings on the wall. Why are there so many portraits? He also had the same question and asked, Mr. Wang, what are the paintings on the wall? Xianping calmly answered everyone's questions. You've probably heard that our Wang family is both a martial arts family and a family of generals, right? Speaking to this point, he couldn't help but become emotional and stand up. The figures in these paintings are all martyrs of the Wang family who dedicated themselves to protecting the country and died on the battlefield. After many years of accumulation, the Wang family can be said to have some influence. Sister Ling, observing everything, probed, so you know that in Zhejiang, those people are friendly and respectful to the Wang family on the surface, but in secret, they are watching the Wang family like tigers eyeing their prey, waiting for an opportunity to pounce, right? Hearing their sinister schemes, Yue's voice responded, so that's how it is. She couldn't help but carefully reconsider. It seems letting Xiao Tu contact Lu Yue is also one of the old man's plans. If he didn't dare to come, then the old man would definitely look down on him. Now that he has come openly and honestly, even if he's not righteous, he's not a cunning person. As she thought, she looked at the harmonious scene before her. Sister Ling couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, using the excuse of a relapse of an old illness, not only eliminating the crisis but also taking the opportunity to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys of other forces in Zhejiang. Testing Lu Yue, one arrow hits 3 targets. Who can play against this cunning old man? Feeling slandered in his heart, Xianping kept sneezing. Achoo. Silently watching Sister Ling seriously pondering, he immediately understood that it seems the Ling has realized it already. But unfortunately, it's not 1 arrow hitting 3 targets, but 4. After thinking for a moment, Xianping seriously proposed a cooperative suggestion. Those people are no different from snakes and scorpions. I still prefer being friends with you. Lu, we should interact more in the future. His voice cheerfully replied, yes. A sense of foreboding flashed in Yue's heart. Why do I keep feeling like something's wrong? On the surface, he sighed in relief. But in his heart, he thought excitedly and smugly, little brat, just wait to be led into my trap, to be played around in the palm of my hand. Xianping's inner self transformed into an old devil, excitedly laughing fiercely. Miaoke's calm voice instantly interrupted his thoughts. In the end, the one who benefits is this old man. But you still have to thank him. Xiao Tu, hearing her say that, immediately angrily defended him. Grandpa, is that true? Seeing that he had been exposed, he was struck by lightning and panicked. Why, who exactly is this girl? Her image was instantly magnified in Xianping's eyes. Why, when standing in front of her, can she see through my heart, and have me in the palm of her hand? In the end, after she finishes judging, I even have to bow my head and thank her. Miaoke's face instantly darkened, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. Xianping carefully watched her drink water, tightly rubbing his hands, and worriedly defended, this young lady is overthinking things. If young brother Lu is resented, our Wang family will definitely not sit idly by. If young brother Lu needs anything, just say it. After saying that, he gently turned his head and glanced at Yue. Xiao Tu, beside him, quickly patted her chest and assured, it's alright, Lu, just say what you need, Grandpa will definitely solve it for you. Seeing this, he rested his chin and thought, the Wang family is a martial arts family. Then I'll be blunt, can I borrow the Wang family's cultivation methods to read? Any field is fine. Seeing that everything was within his expectations, Xianping calmly replied, Cultivation methods? I have some that I can lend to young brother Lu for reference. He continued, but please forgive me for being blunt, cultivation methods as important as the flame fist are not convenient for our Wang family to show to others. Even if Xiao Tu came forward to help, it wouldn't be possible. Hearing this, she pouted in anger. Ignoring that, Yue smiled, mediated and sympathized. I understand, just a few affiliated cultivation methods are fine. He secretly calculated, just bring them back and see if they can expand and integrate with each other. Miao Ke proposed, I really like the pagoda trees in your courtyard, but I don't know. He immediately flattered, you have excellent taste, the quality of these pagoda trees is extremely good, grown from 1,000-year-old seedlings. I'll send someone to your place to plant some for you. Miao Ke quickly declined his good intentions. No, I just want to eat the flowers, the fragrance travels so far, it's been so long since I've eaten them. He was too familiar with this, and sighed dejectedly, I knew it. Xianping then offered another suggestion. If you want to enjoy the scenery, we have another mountain that grows this kind of tree. How about I just give that mountain to young brother Lu? She was satisfied and without regret, waved goodbye, let's go. Leaving Yue standing there, his head full of questions, is she really that hungry? Xianping waved goodbye with a smile outside. If young brother Lu has matters to attend to, then go ahead, I'll have someone copy the cultivation methods and bring them to you later. He cheerfully turned around and replied, yes, old Master Wang, I'll visit you again another day. Sister Ling crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, sarcastically saying, some people scheme and plot, thinking they're computers that can grasp the entire situation. But in the end, they not only lose some cultivation methods but also lose a mountain. Xiao Tu chimed in, that's right, Grandpa, it's time to fix your calculating ways. He sighed in response, what's given is given. Xianping turned around and carefully discussed, I don't know what kind of background that girl has. What she said just now is probably just an excuse, but I also don't know what she needs the pagoda. Tree 4. At Lu Yue's home, a hand reached out and twisted the doorknob, slowly entering the room. Facing the door, Shinkai had his back turned, staring intently at the computer screen, a voice coming from it, please support your idol, Si Yen, with enthusiasm. His face was flushed, and he slurred, brother Lu is back? The landlord is asking for 500 yuan for apartment repair fees, can you pay it for me first? A series of shadows stared from behind, causing Shinkai to suddenly sober up. They quickly moved forward to restrain him, and he shouted in alarm, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, our Li family is an ancient martial arts family, don't force me to take action. Silently observing Shinkai kneeling before him, a voice spoke, this person, the man in front of him continued, is just a useless ordinary person, right? Shinkai was openly disdained, and he roared with fury, who's useless? Who's useless? Let me tell you, don't make me mad. Only to see him loudly order, yes, take him away. He, Shinkai, was filled with anxiety, grinding his teeth, unable to speak. The faint sunlight streamed through the pagoda tree leaves. Looking at the scene, Yue couldn't help but sigh, there are so many pagoda flowers here, it should be enough for her to eat for half. A year, right? Miao Ke crossed her arms and probed, you think I really want to eat them? Seeing her reaction, Yue asked hesitantly, isn't that the case? Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel helpless and speechless. Idiot, do you think I'm such a gluttonous person? Yue smiled awkwardly and replied, isn't it? Miao Ke then reached out and tore off a piece of bark. I think the quality of this pagoda tree is very good, so I just came up with some formulas for refining elixirs from the bark. Saying that, she gently shook the piece of bark. Creating elixirs has great benefits for physical training and chi nourishment. Yue uncertainly confirmed again, bark, so why did you deliberately say you wanted the flowers? Miao Ke slyly replied, what do you know? This is called misdirection. His voice then sounded, what if they only give us the flowers? Miao Ke then leisurely explained, then we'll just refuse. He found a random empty space and sat down, refining elixirs and nourishing chi. Do you mean you found a way to restore your strength? A trace of sadness flickered across Miao Ke's face. I have to try, anyway. I can't find a way to absorb chi into my body. If there's no special opportunity, I'm afraid the hope is even more distant. So I'm refining this elixir for you. Hearing that she said it was for him, Yue couldn't help but be startled. For me? She also found an empty space next to him, sat down, and said, legend has it that cultivators who break through to the celestial human realm will obtain the magical power to dissolve the grand void, rampaging through the world, and will never be limited by time and space. Therefore, even if it's elixirs, cultivation methods, or mental techniques, I will try my best for you to help you break through to the celestial human realm. Then take me back to the world I originally lived in. Speaking to this point, Miaoku's face became energetic, and Yue shuddered beside her. Yue pointed to himself uncertainly and asked, "Take you back?" Then he sighed, supported himself on the ground, and looked up at the vast sky above. "That's right. I almost forgot you're not from this world." A bright expression appeared on Miaoku's face. She reached out and said, "How can the main character develop the plot if they don't take the stage? Both sides have been preparing for this battle for 100 years. If I don't participate, the bald old men of the Righteous Path Alliance will probably feel bored." Yue tentatively asked, "Is the gap between me and the celestial human realm bigger than the gap between humans and chimpanzees?" He leaned slightly, anxiously continued, "Do you believe I can do it?" Miaoku lowered her voice, shocking him. "The celestial human realm can command the world. In my world, there are only a few scattered individuals. Above this realm is even more terrifying. Compared to you now, it can be said that the gap is like the difference between clouds and mud." Yue, hearing the harsh truth, immediately dismissed the idea. "Then there's nothing to worry about." Suddenly, she leaned closer, gently saying, "But the person I believe in is definitely not inferior. I will try my best to help you stand on the top of this world." Yue's face instantly flushed red. Miaoku confidently shone like a star and continued, "At that time, dissolving the grand void will be as simple as a wave of the hand." Hearing these words of encouragement and comfort, his face lit up. "Then I'll try." Miaoku happily proposed, "But to be honest, the smell of pagoda flowers is really fragrant. How about picking some?" He was startled and asked again, "You still want to eat them?" At the forestry press, the room was filled with gifts, spread everywhere. The secretary suddenly exclaimed, "This is too much." Fatty stood beside him, pretending to know and flattering. The medicinal tycoon of the Fong family wouldn't even sell this kind of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. But now he's bringing it out as a gift. Our brother Lu really has connections. Short Hair suddenly exclaimed in horror, "There's also a full-body VR device, a new product from Mimi Company." At the press conference, they said they wouldn't release this product to the market for another half a year. Saying that, he turned to ask Lin Wei, "Chairman Lin, what exactly did our brother Lu do? Why are these companies and enterprises all vying to give him gifts?" Baldy beside him also tentatively asked, "Why are these companies and enterprises all vying to give him gifts?" He smiled and said, "Wait for him to come, he'll tell you himself." The secretary, standing nearby, noticed someone pushing the door open and loudly announced, "Brother Lu is here." Short Hair, seeing this, quickly ran over. "Brother Lu, can I borrow this VR device to play a couple of rounds? I've liked this for a long time." Fatty was no less quick, pleading, "Brother Lu, can you cut me a piece of ginseng? My wife has been complaining that I'm a little weak lately." Yue didn't understand why so many free experiences were appearing, and asked suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about?" The secretary immediately bowed and reported the situation. "Brother Lu doesn't know yet? This morning, companies and enterprises in Zhejiang all came here vying to give gifts. And they all specifically said they were for you." Silently watching the lively scene in the room, Xiaonan clenched his fists in anger, grinding his teeth and thinking, "These people used to flatter me, it's him again. Lu Yue, does he want to steal all the attention?" Yue thought to himself, "Gifts, these people are probably targeting the Wang family's influence, so they deliberately came to approach me." Thinking like that, he quickly disclaimed responsibility. Everyone can choose whatever gift they like. It's probably because the work efficiency has been too good lately. So it's been recognized. Everyone should thank the two President Lins. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people opposite him immediately thank you to the two President Lins. Miaoku and Lin Wei couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. The service girl stood in front of Yue. She coldly looked at him and smirked, "Come here looking for men? You're not picky, huh? Then I'll change someone to serve you." Saying that, she called someone over, a Piao. Song A Piao clenched his fists, looking at Yue. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame the damn woman you're following." Behind him were three underlings ready to fight. The subordinate continued, "That's right, the Wang family values you, right? Then we'll use this opportunity to nail the chicken in a coffin and scare the Wang family's monkeys." A green-haired man in martial arts clothing rushed forward and threw a powerful punch straight at Yue's face. Yue was extremely vigilant. Yue dodged with lightning speed and turned to unleash a series of rapid counterattacks. He used instant body technique. Yue's speed was so fast that his opponent didn't have time to react. A bald man rushed forward with superior strength. Yue stepped back cautiously. He raised his fist and shouted, "Penetrating power." The gangsters were all swept into the whirlwind created by Yue. Their bodies were thrown about in a chaotic swirl of light. Yue turned his back calmly. Song Apiao exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Yue Wei didn't bother to turn his head, only coldly replied, "A dog that only knows how to bark is useless to its master." Before Song Apiao could react, Yue Wei's hand reached out in the blink of an eye. Yue Wei pressed Song Apiao's face to the ground, his eyes cold, and he gritted his teeth. "I'll ask again, where is Li Kaixin?" Song Apiao cried out in pain, "Damn it!" Yue Wei held Song Apiao's head down, and he moaned, calling for help, "Martial Artist Legion, are you still not tired of watching the show?" After speaking, a large metal ball flew towards Yue Wei. He quickly dodged it. The ball hit the ground, and fragments scattered everywhere. A man in a black suit and sunglasses stood solemnly, tightening the chain in his hand, tilted his head and said with contempt, "A master from the Liu family? I spit on that. You were told to hold on for 5 minutes, and you couldn't even do that." Yue Wei frowned and looked ahead, annoyed and muttered, "Martial Artist Legion, it's you again. Are you secretly in love with me? Why are you chasing after me so relentlessly?" Song Apiao gritted his teeth, pointing and ordering with irritation, "Damn it, I told you it was a collaboration. Why are my people all dead, and you still haven't taken action?" The black-suited man maintained his posture, holding the chain, and coldly replied, "Don't talk too much. We'll take care of the kid you can't handle." Song Apiao smirked when he turned to look at Miaoke standing nearby. "Then I'll deal with that woman, and bring the reward back." Yue Wei heard these words, his face helpless. "Hey, can you change your target?" Song Apiao laughed and waved his hand towards Miaoke standing. He shouted, "It's useless to beg for mercy. Today all of you will be tied up here." As Song Apiao rushed forward, Miaoke remained calm. She gently raised her hand to block his powerful swing. Song Apiao's eyes revealed shock. Miaoke lifted her eyes to look directly at Song Apiao. She uttered a short, murderous word, "Break." A huge, swirling black and white energy erupted from Miaoke's hand, surging towards Song Apiao, causing the entire space to shake violently. Song Apiao instantly lay collapsed in a corner. The black-suited man frowned seriously. Looking around the smoke-filled room, he asked in dismay, "What just happened?" The subordinate beside him gave up. "I don't know either." Yue Wei crossed his arms and smiled confidently. "See, if you had only attacked me, at least the outcome wouldn't have been so miserable." Miaoke walked forward from behind with a domineering gait. She coldly challenged, "If you've come here to save someone, then make it quick." The black-suited man took a step forward and raised his hand to stop her. He shouted, "Don't come over here." The man beside him worriedly looked over and asked, "Is boss still not ready?" Miaoke put her hand on her hip, showing defiance. "Whatever tricks you have, just unleash them all. I'm free." Miaoke suddenly widened her eyes, looking at the green gas rushing towards her. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her expression surprised and wary. Yue Wei hurriedly ran over to support Miaoke, who was collapsing to the floor. Yue Wei anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Miaoke gasped and said, "I feel like I've lost all my strength." The black-suited man calmly adjusted the device in his ear. He listened carefully. A voice sounded inside. "Remember, the effects of these drugs won't last long. Moreover, I won't take action until the critical moment to expose my identity." Yue Wei sat down and embraced Miaoke, who was falling into his arms. The black-suited man slowly approached. If it wasn't for his plan last time, she would have died long ago. The subordinate replied, "Don't worry, boss, even if we have to kill him 10,000 times." Yue Wei tightened his grip on Miaoke in his arms, his eyes full of worry looking at the green gas spreading from the air conditioner. "Is it caused by this green gas?" The bald man laughed loudly, carrying the chain, and approached, then said, "Haha, as expected, what boss prepared is very effective. Obediently lie still here." Yue Wei looked at Miaoke, then asked curiously, "But it doesn't seem to affect me and them?" Yue Wei suddenly picked up Miaoke. Miaoke, surprised, blushing, and asked, "What are you doing?" Yue Wei looked directly into Miaoke's eyes, smiled gently, then reassured, "Don't worry, it won't be long." Yue Wei placed Miaoke on the edge of the table. Miaoke gently lowered her eyes, then softly said, "Since when do I need you to worry about me?" Yue Wei suddenly sprang up, creating a strong gust of wind. Before the enemies could react, they heard Yue Wei shout, "Penetrating mirror." The bald boss took a step back as Yue Wei charged forward like a whirlwind. Yue Wei shouted in alarm, "Too fast!" At this moment, a subordinate descended from above, raised his sword towards Yue Wei, and yelled, "Kid, we knew your martial arts weren't simple, so we prepared in advance." Yue Wei unleashed a lightning-fast, powerful punch and roared, "Enough talk!" The boss and his companions were no pushovers either. They multiplied into multiple figures, moving and quickly raising their swords to block Yue Wei's attacks, forming a formation that trapped Yue Wei in the middle. Kun Ji Shin Xing, Kun Body Formation. The bald man gritted his teeth and said, "How is it?" "This is the result of our training." Yue Wei stood his ground, calculating inwardly, "Currently, the only move I can use to attack is the Tian Dao. Jiquan, Heavenly Dao Fist. Yue stood in the swirling encirclement of attackers moving swiftly around him, his eyes cold. He could hear the enemy's taunts, looking at your powerful but helpless state. You must be really frustrated, huh? Suddenly, the vortex stopped. Two men lunged directly at Yue with their weapons, one shouting, "Go die!" Yue leaned to the side and unleashed a palm strike, creating a shield around himself. Yue roared, "Activate Jin Zhong Zhao, Golden Bell Shield." A golden light enveloped Yue's body, forming a sturdy shield. The two thugs cried out in surprise, "What?" Yue calmly said, "Actively attacking won't hit me. So I'll condense my energy into a golden bell shield." Yue coldly turned to Miaoke, who was sitting behind him, then growled at the two men, "Want to fight more? If not, hand over Li Shikai now." The two thugs were helpless. They had to throw a control device that landed right next to Yue's feet. Yue quickly picked up Miaoke and put her on his shoulder. While escaping, he snarled, "If you can't win, you play dirty?" From the device, a thick white smoke erupted, covering the entire room, making the space hazy. A woman wearing a wide hat that obscured half of her face appeared in the smoke. Her voice was cold as she ordered, "Retreat quickly." Yue, carrying Miaoke, looked towards the smoke. "I'm afraid they want to retreat. If I chase them, I might fall into a trap. Just rescuing one kid, it's not worth sacrificing myself." Miaoke, blushing and angry, slapped Yue's shoulder and snapped, "How long are you going to carry me?" Yue still held Miaoke firmly on his shoulder and dashed away with a solemn expression. Miaoke's dress was lifted in an awkward position, making both of them feel embarrassed. Yue put Miaoke down on the hallway floor, his eyes probing. "You've recovered? Where did that chi come from? It seems to only affect you, right?" Miaoke crossed her arms and said seriously, "There's a scent of Feng Xian Chao, impatience plant, and Jueming, cassia seed. It must be for attracting snakes." Yue frowned. Confused and repeated, "Snakes?" Miaoke raised her hand, explaining with a hint of dissatisfaction, "It's related to the cultivation method I used to practice. Because I obtained the heart of a demon snake. I learned some secrets." She waved her hands quickly, "But I'm not infected with the habits of snakes. I'm just a little uncomfortable with these things." Yue speculated in silence before speaking, "So you're saying they're targeting you, and they know a lot about you in that world. Who are they?" Miaoke stood in front of the dark stairwell and calmly replied, "No matter how I think about it, it feels unbelievable. I can't draw a conclusion yet. Let's go ask the person inside." They both entered the room. Yue looked at Song A Piao, who was tied up, and sternly asked, "What exactly is the Lu family and the Martial Legion planning to do? And what about that blue gas? Tell me everything you know." Song A Piao, tied up, spoke in frustration, "I don't know about the Martial Legion, but the Lu family wants to eliminate this woman." Yue turned to look at Miaoke and asked, "Her? Why?" Song A Piao lowered his head in pain, his voice deep and hoarse. "A month ago, we already killed this woman. I clearly confirmed that she was dead that day, but then the person who hired us said it wasn't handled cleanly, and she was still alive." Yue widened his eyes, his expression shocked and bewildered as he repeated the words he just heard, "A month ago." Miaoke sat coldly, crossing her legs on the chair, her sharp eyes looking towards Song A Piao. Yue stood beside him, holding him tightly. Yue lowered his head and said softly, "And the one who knows about this honored one is in the Martial Legion." Miaoke tilted her head and replied, "So the person the Lu family wants to target is the original Lin Miaoke of this world." Yue gripped Song A Piao's shoulders, questioning him seriously, "Who hired you?" Song A Piao trembled and replied, "We only receive orders to work and are not allowed to interfere in the Lu family's business, so I don't know anything about other matters." Yue suddenly sprang up with a fierce expression. He threw a punch at Song A Piao, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. Yue turned to look at Miaoke with a determined gaze. "If we have a clue, then let's start investigating from the Lu family." The two then went to find Shikai. Seeing Yue and Miaoke in front of him, Shikai, tied up and slumped on the ground, looked up and shouted, "My brother! I knew you'd come to save me!" Then he yelled, "Help me up!" After successfully getting Shikai out, the two got into the car and left. Miaoke said to Yue with a serious expression, "It seems that the Lu family is a powerful family here. Just barging in like that wouldn't be a smart decision." Yue coldly replied, "Who said I was just barging in? There are many other ways." Shikai staggered behind the car, his hands and feet still tied, shouting in despair, "I haven't gotten in the car yet. Hey, I haven't gotten in the car yet, buddy." In the bar, a staff member pointed to the door and reported, "Young Master Gu, the person who wants to see you is this one." Xiao Nan nodded calmly and replied, "Okay, you go back to work." Xiao Nan's expression was tense. Xiao Nan frowned slightly and said, "To be honest, apart from Xiao Ke, I don't want to see anyone right now." Xiao Nan suddenly saw Yue Wei lying on the ground covered in red syrup. Yue Wei said weakly, "Goo. Goo Xiao Nan." Seeing this scene, Xiao Nan shouted in horror, "What the hell? Yue Wei." Yue Wei struggled to sit up, his face pale, with red syrup dripping from the corner of his mouth. He said in a weak voice, "Xiao Nan, I'm about to die. The Martial Legion found me just now. I'm seriously injured now, and won't live for many more days." Xiao Nan knelt down facing Yue Wei, his eyes doubtful but still a little worried. Xiao Nan said through gritted teeth, "Really? Are you trying to trick me again?" Yue Wei sat leaning against the wall, the light casting a bewildered expression on his face. Xiao Nan burst out laughing, "Haha, Yue Wei, so you have this day too? What's wrong? You came to this young master because you want this young master to kick you a few more times?" Yue Wei gasped and said, "I was injured saving Boss Lin. Someone wants to put her in a coffin." Yue Wei raised his head and looked at Xiao Nan with a serious expression. He entrusted his wish. The Liu family and the Martial Legion are working together. If I die, the only one who can protect her is you, Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan angrily grabbed Yue Wei's collar and lifted him up, his voice harsh. "The Liu family wants to deal with Xiao Ke. Is what you're saying true?" Yue Wei grimaced and said, "Perhaps there's another force behind the Liu family that I can't investigate." Xiao Nan clenched his fist, stood up abruptly, his eyes full of determination. "Yue Wei, it's your own fault if you end up in a coffin, but as for Xiao Ke, I will never let her fall into danger." Yue Wei stopped him. "Xiao Nan, don't try to investigate further. It's too dangerous." Xiao Nan turned around, pointed into the distance, and ordered loudly, "You two, come here and help him up." Xiao Nan stood with his back to Yue Wei and said arrogantly, "Shut up, save your strength and wait for the ambulance to arrive. This old man is smarter and stronger than you." His tone was full of arrogance. He continued, "I'll let Xiao Ke know who is really on her side." After Xiao Nan left, Miao Ke appeared behind him. She looked at Yue Wei sitting on the ground and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to have such superb acting skills." Yue Wei was no longer pretending to be injured. He propped himself up, and replied with a smirk, "Of course." On the other side, Xiao Nan had gone to Lu Yun to get information. Xiao Nan looked uncomfortable and worried as Lu Yun got close to him. Lu Yun said in a lustful voice, "Oh, my Xiao Nan, you're so kind, even coming to visit your sister." Lu Yun, in a sexy red dress, sat on Xiao Nan's lap while stroking his cheek. Xiao Nan forced a smile and asked her, "Sister Yun, that's only natural. How are you recovering?" Lu Yun looked at Xiao Nan with sweet eyes and said, "Although my body is still a bit uncomfortable, this place is very warm, because only those who are truly intimate with each other can experience that embarrassing thing together. Don't you think so?" Xiao Nan sweated and replied, "Yes, yes." Lu Yun gave Xiao Nan a stack of papers and said with a smile, "My little enemy, everything you want to investigate is here, the list of hirers." After a long time, Xiao Nan tiredly walked out of Lu Yun's house. Yue Wei was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking at him with a sharp gaze. Before Xiao Nan could react, Yue Wei quickly appeared behind him, covered his mouth, and startled him before he could react. Yue Wei put his hand over Xiao Nan's mouth and quickly stuffed a pill into it. He whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid, this is a super tonic that I've researched. It can help you treat your neurasthenia." Xiao Nan shouted angrily, Yue Wei, you were in the hospital. Wait, where are your injuries?" Yue Wei smiled smugly as he saw Xiao Nan begin to realize something was wrong. Yue Wei simply replied, "Modern medicine is very advanced, so I've recovered. No need to worry." Xiao Nan angrily pointed at Yue Wei's face and shouted, "Damn it, I knew you were tricking me again. Spit out the money for the ambulance, and pay me back." Yue Wei gripped Xiao Nan's shoulders, his eyes sharp, and asked through gritted teeth, "Did you find out who did it?" Xiao Nan pretended to sigh in frustration. He turned away and replied, "No, I couldn't find out anything." Yue Wei suddenly pushed hard, causing Xiao Nan to fall to the floor, his face panicking, not understanding what was happening. Xiao Nan lay on the ground and shouted, "Yue Wei, are you crazy? What are you going to do?" Yue Wei knelt down, grabbed Xiao Nan's hand, and pulled out a small device attached to his trouser leg, saying seriously, "I can know even if you don't tell me." Xiao Nan knelt stunned on the floor, while Yue Wei held up the device. Xiao Nan asked in shock, "When did you know?" The scene returned to when Xiao Nan was still at Lu Yun's house. He was sitting on the bed in only his underwear, holding a document with a horrified expression, and shouted, "Chairman Lin? But he's Xiao Ke's brother. Why would he send people to kill Xiao Ke? He still couldn't believe what he was seeing, and turned to ask again, Sister Yun, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lu Yun leaned back on the bed and answered indifferently. Only the assassins make mistakes, not the orders. Do you understand? Yu Wei was stunned when he heard the sounds of Lu Yun and Xiao Nan's conversation. His expression changed. Lin Wei, is it him? Yu Wei angrily wanted to settle the score with Lin Wei. Xiao Nan pulled Yu Wei's hand. Speaking urgently, Xiao Nan said, Lu Yu Wei, listen to me, Lin Wei isn't as simple as you think. Even if this is true, we have to plan first. Yu Wei tilted his head and looked at Xiao Nan, his voice cold. I know you want to help, but leave the rest to me. You don't need to get involved. You'll die. Xiao Nan angrily glared and retorted, What do you mean? You mean I should pretend I don't know anything? Only you can help Xiao Ke? Yu Wei didn't turn back but jumped high, leaving Xiao Nan calling after him. Lu Yu Wei, make yourself clear. Xiao Nan punched the wall hard, his eyes full of hatred. Damn it, daring to look down on me? One day you'll have to bow down to me, just wait. In Lin Miaoke's study, Yu Wei stared intently at the computer screen, his eyes lighting up as he discovered something, found it. Yu Wei thoughtfully analyzed Lin Wei causing Lin Corporation to lose a large sum of money for unknown reasons, which was discovered by Lin Miaoke. He finally found out the truth. No wonder he wanted to harm Lin Miaoke, because once this matter is exposed, he will lose his position as the head of Lin Corporation, even harming his own sister for money and power. At this time, Miaoke entered the room with a casual expression. Laughing softly, Lu Yun said, Everything will be clear after a fight. Miaoke approached Yu Wei, leaning close to his face, her allure clear. Just a mortal, why bother so much? Yu Wei frowned, thinking. He said, You're right, Lin Wei isn't important. The main thing is the person behind him. Why is your face red? Then he muttered, Are you drunk? Miaoke stood close to Yu Wei. She touched his forehead and transmitted a source of spiritual energy, smiling and saying, He, this honored one thought of this long ago. I've prepared a comprehensive plan for you. Miaoke tilted her head and looked closely at Yu Wei, her pink eyes glowing. She smiled mysteriously, while Yu Wei was slightly startled and thought in his head. Wait, wouldn't drinking while drunk summon pills? Qing Yang entered Miaoke's body. She leaned forward, revealing the Taiji tattoo on her shoulder, and an eerie pink and purple light spread behind her. Qing Yang sat on Yu Wei's lap and hugged his neck. She said with a smile, Young master, we meet again. Yu Wei was shocked and shouted, Qing Yang. Qing Yang gently stood facing Yu Wei, her face slightly flushed. She smiled and said, Last time I probed a little. I thought you were a refined person, but who knew you would act so rudely? But it's okay. Yu Wei questioned, Probe? Probe what? The newly arrived person tilted her head and pouted. You probably know that I'm a chi spirit, right? I was separated by evil people using evil techniques, and then put into spiritual energy for the purpose of using the soul to nourish the spiritual energy. Qing Yang crossed her arms, her expression proud and calm. She said, But the demon woman didn't do that. On the contrary, she rescued me. The scene shifted to the past. Miaoke, who was then a demon lord, stood next to a man who was pointing at a pill furnace. He said, Your Excellency, from now on, this desolate heaven mysterious cauldron will be yours. This kind of pill furnace has been nourished by chi spirits for thousands of years and is a rare treasure in the world. Miaoke tilted her head, surprised, and asked, A rare treasure? Miaoke coldly flicked her hand, shattering the pill furnace in front of her, scattering fragments everywhere. She said loudly, This honored one doesn't want it, nor does she need it. From inside the pill furnace, a faint figure was gradually appearing from the spiritual energy. A green-haired girl with a serious expression stood in the mist. Qing Yang continued to recount, If the spiritual energy breaks, my soul will have nowhere to reside, and it will naturally dissipate. But she chose to absorb me, using her own body as a new place to reside. Miaoke sat cross-legged in the sea of flames that was raging around her, her eyes closed, her expression calm amidst the swirling qi. Qing Yang continued to recall. After absorbing me, she could obtain hundreds of ways to refine qi. Miaoke sat in an area filled with crimson resentment behind her, her face solemn amidst the demonic qi swirling around her. Qing Yang recounted, She also absorbed all of my resentment. As the lord of an entire country, the hatred of seeing my land with blood flowing like rivers and corpses piled up, the hatred of being skinned and boned to be refined into a chi spirit, the hatred of being trapped in spiritual energy for thousands of years without seeing the light of day. Miaoke gritted her teeth and tensed as the torrent of resentment grabbed her entire body. Behind her was the shadow with the red eyes of the green-haired girl. And a cold voice came from behind her neck, "If you can't bear it, give up." Miaoka turned her head and retorted angrily, her voice full of contempt, "You want to crush this honored one with this bit of killing intent? Who do you think this honored one is?" Yu Wei heard this and hesitated. Does containing a person's soul also mean accepting all of their emotions and what they have experienced? Miaoka stood with her arms crossed. Her eyes sharp but her voice full of confidence. "Young master is so smart. Ordinary people can't bear this kind of thing. This demon woman is kind to me. The reason I probed before was just to see if you had any other schemes." Miaoka opened the door and stepped out. She took Yu Wei's hand and invited, "Young master, follow me." On the table was a plate of black medicinal materials and a white bottle. Yu Wei's voice rang out, "White tree bark from Qinghua Mountain, and all these medicinal materials." Miaoka explained, "These are the necessary medicinal materials for refining the Qingyuan pill. If young master wants to deal with the person behind the scenes, the Qingyuan pill will be very helpful." Yu Wei held a piece of medicinal material in his hand with a look of embarrassment, "But I don't know how to refine pills." Miaoka smiled confidently and replied, "Young master, don't worry, I'm here." Miaoka took his hand. Yu Wei trembled as he touched the hem of Miaoka's clothes on her chest. Yu Wei woke up in a state of bewilderment. He looked around with frightened eyes, stammering, This is... Yu Wei stared in amazement at the pill emitting smoke. He reached out and picked it up, softly exclaiming, "It's refined." Miaoka sat leaning against the kitchen counter in a tight black dress with a revealing thigh slit. She smiled and said, "The effect of the Qingyuan pill is very special. Young master only needs to take one pill." Yu Wei came closer, worriedly asking, "What about you? Are you okay?" Miaoka closed her eyes and leaned her head back, wearily replying, "I'm okay. It's just that using my soul to refine pills has made me a little weak." Miaoka suddenly lost her balance, and her whole body fell into Yu Wei's arms. She collapsed on his chest, no longer maintaining a distance. Yu Wei hurriedly supported her. Miaoka wearily closed her eyes and whispered, "It seems I need to rest for a while." Yu Wei nodded slightly, and replied, "Okay, leave the rest to me." Yu Wei raised his head and looked at the pill in his hand, his eyes doubtful, then decided to swallow it. Immediately, spiritual power erupted from all over his body. Yu Wei was engulfed in flames of qi, and exclaimed in amazement, "Reach the Grand Master realm." Yu Wei gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, saying through gritted teeth, "Lin Wei, I'm coming." Elsewhere, an elderly man slammed his hand on the table and angrily shouted, "Disapproved. As long as I'm here, I will never approve the investment plan for Yuan Shan." Lin Wei still tried to persuade, but the most important thing right now is investing in martial artists. The Lin family's business is facing increasing difficulties. If we don't change, we can only sit and wait to die. The person opposite him was angry. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Lin Wei, don't forget that I am the head of the family." From outside the door, a woman entered to comfort him. "Oh dear, what's going on? Talk slowly, have a cup of tea." Lin Wei accepted the tea from the woman. "It's nothing, aunt, let me." He secretly dropped a suspicious powder into the man's drink when no one was paying attention. After completing his operation, he turned around and offered the man the cup of tea, his tone eager. "Uncle, I'll think again about the investment." The man nodded. "Well, anyway, we still have Liu Wei. If it doesn't work out, you can give up the position to him. Once he becomes a member of the Lin family, he will naturally have to work hard." Lin Wei sadly left, no one knowing the cunning expression on his face after he turned around. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Useless. Even now you still want to protect that 1.3 acres of land." Lin Wei walked down the stairs in the dark with a cold gaze. He said to himself, "Then just die. Only when you're all dead can I lead the Lin family to revival. Crushing Wang Yinma and the like under my feet." Lin Wei had just entered the living room when he saw Xiaonan waiting there. He smiled and said loudly, "Chairman Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I have a project I want to negotiate a cooperation with you." Lin Wei teased, "Young Master Gu, what kind of good cooperation project do you have?" Xiaonan echoed, "Chairman Lin, Lu Yuwei is about to deal with you. I want to join forces with you to eliminate him." Lin Wei tilted his head and smiled faintly and said, "Lu Yuwei, he is a distinguished guest of the Lin family in Niaoke, and is also considered a close brother of mine. Why would he have to deal with me?" Xiaonan lowered his voice and replied, "Chairman Lin, let's not beat around the bush anymore. The Lin family values him so much. Isn't that a good thing for you? Moreover, he probably knows all about the things you've done." Lin Wei pretended to be innocent, frowned and asked, "Young Master Gu, What have I done? Xiao Nan tilted his head and smiled faintly, his eyes full of calculation. What you've done is not important. For you and me, eliminating Lu Yue is the most important thing. In the movie theater in the basement of the Lin family, Lin sat in the middle of the sofa with a cold expression, and two scantily clad girls in black clothes were leaning against him. A subordinate suddenly opened the door and reported, "Chairman Lin, Lu Yue has broken in." Lin Wei remained seated, coldly said, "Let him in." Inside the room, Xiao Nan was sitting opposite Lin Wei. Lin Wei seemed complacent. Young Master Gu's intelligence is very accurate. The banquet has been prepared. And now we just need to deal with Lu Yue. Xiao Nan smirked. Very good. I believe that as long as Chairman Lin takes action, it will be difficult for him to escape even if he has wings. Lin Wei narrowed his eyes and looked dangerously. He thought to himself, although I don't know how much this disgusting toady knows, but after dealing with Lu Yue, I will also send him on his way. Very quickly Yue had found the place, kicked the door open, and said loudly through gritted teeth, "Lin Wei, I have something I need to ask you." Two subordinates with guns rushed up and pointed them straight at Lu Yue. From a distance, Gu Xiaonan stood watching with a cold expression. Seeing Xiaonan, Yue asked in shock, "Gu Xiaonan, why are you here?" Xiaonan said sarcastically, "Haha, you're about to die." Lin Wei standing next to him was also complacent. "Let's go, young Master Gu, leave this to them. The secret passage is behind." A bald assassin in a black suit raised his gun, aimed straight ahead, and pulled the trigger, the bullet flying out at breakneck speed. Yue shot forward like lightning, his eyes determined and resolute, the wind tearing the air around him. Yue rushed straight between the two bald assassins, knocking them away on either side. Syrup spurted from the mouth of one while the other bent over in pain. He continued to run towards the two. Xiao Nan angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand on Lin Wei's head, dazing him. Xiao Nan shouted, "Lin Wei!" Lin Wei fell to the ground, crying out in panic, "Gu Xiaonan, are you crazy?" Xiao Nan stood looking from above with a cold and disdainful expression. Xiao Nan bent down and picked up the ashtray, his voice full of hatred. "Although I don't like that bastard, I hate you even more." Returning to a few hours earlier, Xiao Nan, after being abandoned by Yue, gritted his teeth angrily and punched the wall directly, saying through gritted teeth, "Dare to look down on me? There will be a day when you have to bow down at my feet, Lu Yue, you just wait." Xiao Nan hugged his aching hand, his face contorted and screaming, "Ouch, it hurts like hell." Meanwhile, Lu Yue stood behind him quietly and solemnly. Xiao Nan turned around in panic and shouted, "Lu Yue, what are you trying to do again?" Yue looked directly at the other party seriously and then coldly said, "If you really want to take action, then I need you to help me with something." The other person asked in surprise, "What thing?" Xiao Nan, who was angry at this time, rushed over, raised the ashtray high in his hand, and slammed it straight on Lin Wei's head. He shouted, "You bastard, you dare send people to harm Xiao Ke. You think I will help you?" Yue calmly observed from the sidelines while Xiao Nan attacked. A crash sounded. Lin Wei cried out after being hit, "Damn it, I was ambushed by a useless person. Take action now." Then he yelled, "If you don't appear, are you dead?" Suddenly an assassin dressed in all black, wearing a mask and a hat, suddenly rushed into the room from the window at high speed, causing Yue to stop. She delivered an extremely powerful kick, skimming Yue's body. Yue dodged unexpectedly and grabbed the assassin's arm. He smiled and said, "Finally here?" Then he continued, "It was not in vain that I asked Gu Xiaonan to deliberately spread the news so that Lin Wei would prepare people to deal with me." The masked assassin suddenly became angry because she was seen through. "What?" Yue held her hand and calmly said, "Anyway, Lin Wei has never been my target. I just wanted to lure you out." The woman asked, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about Lin Miaoke, or rather, how do you know the information about the demon sect empress?" Yue still held the woman's hand, his eyes serious, and said, "If you don't tell me, then I will confirm it myself." Yue reached out and flipped the woman's mask, revealing her true face. Sister Ling surprised and exclaimed after being exposed, "It's you." Yue finally realized, he exclaimed, "Similar to the smell of smoke, I should have guessed it long ago." Amid the smoke, Sister Ling in a black tight-fitting suit was floating in the air with a cold gaze. Sister Ling turned her head back with an angry expression, her eyes glancing accusingly. "You, how much longer are you going to provoke me?" Sister Ling's hand was held by Yue. Her face was somewhat helpless but still retained her pride. "I admit that I can't beat you. What do you want now?" Yue was startled to realize that the distance between the two was a bit ambiguous. He stepped back, let go of Sister Ling's hand. "Oh, sorry." Sister Ling unexpectedly seized the opportunity to launch herself into the air with lightning speed. A cold expression and a slight smile appeared. She threw a surprise kick at Yue, causing him to be surprised. Yue quickly grabbed Sister Ling's foot and pulled it back, his eyes serious and expressionless. Yue held Sister Ling's leg, suspending her in midair. Sister Ling's expression was full of pain. Yue said coldly, "You wicked woman, I've been tricked by you twice. Of course I'll be on guard. You still want to sneak attack me?" Sister Ling was both in pain and resentful. "It hurts. Why do they say men are all fools?" In a corner of the room, Xiao Nan was still venting his anger on Lin Wei, hitting and shouting, "Damn it, who told you to deal with Xiao Ke? Who told you to deal with Xiao Ke?" Just as the blow was about to land, a heavy object fell from the ceiling, hitting Xiao Nan and causing him to stagger. Xiao Nan fell unconscious to the floor, his mouth still calling out anxiously, "Xiao Ke." Lin Wei wiped the red syrup off his forehead, muttering, "Luckily I was prepared. The Eastern Ronin Corps, I was originally planning to save them to fight the Wang family. But now I can't hide it anymore." Sister Ling shot through the broken glass. Seeing this, Yue quickly chased after her, surprised as he ran. Her truth, she has a very familiar scent. Who exactly is she? In the dark night, Sister Ling leaped down, her sharp eyes fixed on Yue, and said, "Being too curious isn't a good thing, but I'll take that as a reward for your victory." Sister Ling turned to face Yue, raising her hand slightly as if signaling the beginning. "I'll tell you a story." Under the moonlight, a green-haired girl danced gracefully in a seductive outfit. Sister Ling recounted softly, "Once upon a time, there was a geisha, or as they might call it here, a sword-dancing woman. In the gentle light, the dancing woman held a young man's hand, her eyes full of love. The dancing woman was a servant of a high-ranking official, and fell in love with a young man who was also a servant of the official. The two of them ran away together. In the dim darkness, the dancing woman looked back with a bewildered expression. Behind her was a man holding a bag of silver. After running away, the world outside was nothing like the dancing woman had imagined. A man had been waiting for her for a long time. Amid a blood-red scene, a man in noble attire rushed forward and killed the betrayer. Sister Ling continued, "To put it simply, she was sold out." It was only then that the dancing woman realized that everything she had bitterly waited for wasn't even worth 20 taels of silver. In the dark room, the dancing woman's hands were tightly bound, her eyes filled with panic. The man with the cold knife approached. Thinking of this, Sister Ling choked up. The person who bought her was an extremely sinister blacksmith. He liked the dancing woman's sword-dancing pose under the bright moon. In the bright light from the forge, the dancing woman raised her head, her eyes fiery red and her face full of hatred. So the dancing woman was forged by him into an extremely sinister, evil sword. Named UK Crescent. The sword emitting a fiery red light was used by a man to wage war. This sword has caused countless disasters to the world, such as war, slaughter, and separation. The dancing woman with a look of resentment held the red sword. Sister Ling continued, "That was exactly what the dancing woman wanted." She spread despair everywhere. A woman's foot wearing high heels stepped heavily on the sword emitting red chi. A crashing sound rang out accompanied by a shout, "Stop right there." Miao Ke in her previous life stood with her arms crossed and a cold expression. She looked at the sword under her feet and said, "Just a small sword dares to be so presumptuous." Sister Ling continued, "The dancing woman was imprisoned by that woman for hundreds of years and was truly unwilling." Yue was surprised as he raised his hand to his chin in thought. He asked hesitantly, "So you are the chief spirit of that evil sword?" Sister Ling looked at Yue and smiled. "You even know the words chief spirit? It seems that woman trusts you very much." Sister Ling approached Yue, leaning close to his ear, her voice full of implication. "Did she tell you that your young Ming Chi Ti, young bright body, is also very effective for me?" Sister Ling smiled gently, her eyes deep. "My chi spirit was sucked away by that woman. Although I have a new body now, if I really want to escape from her, I need a medium to help sever that connection." Yue paused and then quickly retreated, his eyes full of doubt as he asked, "What do you mean?" Sister Ling stepped forward gently and replied, "Your young Ming Chi Ti can just serve as this medium." Yue crossed his arms, looking at Sister Ling seriously and said, "Although what you said sounds very strange, if we want to fight, you might not be my opponent." Sister Ling smiled and replied, "If I were to fight you, that would indeed be the case." Yue turned back to look with a vigilant gaze. There was a strange noise in the distance. A group of people dressed as ninjas rushed over. One of them shouted, "Found him! Ronin Corps, put him in a coffin for me." Behind him, others followed, the leader adding, "Chinese, don't forget what you promised us." Seeing the group of assassins approaching, Sister Ling stood in front of Yue, her voice calm but full of authority. This person is still useful to me, you can't put him in a coffin. The Ronin Corps leader glanced coldly and said through gritted teeth, then you can be put in a coffin with him. Yue raised his hand, intending to unleash a move. His fist accumulated golden energy, causing it to shine, and then he shouted, Tu Tiji Jing, penetrating force. With that, he jumped into the air and threw his fist, the strike releasing shockwaves that enveloped the assassins, causing them to retreat slightly. However, his expression after that strike seemed surprised. Why is the effect of the strike so low? Seeing this, Lin Wei laughed triumphantly. He declared, wait to die, Lu Yue. These Eastern Ronin are all equivalent to the Grand Master level, or above. He pointed at the group of Ronin and continued, the fee for hiring them is too high. If it weren't for the fact that you really deserve to die, I would have wanted to use it in a more valuable place. Suddenly, a sword emitting a fiery red light flew in front of the group of Ronin, attracting their attention. Immediately, one of them sensed the aura emitted by the sword. He was fascinated by it, wondering, what is this aura? Another Ronin turned back to remind his comrade, hey, let's attack from the left and right. But he only saw his comrade throw down his sword and pick up the red sword. Seeing that his comrade didn't answer, he went over and said, didn't you hear me? Swish, the Ronin swung the sword, cutting across his comrade's body. After that, his eyes glowed with killing intent, and his face became serious. Then, he rushed towards his comrades, slashing each of them, sending them to the afterlife. After taking action, he laughed arrogantly, power, with this power. Who would want to act with you lot anymore? All the credit will be mine. From afar, Ziyan was standing and observing. It seemed that the string from her chest was what was controlling the killing intent of the sword. She said, holding the UK will turn you into a monster that listens to the spiritual energy. She used telepathy to say to Yue, how are you going to deal with this, Lu Yue? Seeing the Ronin rushing over, he quickly regained the initiative, accumulating energy in his fist. He said, using soul to gather form in an instant to solve these Grand Master level people. Is this the strength of the spiritual energy? Then he unleashed Tu Tiji Jing towards the Ronin, only to see a series of fists swing towards him, so fast that it only left afterimages of the strikes. However, the Ronin only needed to swing the sword lightly, slashing twice to block his attack. He continued, swung the sword, and slashed towards Yue, but he quickly used instant step, teleporting behind the Ronin. Even so, the Ronin was still able to keep up with his movements. He swung the hilt of the sword, hitting Yue in the stomach. The strike caused Yue to be in pain, and blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing him painfully clutching his chest, Ziyan smiled and said to him, you have no way out now, Lu Yue. She continued, choose for yourself, help me sever the relationship, causing that girl to lack a part of her soul and become a vegetable, or die for that girl. She said. Then the Ronin raised his sword, intending to finish him off. But Yue quickly grabbed the sword. He declared, I choose either of those two. He struggled with the sword with the Ronin, causing their hands to tremble. Seeing this, Ziyan asked in panic, Lu Yue, what do you want to do? Yue frowned, and said through gritted teeth, containing a person's soul will also contain all the past and feelings hidden within it. Through this sword I know what you want. He used force to seize the sword. Choosing yourself is never wrong, escaping control, getting your own life, what you did is even more right. These things may require effort for ordinary people. But it's been so long, you don't even have a way to try. He braced himself, using his strength to suppress the sword, energy emanating from his body, looking like he was transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ziyan saw him resisting the power of the sword. She said, are you crazy? You actually want to use your soul to resist the will of the spiritual energy. You will be torn to pieces. Hearing this, Yue replied, then starting from now, I will help you. With that, he swung his hand, pushing the Ronin away. At that moment, the system notification sounded, system reminder, you have unlocked the second level of the shock system. Soul form and receive the reward, heavenly human soul. Your soul is extremely tough. After unleashing the attack, he collapsed, panting with exhaustion. White smoke rose from his body. Spiritual energy is indeed not something ordinary people can use. One strike drained all my true chi. Suddenly, Ziyan appeared behind Yue. She admitted, you won, but what good does doing so do you? She continued, fantasizing about changing a soul locked in an evil sword. Isn't that too naive? Hearing this, Yue replied, there is no need to change. At the moment I held UK, I understood. Hearing this, she held a knife to his neck, threatening, so what? Your true chi is exhausted. Now you're not falling into my hands waiting to die. Suddenly, someone's appearance startled Ziyan, and she jumped away from Yue. It turned out to be Miaoke. She said to her, "You changed your appearance. But I know it's you, still as ostentatious as before." Hearing this, she replied, "I still fell into your hands in the end, take action." Hearing that, Miaoke didn't show any courtesy and raised her hand, releasing a palm strike summon. He thought while looking towards Miaoke, seeing that she was sucking something from Ziyan's body. After using condensing form, she should be weaker. Could it be that she was pretending to be strong? "For the Empress to see?" He shouted loudly, "Wait." However, before he could stop her, Miaoke waved her hand down, "Disperse." An energy explosion occurred. The energy of that explosion pushed him far away. He unexpectedly looked at the crater in front of him caused by the explosion and sighed, "Damn it, a nuclear bomb or something?" Miaoke then explained to him, "Recovering the soul can indeed restore several % of my honored self's true chi." She closed her eyes with a look of disappointment. "But now I can't control this power anymore, and it's even less worthy of being controlled by power." She said to Ziyan, "Therefore, you can be temporarily free for now." Seeing that she had been freed, Ziyan provoked, "Even if you let me go, I won't thank you. Starting from today, I will snatch everything from you, just wait and see." Hearing that, Miaoke challenged her back, "Try it if you can." Ziyan placed her hand on Yue's chin. She looked straight into his eyes. Their eyes met, making the two of them a bit shy and blushing. Miaoke stood next to them, intending to do something but stopped. Ziyan looked at Miaoke and said with a bright smile, "Controlling me for so long, now that I'm using your interconnected emotions. To return the favor, how does it feel?" Miaoke's body trembled slightly. Her face flushed red. She asked, "What do you want to do?" Hearing that, Ziyan replied, "Looking at your appearance, it seems that you can feel it. After all, the souls are connected." She said, "Should we do some more stimulating things next?" As she spoke, she placed a finger on Yue's firm chest. He could only feel shy and didn't resist. Hearing that, Miaoke angrily threw a sharp branch at her, "You dare!" However, she quickly jumped to another spot and escaped the strike. She shouted, but with a slightly shy and rather cute expression, "Don't blame me for not showing any mercy." Seeing Miaoke's shyness, Ziyan replied, "Oh dear. Are you angry? I won't tease you anymore, okay?" She continued, "But being a chi spirit for hundreds of years is not as interesting as being a person, at least you know what you want." With that, she turned away. She jumped onto the buildings, nimble as a cat. "The next time we meet will be when you beg me." Yue pondered over what she had just said. He wondered, "Although I don't understand much, it seems like I didn't lose out much in this matter, right?" He asked Miaoke, what is the emotional interconnection she was talking about. She replied shyly, "Don't ask." She placed her hand on her chest and thought, "It was just lip contact. Why is it so strange? That tempting thing is still numb." Suddenly, two people pushed the door open and rushed in. It was Gu Xiaonan. He was supporting Uncle Lin, shouting loudly, "Quick, where are the people?" He said in a panic, "Uncle Lin, he's not going to make it." Changing the scene, it seemed that they had helped Uncle Lin back to the room. Yue was using spiritual energy to treat him. He said, "It's not a difficult poison to solve. Family head Lin will be fine after a little rest." Seeing how powerful Yue was, Xiaonan felt a little jealous. He asked, "If you're so powerful, why don't you use it on me?" At that moment, Uncle Lin woke up. He was grateful. "Yue, this time if it weren't for you, I don't know what the Lin family would have become." Seeing that he had woken up, Yue asked, "Family head Lin, about Lin Wei's matter." Hearing Lin Wei, he became angry, sat up, and declared, "Lin Wei is responsible for his own actions. He can't blame others." He felt a little guilty, and continued, "I know he has ambition, but I didn't expect him to dare to poison me. Yue, in this era, doing business based on martial artists is not a shameful thing. But do you know why I have always opposed his thinking?" He explained, "He wants to rely on the Eastern people to win back the victory. But how can it be so simple? Those people will bring endless troubles. This is my limit. Lin Wei should not touch." Hearing that, Miaoke said, "Colluding with foreign enemies is no different from digging your own grave. If the nest is broken, how can the eggs remain intact? Even children know this principle." After hearing the explanation, Yue thought, "These Japanese Ronin, if they were able to enter through this Lin Wei line, then I'm afraid other places in Qingjijiang have also been infiltrated." Changing the scene to the mansion, "Lord Saimai, this time with your help, the Liu family's chance to turn over has arrived." He picked up the teacup, savoring it, and said, "Both sides benefit, don't disappoint me." Hearing that, Liu Fei replied, "Understood, understood." Lord Lin Wei borrowed bodyguards, also hoping that he could put in some effort, so that we can be more smooth in the future. He seemed to remember something. "That's right, Lord Saimai. One more reminder, there are still a few loyal dogs in Qingjijiang with very sensitive noses. If your presence here is discovered, It will be troublesome. The name Simai then replied, it's not being discovered, but has already acted. Hearing that, Lu Fei was a little surprised. What, you mean the Wang family has already discovered it? But, before he could finish speaking, the name Simai had chanted magic, technique, reverse sweep. Changing the scene at the Lin family mansion, family head Lin, you can rest and recover with peace of mind, we will go first. Yue and Miaoke were walking outside the gate, Yue said. But I didn't expect, it's really unexpected. Hearing that, Miaoke asked, didn't expect what? He smiled and replied, a certain ruthless and invisible demon sect empress seems to be completely different from what she herself says. Oh, what do you mean? She asked. He continued, I asked you, why did you accept Qing Yang's soul? You quickly replied, of course, it's for refining qi with 100 arts. He continued, then after accepting Ziyan, or rather, the evil sword UK, why didn't you use it for hundreds of years? Hearing that, she replied, a sword that does evil but is even more prominent than this empress, with a more resounding reputation, of course I won't allow it. After hearing the answer, he said, yet you answered so flawlessly. She said smugly, do you think you can stump this honored one with this trivial trick? He thought, it seemed a bit questionable, he just felt that something was not right. These sentences she had said countless times in a certain world. He reached out, smiling, and continued, when the time comes, I will personally prove the you of that world. Suddenly, Miaoke felt her heart beat faster, she was shy. Why do I suddenly feel my mouth is dry and hot flashes are rising to my head? She turned her face away, is it that tempting name's fault? What does she want to do? She waved her hand and said to him, you remember it well, this honored one still has things I want to investigate, maybe I can bring you some good news in the future. He thought, when the time comes, if she is really that way, it wouldn't be bad, and I can give her a title to read from the blazing Hellfire Mountain. The sound of high heels clicking. It was Sister Ling, she was coming out of some dark alley, it seemed that she was injured. Ronin! Sister Ling woke up with a start, shouting loudly, her face flushed, and she was covered in sweat. It seemed that she had a fever. She looked to the side, saw Yue and Xiao Tu sitting next to her, she asked, weren't I chasing the group of Ronin who infiltrated the city? Why is it like this? Hearing her ask, Yue recalled that moment, and said, excuse me, what Ronin? Clearly you swung your fist at me, your swinging skills are too bad. After that, Xiao Tu rubbed Sister Ling's face and said, Sister Ling, be good, your wound hasn't healed yet, you have to lie down obediently. But her huge breasts pressed against Sister Ling's face, causing her to say without being able to breathe, die, I'm about to die. Sister Ling's head was buzzing, she said, I remember clearly at that time. At that time, she was standing behind the Ronin questioning, where is your stronghold, what are you doing infiltrating the city? Then she chanted the formation. She then unleashed a palm strike, shouting, it's useless if you don't speak. But the strike went off course into the air, the strike made the Ronin confused. Asking her in return, where are you hitting? She sat up and continued to tell, after that, the Ronin disappeared from my sight, and I could only search according to his aura. After hearing her say that, Yue thought, it turns out that the Wang family is also searching for the Ronin, it's okay to pretend to be stupid for now, otherwise if it's discovered that they are all in the Lin family's compound, it won't be easy for me to explain. Yue smiled and said, that's it, if people are fine, remember to pay me back, that's right, don't you still owe me a few books of cultivation techniques? At that moment, Xianping walked in, little brother Lu, don't worry, we have already sent someone to get them, and they will bring them to you just fine. When Sister Ling stood up, her hem slipped, revealing her underwear, and at that moment Yue saw it. Seeing Yue like that, Xiao Tu whispered to him, brother Lu, that's not good, Sister Ling will beat you, I have a better private room on my side. Hearing that, Yue immediately replied, Xiao Tu, you are truly a good brother. However, her expression changed to a smile, but with a hint of danger she said, that's not right, what nonsense are you talking about? Yue was shocked when he realized that he was being misunderstood. He immediately turned to ask Wang Xianping, Old Master Wang, I want to ask you a question. Xianping replied, this old man is not a conservative person, but I don't agree to let my Ling be a concubine. Then, he stepped forward, leaned close to Old Master Wang's ear, and said something that shocked him. He then turned to tell Xiao Tu, tell her to go and brew tea. Then he continued to say to Yue, little brother Lu, what do you mean by Yan Ji Quan, inflammation fist? He looked at where Sister Ling was resting, thinking, I don't know why, it seems that I can see how the true qi here flows. Suddenly, the system's notification popped up. The host heavenly human soul has far exceeded ordinary people, receiving 100-fold increase in gifts. System reminder. The penetrating art has also been upgraded from simply penetrating to probing all positions inside and outside the target. After reading it, he thought, such good things shouldn't be said proactively. Why did you make me try it myself? He asked Sister Ling, the hidden wound in the exact same position as old Master Wang. From this I guess it was caused by the inflammation fist. When it is used, there is a strand of true qi that goes against the flow. Prolonged use is why this irreversible hidden wound is buried. Sister Ling immediately became serious and looked towards Xian Ping. Yue Wei put his hands in his pockets, he said happily, it seems that I guessed right. Xian Ping then turned to say to Yue Wei, the Yanji Quan was developed by the Wang family ancestor from a remnant. A powerful cultivation technique that established a solid foundation for the Wang family's 100 years of martial arts. He shook his head and continued, but the backlash is also relatively serious. None of the Wang family heads have lived past 50 years old. I have also been able to resist until today because of some special opportunities. This old man has lived enough. But what about Xiao Tu? Can I watch her also step on this path? Hearing that, Yue then replied, if this cultivation technique is so dangerous, can't Xiao Tu not practice it? He replied, if it is an ordinary martial arts family, perhaps it can, but little brother Lu also knows, every Wang family member born has to shoulder the responsibility of going to the battlefield. He emphasized, being greedy for life and afraid of death. Not only will those deceased ancestors on this wall not agree, Xiao Tu herself will definitely not agree. Yue Wei replied to Xian Ping, if that's the case, maybe I have a way to improve the inflammation fist. In his head, he thought, now relying on the soul's sense brought by the heavenly eye soul and the fusion of cultivation techniques, it's not completely impossible. Xian Ping was surprised that he intended to learn the inflammation fist. He stunned and replied, improve the inflammation fist, little brother Lu. It's not that I'm unwilling to believe you. Sister Ling also suggested, passing on the inflammation fist to outsiders has never happened before. After brewing the tea, Xiao Tu suddenly interrupted the conversation. What are you all talking about? Xian Ping suddenly walked to the side of the table and pressed the red button. Then let's try your power seize. A stone emerged from the hidden compartment of the table. It emitted a red light. Yue Wei looked at the stone and asked in a daze, this is? He then explained. This is the power test stone, created by the Wang family ancestor who created the inflammation fist. By transmitting true qi into it, it can sense the power C of the power master. Seeing that, Xiao Tu also said, the power intent C. The meaning is just as the name suggests. The power intent gathers to form an image that represents the potential and creation of the power user. He said, in the Wang family, only descendants with a power C exceeding 500 square miles are allowed to cultivate the inflammation fist. Little brother Lu. I have agreed with you, then passing the test is also a basic requirement. Saying that, he touched the stone, causing it to emit a red light. Another space opened up, enveloping Yue Wei and Xian Ping. It seemed that it was the power he had formed, he said. This old man has cultivated power intent for more than 70 years. The power C has expanded from 3,000 miles to tens of thousands of miles, and has formed the momentum of a great sea. After that, Sister Ling also punched the stone, she said. As for me now, it's probably just a small lake of 1,000 miles. The sound of water lapping, as if they were in the middle of the open sea full of sun and wind. After that, Xiao Tu said, then I'll also try. Saying that, she punched the stone. The sea scene reappeared with a beautiful sunset. She sensed it, and said, it feels a little bigger than last time. Sister Ling has to work harder. Hearing that, Sister Ling replied, this little girl, your talent was better than mine to begin with. After that, Xiao Tu continued, brother Lu, you try swinging your fist too. Yue Wei smiled confidently, and raised his hand to punch the stone. However, nothing happened. He was surprised by what he witnessed and asked, why didn't anything happen? Suddenly, something appeared that attracted Xiao Tu's attention. Xiao Tu ran into Sister Ling's arms, acting spoiled. It's such a blow. I didn't realize that brother Lu's difference was so big. She continued, Sister Ling, tell me, the difference between people is too big, right? Sister Ling coaxed Xiao Tu and replied, who says it isn't? The system panel suddenly appeared in front of Yue Wei again. The system reminded him that he had completed 3 consecutive shocks and his reward would be 1,000-year azure cloth. Xian Ping, holding a thick notebook, came to him and said, little brother Lu, according to the agreement, you can read this book of Yanji Quan. His expression was serious as he said to him, but you must know, this fist technique is extremely important to the Wang family, so you must never reveal it. He took the fist technique book and carefully flipped through each page. Don't worry, I've finished reading it, I won't take it out. Seeing him say that, Sister Ling asked Yue Wei with some surprise, finished reading it? Are you serious? He then replied to her, of course, And I also have a method for improvement. Let's go out and try it. After going outside, he tried the Yenji Quan, and saw a flame of orange fire rising from his fist. In his mind he thought, the Yenji Quan is worthy of being the martial arts foundation of a family. The condensation and explosive power of true Qi are very clever. However, the key lies in this strand of reverse-flowing true Qi. Prolonged use will cause irreparable damage to the meridians. Yu Ping saw Yue Wei still standing there, he said, swing your fist at him. After that, he was looked at by Xiao Tu and Sister Ling with a judgmental gaze. He coughed a few times to divert attention. Besides the earthly body, practicing the Yenji Quan seems to also affect the mind. Even if I don't want to release the fist, there is always a sound calling in my mind. Seeing him explain like that, the two sisters then turned to slander him. Sister Ling said, I think it's because you watch too many indecent things. Usually you also like to ramble some strange sentences. Hearing that, Xiao Tu also agreed with Sister Ling and continued, last time grandfather took a nap and also shouted something like gathering flowers is the #1 in the world. He saw the two grandchildren evaluating him, and quickly clarified, how could there be, don't talk nonsense, and ruin my reputation. Yue Wei stood in front of the wooden dummy, he said, so my thought is to release the true Qi of the reverse flow from another arm. With that, he then released a move called Yenji Quan 2 directions. The flames from his right hand shot out, forming a fireball that pierced the enemy. His left hand suddenly showed streams of energy running around his hand in a circle. Xiao Tu and Sister Ling, after seeing his performance, all showed surprise on their faces. Xiao Tu asked, is this still the Yenji Quan I know? Sister Ling also added, it's better to disperse than to block, this is indeed the principle. Seeing this, Xian Ping also showed a bit of surprise. He said, it sounds simple, but when releasing the Yenji Quan, to accurately capture the reverse flow from within the vast true Qi to manipulate it, this kind of control over true Qi, there are not many people in the Grand Master level who can do it. He was startled when he looked at his granddaughter. After being instructed by Yue Wei, she had also done it herself. She asked Yue Wei, is that so? It seems I have learned it. She was excited, praised Yue Wei. Brother Lu is indeed amazing. I feel that the power of the released Yenji Quan is even stronger. Yue Wei smiled and replied, it's not considered a complete version. Wait for me to go back and research more. I'll tell you when there are updates. Sister Ling turned around and said to Xian Ping, old man, what do you say is the purpose of these people who infiltrated the city? After hearing the question, Xian Ping replied, mostly it's the thing in Lingxiu Lake. That demon beast attracts many forces. The old Taoist Shomai society has also sent people. After hearing the answer, Sister Ling asked him in surprise, does the Shomai society have the task of protecting that spirit vein? But what does this have to do with the great demon? He continued, how would an old man that no one cares about like me know? I'm old and afraid of death, I can't manage that much. Hearing that, Sister Ling smiled, if you really felt that way, you wouldn't have said it. He suddenly changed his expression and said seriously, if it was before today, this sentence would indeed be true. He said seriously, in this Qingjijiang, this old man could easily deal with any rats or snakes, but thanks to little brother Lu, Xiao Tu has another path to take. Changing the scene to Qinghui Mountain, Yue Wei was pouring a bottle of water containing some solution under the roots of the tree. He smiled, 1,000-year azure dew, according to the system, it can accelerate the growth of plants, then use these pagoda trees to refine a few more Qingyuan pills. He lay down in the shade of the tree, looking up at the sky and pondering, but since receiving the heavenly human soul, the sense of the divine soul is indeed a lot stronger. I know what's happening on Qinghui Mountain without going to see it. He closed his eyes and felt it. It's just that Lingxiu Lake under the mountain seems to be a pool of dead water. I can't see through it at all. Move all the divine sense to Lingxiu Lake. I can also see the situation over there clearly. He suddenly felt something that made him blush and jump up. Why is someone taking a bath by the lake again? Listening to the sound of water, it's probably a girl. He blushed, scratched his head in embarrassment. It's really not that I want to peek, it's just that the lakeside is too dangerous. I also have to give a warning. With that, he went to the lake and saw a white-haired girl soaking in it. Witnessing this made him gasp in surprise. Seeing that girl turn away and sink down, he thought she was drowning and rushed over, shouting, it's dangerous. He comforted, little sister, be strong, I'm coming. He closed his eyes, raised his hand and said, come, give me your hand. In his mind, he thought, the makeup is really wild, well, this is not the time to care about this. However, when that girl floated up, she didn't have hands, her ears were a pair of fins, and her body was covered in blue scales. He opened his eyes to look at that girl. She said, brother shouldn't have come, but He waited and didn't see her hand, so he asked, where is your hand? He was startled, staring at her in a daze. Suddenly she transformed into a snake-shaped monster. She used her tail to wrap around Yue and said, the Great One is cultivating, he hates being disturbed the most. She, with her fiery red eyes and long tongue hanging out, looked at him and continued, I am a kind-hearted monster. I can't bear to see brother being crippled, so I will reluctantly eat you. He froze because of her kindness. What's kind about this? It's completely repaying kindness with malice. She continued, brother, you don't know, falling into the Great One's hands will only have more tragic results. Her long body wrapped tightly around Yue, making it impossible for him to escape. She looked at Yue excitedly. She said to him, brother is using too much strength. People are about to be strained to the point of breaking, but I like it. Someone with such strength, eating it will definitely be very delicious. The monster used its tail to wrap around Yue's body twice, tightening, and said, you still want to struggle? His mind raced to think of a way. There is no angle to deploy Tu Shi Jing. Yue circulated his internal energy and unleashed the move, Yanji Quan 2 directions, causing his hands to burst into flames, the scorching flames burning the snake body that was wrapping around him. The monster screamed from being burned, it's too hot. Then it loosened its tail and released Yue, quickly jumping into the water. His whole body was engulfed in flames, his face triumphant as he provoked it. Are you satisfied with just this? There's even stronger behind. The monster struggled in the water, its body seemingly looking at Yue in fear. What it feared was not him, but the huge black figure behind Yue. He turned his head and was no less surprised, asking, what is this? The monster had no time to answer Yue. It said in fear, it's dangerous, I've angered the Great One. Not letting it escape, that thing reached out a claw and cut the monster in half. Its mouth overflowed with a lot of red liquid, weakly calling, Great One. Before his eyes, the monster that looked like a dragon roared, its body thrashing in the water. The surface of the lake was not calm at all. Yue gritted his teeth and carefully looked at it, thinking, the pressure is too strong, what is that? Suddenly an arm appeared and grabbed his hand. Miao Ke in short clothes pulled Yue hard back, quickly shouting, go. The two ran into the forest. He couldn't stop laughing looking at her pulling up her soaking wet skirt. Miao Ke seriously discussed business. If this monster continues to chase after us, then at least there are trees here to block it. But he didn't pay attention to what she said, but wondered, why are you? Without waiting for Yue to finish, Miao Ke replied, do you still have to ask why? I forgot that I can't use water restriction technique. He scratched his head and said, is it because of the state of the clothes now? I'm asking you, why are you here, and what was that thing just now? She answered Yue's questions one by one. Qing Miang's art of refining qi. There are some spells of planting and hybridization. I tried to use the existing plants to cultivate spiritual medicine. Just had some results, then I found that the places were all invaded by demon beasts. Hearing that, he cried out in regret, they are all my herbs, mine. Miao Ke didn't dare to look straight ahead and cleared her throat to change the subject. As for what that demon monster is, I don't know, but maybe someone knows. Ziyan greeted everyone on the application that she was live streaming. Everyone's idol, streamer Ziyan's live broadcast ends here. She dressed sweetly, with a cute expression, and said to everyone, let's meet again, babies. After finishing, Ziyan took off her bunny ears and walked to the sofa where two people were waiting. Seeing her approaching, she went straight to the point. Can you talk now, the demon monster in Linxiu Lake? How much do you know? Ziyan lay comfortably on the sofa, swinging her legs and replied, I said that the next time you meet me, you will have to beg me. But is this the attitude of begging? Miao Ke didn't bother to beat around the bush and threatened, is that so? Then I'll pull out your soul now and check it myself. Hearing that, she immediately jumped up and scolded. You brute, that's why no one likes you. At this time, Ziyan seriously answered her question, just consider it an exchange of information. The demon monster in Linxiu Lake seems to be seriously injured, so it's recuperating here. Its strength is not strong. If there are a few grandmasters, then maybe they can eliminate it. I don't know about anything else. Yue stroked his chin and thought, grandmaster level? Judging from the pressure it showed just now, it's not just that. Moreover, demons can live in peace with humans. But looking at this temperament, it's not very similar. He turned to ask Miao Ke, but how are you sure that she knows? She explained, after meeting her, I remembered it again, losing the sense with UK. It seems to be a matter of a few months ago. Yue searched through his memory. A few months ago, then isn't that? As if they had a telepathic connection. Without him finishing his sentence, Miao Ke knew what he was going to say and affirmed. Yes, talking about the matter before I was transmitted here, so I think maybe she was already here at that time. At this time, she interjected a sentence, "You're not stupid, to be exact. I've lived here for a year." Yue suddenly felt that something was wrong. 1 year. Including these months, then it doesn't match. Ziyan, while taking off her sexy tight socks, replied, "Perhaps after I left that woman and entered this world, the flow of time is different. In short, it is true that I lived the life of Li Ziyan. For a year." He agreed and exclaimed, "No wonder you look like you have completely integrated with this place, and you handled the hot girl job very maturely." She looked at herself in the mirror and said smugly, "No, martial artist is the initial identity of this body. What I'm doing now is because I'm interested, so I started from scratch." Yue stood up from the sofa and asked, "If you have to deal with the great demon, can you take action? It's even more certain with UK." Ziyan pressed her body close to him and reached out to grope his firm chest muscles, saying, "Are you fascinated?" The feeling of grabbing someone made Yue's face turn red. Wanting to push her away but unable to, Ziyan pressed her bulging chest against his stomach and seductively bargained, "But if you want to find me to help, then you have to pay another price." Yue sat back on the chair and said, "Tell me to go to a meal with the top-ranked big brother with you. Are you sure that doing so will help me deal with the demon monster?" She sat on the arm of the chair and posed seductively, answering, "How can you avoid doing this job? You can't turn your face and you have to protect yourself. But that person not only asks me to wear clothes in the style he likes, but also touches me too much." An image popped up in his mind. Isn't this the greasy middle-aged uncle who craves a taste? Suddenly a figure walked in from outside the door. The person was not yet seen, but the voice rang out calling, "Ziyan, Ziyan, I immediately came after seeing that you liked my comment." Hearing the sound, Yue stood up, rolling up his sleeves and said forcefully, "This is the person, right? Okay, when necessary, I will take action to teach her a lesson." The person who came was not a greasy uncle but a beautiful silver-haired female Taoist. She called Ziyan repeatedly. As soon as she entered the door, an Xian happily shouted, "I'm here." She rushed to the sofa like lightning and hugged her, causing Ziyan to be startled and frightened, falling backwards. An Xian lifted one of her legs and groped, saying, "Look, after wearing these socks, isn't the blood circulation in the legs smoother? The numbness in the leg is also reduced a lot?" "It's definitely not a personal preference." The words she said made Ziyan confused, and the corners of her mouth twitched. An Xian continued to talk endlessly. "Moreover, I have a superb physical therapy skill. After the massage, I guarantee that there will be no pain, and you will be comfortable every day. Do you want me to help you, Ziyan?" Suddenly, she softened and collapsed on the sofa. Presumably Yue had taken action from behind. He suddenly noticed, this imprint is exactly like the water demon in the lake. She then escaped the enthusiastic feelings of her admiring little sister, stood up and said, "I have already inquired and asked." An Xian once explained this, although it's not something good, there is one thing that still needs it. Not being serious for 3 seconds, she turned her face and her hands reached out towards Ziyan's super big bosoms, tempting. "After it's over, Ziyan, can you marry me? I will give all the incense money in the Taoist temple to you." Yue broke out in a cold sweat hearing the story. "Why is there such a strong flag smell?" She continued to explain, "Related to the demon's seal, she understands more than I do. Originally I wanted to let the two of you see if there was a way to resolve it. But if this person herself has such intentions, then there is no need to force it." He suddenly woke up and exposed Ziyan. "I was almost tricked, so you deliberately asked me to come to actually want me to help her." She did not refute and happily admitted, "Anyway, Ziyan is also an idol. These fans are the most important spiritual support for people. I of course have to care. I can't easily lose anyone who likes Ziyan, let alone the top-ranked one." Yue angrily yelled, "This is the most important thing, right?" He looked at the unconscious female Taoist lying on the sofa and said, "However, if it's related to the demon monster in Lingxiu Lake, then you can also see what she wants to do." Suddenly, Ziyan felt that something was missing and asked, "Speaking of which, where is that woman? Why haven't I seen her all along?" It turned out that Miaoke had changed into another outfit and was standing in front of the mirror admiring herself. She posed confidently and said, "It's just that I came earlier than you for a year, so I had some achievements. What's so smug about? This honored one is not necessarily not going to make it." At this moment, she pushed the door open and entered the room. Seeing someone wearing her clothes, Ziyan rushed over and shouted, "Take off my clothes for me. The clothes have been stretched out by you." Yue saw her in her new clothes and was so fascinated that he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Nice." On the sofa, an Xian woke up, surprised and asked, "Where am I?" After solving the incident in the dressing room, she then talked to her, "You're awake? You just fainted in Ziyan's arms." An Xian also believed it, replying, "So that's it. It must be because I was too happy that I fainted." She touched the back of her neck a little confused. But why do I feel a slight pain in the back of my neck? Ziyan then came over and took an Xian's arm, acting spoiled. Is that so? Maybe it's because you slept too much. Do you want Ziyan to rub it for you? She was so happy to hear that. She replied shyly, yes, is it okay? Then I'm too happy today. Suddenly the bells hanging on an Xian's hips rang violently. She stood up with a serious expression and said, the formation has a feeling. Sorry Ziyan, I have to go. An Xian came to Lingxiu Lake. She clasped her hands respectfully towards the surface of the lake. Junior and Xian received the entrustment of her master to come here to pay respects to the Black Flood Dragon Lord. I previously offended by laying down a formation here, just to feel when the predecessor wakes up. I hope to receive your forgiveness. The group of Miaoke hid in a tall clump of grass in the forest surrounding the lake, watching her every move. Unlike Yui's worry, she said comfortably, sure enough. This outfit is still more suitable for action. Miaoke looked at what had just floated on the surface of the water and said, the thing in the lake is actually a flood dragon. Ziyan continued, black flood dragons belong to the dragon family and have the ability to transform into dragons. No wonder there are no cultivators coming to disturb. In front of an Xian, the surface of the water parted in two, revealing a path in the middle of the lake. At the end of the path, a deep voice rang out, come over here. The black flood dragon hid in the hazy mist, its two eyes shining brightly, and said, you have the dragon imprint I bestowed on you. With this dragon imprint, you can make your mortal body many times tougher. It seems that you are the Taoist companion who went with the old Taoist and Chao Feng at that time. Why didn't he come? She looked up at it and honestly replied, my master has already passed away. Before his death, he instructed me that Senior Black Flood Dragon had an agreement with him. If he could find the spirit pattern fruit, the senior would sell a drop of dragon blood. Today I came to fulfill my master's promise in his place. As an Xian said. She took out a box containing a small golden fruit. It shot out a ray of spiritual power, took the box from her hand and said in surprise, spirit pattern fruit. I didn't expect you to really find it. The black flood dragon shot out a column of water, causing an Xian to step back. After obtaining the spirit pattern fruit, it cherished and spoke with a bestowed voice, well done, I am in a good mood today, so I will spare your life. I will accept this spirit pattern fruit. Get out of here. She never expected it to break its promise and questioned, Senior, how can you not keep your word like this? It created a furious whirlpool and reasoned, the person who made an agreement with this honored self was in Chao Feng. Dragon blood can only be given to him. The black flood dragon shot out 3 streams of water like 3 powerful spirit snakes, rushing towards an Xian. She concentrated her spiritual power to use the exorcise evil palm to resist. This palm released a large circle to protect an Xian in the middle, blocking his attack. But how could a mortal compare to a flood dragon? The protective circle quickly broke a large hole. She angrily cursed, flood dragons are already demigods. I didn't expect you to be so disregardful of your demigod status. The black flood dragon appeared in the mist and said, you lied to me. The road to immortality is originally like this. If you blame your own stupidity. The spiritual power around its body released more and more. Suddenly the black flood dragon shot towards an Xian, causing her to run away in panic. While chasing, it roared, why run away? Today being eaten by this honored self is an honor for your family. A palm of Yanji Quan, 2 directions fell straight down from the sky, landing on the black flood dragon's body. Its evil eyes stared at the one who came to disrupt. With a flame still burning on his hand after releasing the move, he said dismissively, this guy looks full of pressure, but it's really just showing off. He doesn't even know magic. And his skin is very thick. A punch doesn't even break the skin. The black flood dragon roared angrily. Who is it? Yue was not afraid at all, pointed at its face and cursed, you destroyed my spiritual plants, and still have the nerve to ask? See what you are going to use to compensate. At this time, the black flood dragon had also recognized, so those spiritual herbs were planted by you, very good, it has been very helpful for my cultivation. He suddenly recognized and said happily, wait, you are Yang Ming Chi Ti, what day is it today? First the spirit pattern fruit, and then a great tonic offering to me, the heavens are helping me. Then why not accept? With that, his mouth widened to bite straight at him. An Xian stood behind him and reminded, hey, this black snake far exceeds the Grand Master level. I can still resist it once, you take the opportunity to escape quickly. Yue coldly said, escape? You ate my herbs and didn't compensate? Then I will beat it until it vomits it out. Saying that, he jumped up and gave a palm strike. She worried, this person is really crazy. Then she yelled to him, then you lead it away a bit, so I can set up a formation. Yue looked at the black flood dragon without any sway after the attack and discovered, "Too sure Ji Jing can't break through the defense. What is this snake skin made of?" It said smugly, "Wait until your true chi is exhausted, then it will be the time for me to send you to the afterlife." Miaoka still hid and observed with Ziyan and said, "This snake demon, although he doesn't know magic, but his body is indeed very strong, to let him fight alone. I'm afraid he can't bear it for long." She stood up stretching and twisting, said, "It seems that I still need to go on stage." He flew up and kicked the black flood dragon's head, shouting, "Instant body step." Landing on the ground, Yue calculated in his mind, if that's the case, then why not switch from attack to defense, creating opportunities for them. He analyzed while circulating his quality to his hand. Yanji Quan is a strike that releases true chi to the outside to the maximum extent, if manipulated in the opposite direction. How about using it to subdue? When using the Vajra shield, attach the Yanji Quan on top. Seeing Yue not moving, he provoked, "What, preparing to wait for death? This on itself will do you a favor." As the black flood dragon spoke, it opened its mouth to attack him. At the same time, the system reminded, the host successfully integrated the cultivation techniques. The Vajra shield, and the Yanji Quan, forming a large ring of fire surrounding Yue. The black flood dragon was burned, painfully struggling and shouting. He provoked it. "The smell of roasted snake is pretty good, it's a pity that there is a lack of dill and chili. Come here and bite me." Yue put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "If the whole body is fire, then let's name this cultivation technique Sunlight Flame Armor, Yanji Armor." He coiled his body and flew away, thinking, "This kid is quite strange, it will be unfavorable for me on the shore. I'll go back under the lake, wait for this on itself to grow more." Na was about to strike He Jiao Rui, which had miraculously descended from the sky, with her sword, shouting, trying to run. As the sword came down, He Jiao's body was split in two. He struggled in horror. How is this possible? How can a human sever this deity's tail? An Xian stood aside with her arms akimbo, looking at He Jiao with disdain, acting tough? "Perhaps I even have the bloodline of your ancestors in me." He was in pain all over from their combined attack, and he roared angrily, "Very well, you forced me to use my trump card. Today, you will surely have no way out. Baki true soul, descend upon me." 5 snake heads appeared, looking fiercely at them. Yue stood frozen, saying, "It's that pressure again. My body won't move." An Xian, not controlled, took out a talisman and cast a spell, Heavenly Thunder Virtue, all laws tremble, inviting the Sanmao True Lord to descend, using this talisman. Regarding my body as a mark, bringing thunder here, exploding with divine speed. She closed her index and middle fingers, pointing them at the mark carved on her body. This caused He Jiao's true form to suffer a massive explosion. An Xian wiped her sweat, saying with satisfaction, "Of course, I know the mark is a bit strange. I kept it until I had no other moves, using my true form as a mark, so that Heavenly Thunder would target your true essence." Having lost a head, He Jiao stared at her in shock. "You're insane. Doing that will also get you obliterated by Heavenly Thunder." Watching lightning bolts descend and explode, an Xian calmly replied, "Dealing with other races, one can't afford to be careless. It's you who underestimate us too much. Then I will destroy you first." She shouted to Miaoka, "Go finish him off. What are you standing there for?" But she couldn't move, gritting her teeth and thinking, whether it's this pressure or the moon defect itself, I can't control it. Seeing Miaoka not act, an Xian was anxious. "Can you do it or not? I can't hold on for another minute." She quickly decided to throw the sword towards Yue, who didn't understand and shouted, "Which way are you throwing it?" As quick as lightning, he caught the sword, happily saying, "Got it." Yue leaped into the air. When he landed, a series of fiery wheels appeared after his slash. Yue was secretly pleased, saying, "Luckily, these lightning bolts reduce the pressure by more than half, and my body can move again." He Jiao pointed 4 heads at him, mocking, "What's the use? Your true chi has been depleted too much. Even if you hold this blade, it will only cause a few superficial wounds. 9 heavenly thunders have passed, and today I will seize you all." But as soon as he finished speaking, the head that spoke those words was severed from its neck. Immediately after, He Jiao felt his body being divided into sections, and he only had time to shout, "You." Yue glanced at him with disdain, "You were killed the moment I raised my blade. What's there to talk about?" An Xian leaned wearily against a section of snake body, resting. He Jin approached, extending his hand to her, asking, "Are you alright?" An Xian weakly said, "May I ask how this Taoist friend is addressed?" Yue then stated his name, Li Yue. She took out a box and handed it to him, saying, "Lu Dao Yu, we have a connection today. I ask you to do me a favor." Yu Wei opened the box, curiously asking, "What is this?" And Xian explained, "This is the spirit pattern fruit. The one given to that demonic snake was fake, and this is the real one." He then asked, "So you knew that demonic snake was a problem?" She then meticulously recounted, "Not exactly. The Shomai Association takes protecting the spirit vein as its responsibility. Recently, the spiritual energy in this place has weakened severely, and the chi is turbulent, possibly due to evil worms causing chaos. Therefore, I was ordered to come here to investigate the evil worms. I also fulfilled my promise to my master. Looking back now, I have gained some insight. The spirit pattern fruit takes 100 years to blossom and 300 years to bear fruit. The spiritual energy inside is too strong. One cannot rush to success and still needs to refine it." Many times he asked in surprise, "This thing is so precious. Why are you giving it to me?" And Xian stood up, saying, "Before coming out, I cast a divination. The spirit pattern fruit will be given to someone with a connection today. The demonic snake has perished. So the hexagram must be referring to Dao Yu." She grabbed Yu Wei's arm, saying, "The hexagram does not lie. Dao Yu, please accept it." After flipping his hand over, and Xian was a bit puzzled, "Why does it smell like Xian?" Yu Wei hurriedly tossed the sword away, inwardly trembling, "I'm done for." While she was acting like she was having a seizure, constantly sniffing and calling out the name Xian. And Xian held his hand, rubbing it on her face with an infatuated expression, saying, "Could it be that when fighting the demonic snake, having exhausted my lifespan, the heavens allowed me to sense Xian's aura once more?" He cried out in fear, "Hey, are you crazy?" She, possessed by a demon, pulled open her collar, grabbing his hand and guiding it towards her, saying, "If it's Xian, then you certainly wouldn't mind warming me one last time, would you?" Yu Wei quickly used his empty hand to strike the back of an Xian's neck. Before passing out, she was still muttering, "Again? No, why would I say?" He glanced coldly at an Xian, who fell face down on the ground, saying, "I almost forgot. This guy's nature is hard to change." Xian called out to Myoka, "Demoness, can't you help me stand up?" Using and then discarding. How heartless. Yu Wei pointed to her lying on the ground, saying to her, "You're responsible for taking this person away." Myoka crossed her arms to discuss serious matters. "This demonic snake is weak, but the pressure is real. I'm afraid there are some problems." He turned to ask her, "What do you mean?" Myoka slowly spoke her thoughts, "I guess maybe it has some special bloodline, or it accidentally obtained some treasure. But because its cultivation level is too low, it can't use it." Yu Wei closed his eyes, focusing and opening his divine sense. He saw a wisp of soul bone shimmering in the water. Standing before the peaceful scenery of Lake Suling, Yu Wei said, "Sure enough, it's this thing." Scene change. Kiyuki was sitting cultivating in a room. After no longer sensing the demonic snake's aura, his face was filled with regret. Who did it? Little Snake actually died. It was clear that it hadn't absorbed enough blood chi yet. Lu Fei stood outside the door, respectfully cupping his hands, asking, "Kiyuki Darren, the soul bone of the deity, was clearly there. Why didn't you take it out sooner?" He replied idly, "Huaxia people have a saying, killing the chicken to get the egg. What use is the chicken meat if the egg hasn't hatched?" That little snake had a bit of the Yaki deity's bloodline, and it happened to swallow a piece of the deity's soul bone, so it became a vessel. That day when Kiyuki met it in the lake, seeing it shivering, he scolded it, "You're just too weak and too friendly with humans. But without the bloodline, you don't dare to do anything." He grabbed the demonic snake by the neck, thinking, "Until a few days ago, I discovered it was stopping it, but the blood she absorbed was still less than 10%. Even if I used sorcerers to lure it into killing people to absorb it these past few days, it would still take a long time to be enough." Kiyuki coldly looked at the demonic snake in his hand. He said to Lu Fei, "Even if the soul bone is in someone else's hands, it's the same. But go take a look for me." He didn't understand, asking in a fluster, "What does Darren mean?" Kiyuki closed his eyes to rest, opening his mouth, "Rest assured, I will support you." Lu Fei happily cupped his hands to thank him. "With these words from you, I am much more at ease." Leaving the door, he ordered Lao Er, "Make your move." He hesitated to reply, "Lao De," finally. Lu Fei smiled sinisterly, "The day the Wang family is destroyed is today." In the rain, Lu Quan quickly reported to Sister Ling, 3 ports, 7 commercial streets, and shops in many places managed by the Wang family are under attack at the same time. She asked without changing her expression, "The Lu family doesn't care about hiding it. Are they crazy?" He asked for instructions. "What should we do now, Sister Ling?" Xian Ping stepped out, saying, "With the support of those people, that bastard Lu Fei finally couldn't restrain his claws." Lu Quan continued, "In addition, Lu Fei also said that Lu Xianxing injured his guests, so he is leading people straight into Mount Qinghui. He stroked his beard, pondering. Afterwards, I sent people to investigate, and those wanderers all fell at the place where little Lu left. The Lu family must already know. Xian Ping clasped his hands behind his back, quite certain. As for Lu Fei deliberately spreading the news, I'm afraid he is aiming at me. Sister Ling anxiously stopped him. Old man, you still want to go? The Lu family definitely has a conspiracy. Xian Ping didn't answer her, only saying, last night. Little Lu entered Mount Qinghui, and then didn't come out all night. I don't know what happened. His expression was gloomy, enunciating each word, although I don't know Lu Fei's intentions in colluding with Dongying. Letting them in at this time will not only harm little Lu but also endanger. Jiangqing. Sister Ling sighed helplessly. I knew I couldn't persuade you. She instructed, I and little Tu will take care of the other places. Old man, don't overdo it. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking away in the rain. Leaving a sentence, rest assured, teaching those misguided home protectors, this old man can still do. Yue emerged from the water, holding a piece of soul bone in his hand, shouting, I got it out. Climbing ashore, he opened his hand for Miaoke to see the object in his hand, asking, see if this thing has any use. Suddenly it quickly burrowed into the skin under Yue's wrist. A hole suddenly appeared in his chest, and Yue said in a panic, what's going on? Nothing will happen to me, right? Based on her understanding, she explained, only soul bones can act independently, but soul bones are definitely not something that ordinary demonic beasts can form. The circular mark on his chest turned into a wisp of smoke with an evil smiling face. Black smoke gradually appeared all over Yue, and he said in horror, not understanding what was happening, it seems wrong, what's happening to me? Seeing the scene before her, Miaoke guessed, foul aura. This soul bone wants to release foul aura to control you. The soul bone stared at her with red eyes, pursing its lips, and immediately met Miaoke's cold gaze. It fearfully hid behind him, and she confidently affirmed, speaking of blood-foul qi, from ancient times to the present, I'm afraid there aren't many who have more than this deity. Yue fell back, sitting on the ground, laughing loudly. The soul bone flew forward, avoiding him getting hurt. Miaoke continued to popularize knowledge. The so-called soul bone is the remnant bone. That spiritual demon divine beast seal with a wisp of soul power. Each of these demonic beasts has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, so even if it's just a wisp of soul power, it contains no small amount of power. What the black snake demon activated was probably just the tip of the iceberg. If you can refine this soul bone, I'm afraid it will far surpass it. He didn't say much and immediately sat down to cultivate, mobilizing the inner force in his body, saying, let me try. She stood aside, guiding, use your soul sense to establish a connection with it. The more you control, the more power you can use within this soul bone. Spiritual light gradually appeared around Yue's body. Miaoke turned around, saying, rest assured, I will be by your side. At this time, in another place in Mount Qinghui, Xian Ping launched a fiery fist. He punched, kicked, and swept, kicking Lu Fei far away. He was injured, his clothes still burning, hugging his chest, saying, old man, the older you get, the more vigorous you are. Xian Ping persuaded, stop, Lu Fei. It's not too late to repent now. He roared angrily, repent? Wang Xian Ping, what do you think I'm here for? He sternly exposed Lu Fei's conspiracy. You want to keep me here, Lu Fei. No matter what countermeasures you have, they will be useless in the face of absolute strength. He smiled sinisterly, not denying it, saying, that's right, keeping you here is not necessarily to deal with you alone. Xian Ping replied, not only to deal with me, but also little Tu and Aling? Based on the inferior goods of your Lu family, and those Dongying werewolves, you want to deal with them? Lu Fei provoked, then just wait and see. Oh, forgot, you no longer have the chance. He launched an attack, aiming for a quick victory. In Dongying, Kiyuki chanted a spell, reversal strike, annihilation. A ray of light stabbed into the center of Xian Ping's forehead, causing him to stop his movements in pain. Taking advantage of this, he raised his fist and rushed forward, secretly pleased. Finally, I managed to withstand it. This punch struck Xian Ping's face directly, sending his whole body flying to the side. Seeing Xian Ping fall, Lu Fei triumphantly boasted, the Darren's spiritual Ming sorcery can reverse the five senses, sight, touch, even your sense of murderous intent will be distorted. How can you fight me like this? He was overjoyed, saying, but since it's sorcery, it proves that the other places are also coming to an end, right? In another place, Sister Ling was also being beaten by the Dongying people, unable to stand up. She hugged her head uncomfortably, thinking, I'm done for, it's that feeling again. Little Tu, surrounded, was weak all over, panicking, saying, "Why can't I suddenly see clearly?" Lu Fei looked at him arrogantly, saying, "If you want to blame, then blame yourself for not seeing the situation clearly." He raised his foot to stomp down. "I've been waiting for this stomp for 20 years. Finally, I can repay you, old man." But before Lu Fei's foot could come down, a leaf shot through the air, splattering syrup everywhere. He howled in pain, "My leg! Who is it? Who is it?" At this time, Yue and Miaoka stepped out of the forest. He said, "No wonder I felt so constricted today. It turns out someone was playing tricks." The soul bone flew on Yue's shoulder, looking very excited. He released it, ordering, "Disperse it." The soul bone immediately struck the hidden curse that Kiyuki had placed on Xianping. He suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kiyuki looked at the hand covered in blood, angrily, unable to believe, "How is this possible?" Seeing it fly back, Yue praised, "Worthy of being the remnant bone of an ancient divine beast. I didn't expect it to be able to transform into a soul spirit, also carrying the power of bloodline copying. The attack just now returned the power of the sorcery stored in the air intact, ending the release of the spellcaster." He reached out to receive it, continuing, "If that snake wasn't too trash, inheriting this power, I don't know how many hundreds of times we would have been destroyed." "Don't you think so, little two?" The soul bone disdained, thinking, "What kind of idiot name is that? This deity is clearly the soul bone of the Baki Great Serpent." It wiggled and turned away, and Yue guessed, "It seems like you don't like this name very much." Miaoka, seeing the soul bone acting up, glared and released murderous intent at it. Immediately, the soul bone became obedient, turning back with a flattering expression, looking at him. Yue didn't pay attention to it, ordering, "All right, disperse." He Jin went to help Xianping up, asking with concern, "Old man Wang, what exactly happened?" He hugged his chest, enduring the pain, saying, "Little you brother, it's good that you are all right." Xianping sighed, "This matter is hard to explain in a few words." Lu Fei colluded with Dongying forces, preparing to deal with the Wang family. "Little you brother, I'm afraid you are also their target." He, heavily injured, lying on one side, heard this and raised his head, saying, "Wang Xianping, even if you are lucky enough to escape this tribulation, the Wang family will surely only exist in name." This old man didn't lose. A person slowly stepped forward. The person who came was Huagua's Lieutenant Colonel, Lan Jingxing. He took off his hat, saying, "Seeking help from enemies to harm compatriots. How can Huagua have scum like you?" Jingxing ordered his subordinates, "Escort him away." Those people received the order, grabbing Lu Fei's neck, replying, "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel." He asked Xianping in surprise, "People from the military?" He hugged his hat, smiling and greeting him, "Old General Wang, long time no see." Xianping replied, "Lan Jingxing, you're quite something. It's really you." Jingxing looked at his watch, updating, "The chaos in Jiangqing has been pacified. Please rest assured, old general." Kiyuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, angrily saying, "In Huagua, there is actually someone who can copy my sorcery, and that too in such a short period of time. But since the Huagua military has been mobilized, the mission can be considered half completed." He concentrated his divine sense, beginning to cast the spell. Before disappearing, Kiyuki left a sentence, "The soul bone, I will take it next time." In Mount Qinghui, Xianping heard Jingxing call him general, and awkwardly waved it off. "What general?" That was a thing of many years ago. He put his arm around Yue's shoulder. "Introducing, little you brother, let me introduce you. This is Lan Jingxing of the military." He reached the Grandmaster level at 27. Then he turned to the other side. "Jingxing, little you brother is also a newly emerged talent in martial arts. You two can interact with each other more." He shook hands with him, praising politely, "Brother Lu is recognized by old man Wang, he must have outstanding points." Jingxing also humbly replied, "SOSO, just SOSO." Xianping smiled proudly, boasting, "Little two and a Ling in my house still chased after this kid to ask for guidance on boxing skills. If there's a chance, you two can spar." Hearing A Ling, he suddenly frowned. The hand that was shaking hands with Yue suddenly squeezed hard. He said in a strange tone, "If that's the case, I really want to compete with Brother Lu sometime when I'm free." He withdrew his hand, shaking his aching hand, not understanding what was happening with this guy. Thinking about this matter, he stroked his beard, asking, "But Jingxing, since you guys appeared here, it proves that the Dongying people have been paid attention to by the higher-ups. What exactly happened?" Jingxing only vaguely replied, "It's better for ordinary people not to know about this matter." Yue glanced at him, putting his arm around Xianping's shoulder, walking and telling the story. "Old General Wang, you should have heard about the Shuitai Island Agreement, right?" He recalled, competing for the ownership of Shuitai Island with Dongying for several years, and finally using a competition to decide. This is the Shuitai Island Agreement. Jingxing continued, the competition between the two sides is one Mingxixiang and Dongying's sword master Genria Sai. The time is in 2 weeks. Dongying's actions at this time are clearly to cause trouble. A soldier ran over in a fluster, holding a walkie-talkie, reporting, Lieutenant Colonel, there's an urgent message. He listened to the radio, his expression changed, replying, what? I understand. Jingxing took his life to complete his mission. Xian Ping stood beside him, reminding, Jingxing, you've been tricked. Dongying created anomalies to transfer manpower everywhere. Just at this moment, Si-Tu Kuang has escaped from prison. He searched his memory. Si-Tu Kuang is the possessed trained warrior of the Si-Tu family. I remember he was originally a rare genius, but because he committed too many sins, Wan Ming abolished his cultivation and severed his martial arts foundation. Jingxing said his thoughts, that's right. The Si-Tu family hates Xixiong to the bone. Now that Si-Tu Kuang has escaped from prison, the Dongying Yin Yang masters must be behind it. I'm afraid Dongying wants to get information from him to deal with Xixiong. Xian Ping continued this. He interrupted him. It is inconvenient for Jingxing to disclose more, but this place has been taken over by us. Please rest assured, old general. When the two of them left the forest, they only saw Yue Wei sitting bored, stacking stones on top of each other. Xian Ping said to Jingxing, Jingxing, this matter is important. If you need support, you can ask me and little you brother. He heard this and turned around, waving his hand, refusing, I don't need it. Ordinary people should continue to stay on the mountain fiddling with herbs. He pointed at the whole mountain, saying, sorry, Mount Qinghui is also being taken over and investigated by the military. Everyone without duties, please stay away. Yue Wei was looked down upon by him, and he was furious. The two stood facing each other, and it felt like sparks were flying. It was already dark, and he and Miaoke returned to her house. As they walked, Yue Wei said, now that I think about it, I haven't used the remaining Qingyuan Dan. I'll give some to the old Manhwa Association later. There are still some medicinal materials left. In a short time, it's fine not to go to Mount Qinghui. As he spoke, he opened the door. Seeing the door open, Xian, in a see-through outfit, immediately rushed out to greet him, welcome home. She pretended to be seductive, asking, do you want to eat first, shower first, or eat me? Miaoke indifferently turned around, saying to Yue Wei, help me find a roll of rope. He quickly took out a roll of rope and handed it to her, here. Seeing Miaoke pounce on her, trying to tie her up, Xian screamed, what are you doing? The scene was so chaotic that Yue Wei didn't dare to look directly. After tying her up tightly, she lightly carried Xian with one hand, saying to him, I know the rules here. Call the police for me, just say that a web idol broke into a civilian's house without permission. At this time, she panicked, tearfully admitting her mistake. I was wrong. I just came to take a shower. I was wrong. After the rope was loosened, Xian cried pitifully. People's house has had the water cut off. Can I borrow a place to take a shower? Ignoring her, Miaoke indifferently fiddled with a can of soda. Xian complained, I just had a big battle with that demonic snake this morning. My body is full of sticky, slimy stuff, can I care about it? Yue Wei stood leaning against a dining chair nearby, saying, it seems right. He wondered, why don't you rent a room or something? She then explained, how can idols rent rooms casually? We must maintain professional ethics. Xian must have principles. Yue Wei said with a dark face, but sneaking into other people's houses is okay? At this time Miaoke spoke then, besides taking a shower, what other purpose do you have? Xian replied, since you have asked so bluntly. She held out her hand towards him with a very eager expression. Everyone who sees the spirit pattern fruit gets a share. This thing increases the spiritual energy in the body. It's useful for both me and you. But the only problem is that this kind of fruit has too strong of a yang attribute, and we need something with an extremely yin attribute like the moon yin flower to harmonize it so we can use it. Yue Wei didn't believe it, asking, how can I be sure that you aren't playing tricks? Xian stood up, declaring, this time, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go ask someone else. He grabbed his chin, thinking, it's worth investigating. If it's true, that would be good. Increasing soul power will increase even the efficiency of alchemy. Suddenly, Yue Wei remembered something. He snapped his fingers, mentioning, speaking of which, this is also a problem. He happily called out Little Tu, saying, it's time to try it out, come on, Little Tu. Yue Wei crossed his arms, looking with satisfaction as it blew fire into the alchemy furnace with all its might. He clicked his tongue in praise, as expected, it's effective. After the test, the ability and efficiency of alchemy have more than doubled, And it doesn't even need to use your soul power. Miaoka wondered, if it has such power, isn't using it like this a bit wasteful? Yue happily showed her, soul spirits are born to work. If they can't work, they have no value in existing. Miaoka wondered, Little Two, why such a strange name? He explained, inspired by the Western Medusa, calling it in an American style sounds too ordinary, so I just named it Little Two. Yue smoothly called out, Little Two, add a bit more fire. Today, we'll finish refining 20 more Qingyuan Dan and we're done. Upon hearing this, it stuck out its tongue and rolled its eyes. She yawned, saying, so sleepy, Xian is going to sleep. Suddenly, she caught sight of Xian confidently striding into her room. Miaoka immediately yelled, wait, where are you planning to sleep? Don't tell me, it's on this deity's bed. She comfortably lay down on the bed saying, we're all girls, what's the big deal? It's so soft, good night. She immediately pounced on her, pulling Xian up, I'm not used to it, you, this person. Suddenly, Miaoka's eyes spotted something pointy on her clothes. She then wondered, also, why aren't you wearing underwear? Xian put on a relaxed look, pointing to Miaoka, silly, what girl wears so much at home? Finishing speaking, she reached out to naturally pull open her clothes, causing Miaoka to scream in shock, what are you doing? Xian enticed, just try taking it off, it's much more comfortable, that kind of free and unconstrained feeling. A voice echoed from the bedroom, no way. Yue didn't understand what they were doing, scratching his head and saying towards the room, there's another bathroom outside, I'll borrow it a bit and then go home. After showering and changing into a set of home clothes, Miaoka comfortably sat on the sofa, happily drinking a can of Coca-Cola. She, feeling refreshed, exclaimed, as expected, after showering, you still need a can of Coca-Cola to feel good. Miaoka glanced down, touching her freed breasts, admitting, moreover, it really feels much lighter. Yue sat down next to her, discovering something strange and carefully looking at Miaoka's chest. The strange thing was that she wasn't wearing underwear. After discovering it, he covered his eyes as if he hadn't seen anything, clarifying, I didn't peek at you. Miaoka shyly covered her chest, inwardly complaining. It's all because of that person's enticement. Yue opened the hand covering his eyes, saying, even if I looked, it was accidental. Who told you not to wear clothes? Hearing this, she became even more embarrassed, reaching out to push him away, shouting, you dare to mention it again? Do you want to eat heavenly punishment? Miaoka's outstretched hand accidentally touched Yue's little brother. Her face flushed, questioning, why, you're not wearing anything either? He shamelessly raised his triangle underwear, saying, I don't have any clothes to change into here. Miaoka went crazy, slamming him into the wall, shouting, heavenly punishment, causing him to yell out in pain. The loud yelling made Xian decide to leave the room to check what was happening. Seeing this scene, she frowned, annoying, I was taken first again. Before leaving, he instructed, don't forget to brush your teeth, okay? You take care of her, I'm going home. Xian Ping, whose body was bandaged, had recovered very well, patting Yue on the shoulder, laughing, saying, little you brother, your Qingyuan Dan is really a good thing. Just one night, and the wound has recovered. Moreover, it also has the effect of strengthening the body. The pain is gone now. A Ling is really blessed. Sister Ling passed by, startled, not understanding why he mentioned her like that. He looked at her, saying, Sister Ling often encounters troubles in this matter. I can also help you concoct a more specialized medicine. She shyly refused, I don't have it, don't listen to him. Sister Ling turned to him, suddenly turning into a furious demon, threatening, if you don't know how to talk, I'll sew your mouth shut. Xian Ping scratched his head, explaining, rheumatism, I said rheumatism. It's so cold, this old man can't stand straight with a bad back. A Ling, you also have it. Right. This time, she actually admitted it, yeah? Yue suddenly asked seriously, Old man Wang, there's one more thing I want to ask. Where can I get Munin grass in Jiangqing? He searched his memory, Munin grass? You can find some on the rocks along the river mouth of the Jiang River flowing into the sea. Little Tu excitedly raised her hand, me. I know the way, Alu, I'll take you. He calmly asked back, you know? She replied confidently, I know everything in Jiangqing. Sister Ling exposed Little Tu, I think you just want to find an excuse to go out and play. Little Tu hugged her arm, acting coquettishly, let me go, Sister Ling. I promise I won't cause trouble, okay? Okay? Hearing Sister Ling say, go early and come back early, she jumped up, yelling, okay, I'll go change into my swimsuit. Immediately after, she sadly said to Yue, sorry Alu, I can't go with you anymore. I finally picked out a favorite swimsuit, and planned to go swimming comfortably. Seeing Little Tu's emotions fluctuate suddenly, he asked Xian Ping, what's wrong? He replied, Little Lu, You still don't understand. She's a girl. Who doesn't have those days? Yue showed that he didn't mind comforting her. It's okay, little two, just tell me the coordinates. I can go by myself. She wiped away tears, sadly saying, what a pity. But little two's next action surprised everyone. She pushed her swimsuit bag towards Sister Ling, saying, that's right, Sister Ling, go help me. Little two begged, inherit my swimsuit. This way, it's as if I also went to the sea. At the river mouth, Jinxing asked his subordinate, how is the protection plan? He reported in a proper manner, rest assured, Lauda. We have set up strict defenses around 10 nautical miles. Now, not even a mosquito can fly in. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance, slapping him in the face. Very good, the feeling of coming to the beach is really impeccable. He raised his eyebrows, asking, what was that just now? The soldier replied with a dark face, there might be an accident. Yue, wearing swimming trunks, got out of the car, stretching and exclaiming, indeed, facing the sea, flowers blossom in spring. He said to the person in the car. Just take your time, don't rush. Sister Ling replied okay, then she held the swimsuit that little two gave her with disdain, scolding, what kind of clothes did this little thing choose? Remembering when she was at home, little two begged her, promise me, Sister Ling, you must wear it for me, okay? Sister Ling said annoyedly, if I had known, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. In the end, she still changed into a seductive black two-piece swimsuit and got out of the car. Yue had already gotten into the water first, groping along the rocks at the river mouth, searching. According to little two, there must be mooning here. Suddenly, Jinxing appeared, saying, Li Yue, didn't I tell you already? This management area is off limits to outsiders. He asked, very unhappily, why is it you again? Mount Qinghui wasn't enough, now you've even occupied this river mouth area? He pushed up his sunglasses, saying arrogantly, what if I said it's true? Sorry, having the right to manage means I can do what I want. Sister Ling approached from behind, raising her voice, so, there are people from the military here too. Jinxing turned around, seeing her seductive swimsuit. He couldn't help but spurt blood from his nose, stammering her name, a Ling. She calculated in her heart, I can take this opportunity to change this outfit. Thinking this, Sister Ling said to Yue, then, let's change locations. In his mind, 7749 assumptions surfaced. A Ling is wearing a swimsuit, and she's appearing here with Yue? Could it be a date? Jinxing wrung his hands upset. No, calm down, Lan Jinxing, you were able to sit in this position all thanks to your excellent analytical skills. Hurry up, show it. Seeing the image of the two leaving side by side, his head became even hotter, angrily gritting his teeth, speculating, a Ling is definitely not that kind of person. And I heard before that Lu Yue is a benefactor of the Wang family, so there's only one possibility. In Lan Jingxing's imagination, he was a kind of demon who specializes in bullying others, using the reason of relief to suppress her. A Ling, you also don't want the Wang family to have a reputation for being ungrateful, right? Sister Ling had no choice but to accept, alright. He quickly cocked the gun, impulsively wanting to shoot Yue, retaliating for Sister Ling per a Ling, to be controlled in this demon's hands like this. But a trace of reason within Jinxing still worked, thinking, but I have military orders in hand, I can't act recklessly. He immediately found another way. Jinxing raised his hand, calling to the two, wait a bit, you two can stay here. He put on a relaxed look, saying, Li Yue, because you are an acquaintance of the Wang family, you don't need to be too restrained. You can stay here. He replied warily. Although I don't know why, I still feel uneasy. Yue turned around, refusing Jinxing's good intentions. I've decided to go somewhere else to take a look, goodbye. He hurriedly grabbed his shoulder, pleading, don't go. It was my fault before, don't force me to beg you. He saw that Jinxing's attitude in saying these words wasn't very sincere, so he said, you're still using that tone to say these words? He calculated in his heart, that's right, if he's under my eyes, at least he won't be able to do anything to a Ling. Yue decided to stay, then said casually, then that's it, I'll come quickly and go back early. Jinxing gave himself a thumbs up, secretly complacent. Once again, I've used my intelligence to protect a Ling for another day. Unexpectedly, he was immediately kicked by Sister Ling, the high heel landing straight on his shoe. She scolded, idiot, I told you not to talk so much. Jinxing didn't understand what was going on. Yelling, hey! He endured the pain, not yelling out.